And since we were able to add that AI integration yesterday, it'll be really straightforward to just have that added in here, unless it was already added. No, it wasn't smart enough to add that in yet for us. Okay, but I like the design of this page. It has comics, series, stories, events. Okay, so it has some basic information sections in here. It's a really decent fundamental. And I like how the background image is kind of a reflection of the main image, right? Like that's looking pretty sleek so far. Okay. So another thing I'm already noticing, each one of these goes to the same page. And we can see the ID number for these characters. So, all right, it's 220 on there. So these IDs are different though. So that's good. That means these are different pages. They just all look the same right now, which is easier fix, because the database is set up at least to have different pages so far. So need to expand the data set with more characters to reach 50 heroes and 50 villains. All right, so still processing that request. We're going to get 50 of those in here. But let's check out what the Marvel website looks like so we can compare that and make sure ours looks a lot better. All right, so as comics, these little drop downs, these are okay. I like how that color slides down. That little animation does a lot for sure. All right, so down here, this portion it's looking okay. This is a decent page. You can see little design choices, how this orange coloring line is here, and then on the bottom it has a mirror of that. But it's pretty minimalist. Let's check out the TV shows. All right. So it has a more recent show showing up here. I don't really like this design that much to even reference it as much as we usually would. Might just need to be a little bit more creative on our end with this one. Let's see though. All right, so it's still loading that up. Let's compare the DC Universe website, because that website looked a little bit better. All right. Check it out. So this one only has comic books, but it just looks like this website has a lot more care in it. Yeah, so this will still be a good reference like we did for the DC site. Definitely want to reference this. So once we get these characters in here, we definitely want to make sure that the actual design choice is a little bit cleaner. Even though this design isn't too bad so far though. But yeah, as always, we're going to go one page at a time, because each additional page will be a lot easier once Replit understands the direction we're going in. So once we get these 50 heroes and 50 villains added, we can add the AI integration, make sure we can speak to them, make sure they can speak back, things like that. Definitely working on getting that voice integration streamlined. I want it to be very easy for us to add different voices for different individuals, heroes, villains, or celebrities, or whoever. So once we get that integration set up, I'll be able to go back and just add that into all of these sites. But we can definitely get at least a text going like we did yesterday. All right, so I like how they have a popularity flag on here too. So that's decent. We have most popular to sort. Okay, it's still loading up though. Must be doing a lot of work behind the scenes so far, but should turn out pretty nice. All right, so it's adding in the villains to complete the 50 villains. Okay, so it looks like it did get the heroes so far. Now it's just getting the villains in to finish that up. All right, so now it has to change the page up so that we can show all of these different people. Okay. Yep, still loading that up. And just to get some more ideas, we have that Comic Vine API now, so we definitely will be adding a comic book portion in here too, just to make this a little bit better than yesterday's app. Always want to add as much capabilities as possible. What is this? More DC. Okay. And this goes where? All right, so there's a DC Max page. All right, so we can use this to reference the movies and TV shows portion. Yeah, this is clean. So this can be the comic book page. This can be the movies and TV show page. So that'll definitely work. Still loading up. All right, so it needs to find where the villains are ratings. All right, so it's basically still working on setting up that design to make sure everything is working correctly. Okay. You can see the actual lines of code that it's building in here, these different tests. grep is like a search function, so it's basically checking for this phrase to make sure everything looks correctly. All right, let me update the character page, fetch more characters, 100 instead of 20. Okay, so it's basically expanding that limit like we were mentioning before. And I'm looking for this page to update now visually, but it looks like it's going for that back end first. This home page, yeah, this will be okay. Latest MCU content. All right. So this will be the latest Marvel movie that they have released. Okay. So that'll work. That will work. All right, now let me test and update the app to see if we have more characters showing and proper Marvel character images. All right. Still getting that updated. Takes a little bit of time in the beginning, but once we get that foundation, everything else will be a lot smoother. Nice. All right, so it's giving us something decent so far. Looks like they can't sort out the heroes and villains yet the way it should, but it's still low. Oh, yeah, okay, so it did finish up. All right. So a lot of these characters do have images. Some of them don't. So we can work on getting the rest of those images updated correctly. But it's working out so far. I like how they rated them, too. That's funny. That's hilarious. It gives the amount of comics they have, the series that they were in, so the different comic series that they had involvement with. Okay. More info button doesn't work yet, but we will be able to get more info. Favorite that. And bookmark. All right. It's decent. Has some powers in here. It's a rating. These ratings aren't matching. But first off, let's make sure that we can separate the heroes and the villains, right? Need to make sure these looking correct. So go here. And yeah. Actually, let me go click the villain page because I want to make sure it knows when we try and look at the villains, it's not showing us the villains the right way. So error. Page is not correctly sorting the heroes, villains. All right, so as always, catch a screenshot. Make sure you get that URL in there so it knows what page you're checking out and let it know what the problem is. All right, so these should be able to be updated pretty easily. The teams section, we don't really have the teams added in yet. Didn't request that yet, but once this sorting is done, we can let it know that these images need to be correctly added in, and we should be able to get the ball rolling from there. We're gonna add AI integration next. So last time we did the AI integration last. Today we're doing it first. Okay, let me see. So for some reason, when we click that sort, oh, all right, it's still loading. So we definitely want this to look the same as it did before, but let me see if there's even, all right, so they're showing Daredevil. Yeah, they're just showing people that are not villains right now. And yep, the hero and the villain page are both showing the same thing, and it's just alphabetical so far. No big deal. Still loading up. Still processing those changes for us. All right, let me test if the filtering is working correctly. All right, so cool. It's just verifying those changes are working correctly. Ideally, it'll be able to get that fixed for us. All right, so Apocalypse, Avengers, Deadpool, Drax. No, that's not correct. For some reason, these images change also. Oh, okay. So it looks like the Spider-Man image is actually just a placeholder. This isn't the actual image that's supposed to be showing. It's just not updating correctly yet. So we can just let it know it's not updating the images. You could tell because when you switch between them, some of the images load, some of them don't, right? But they're still the same actual pages. And when we click these, it's not taking us to the correct page yet either. They're all going to Iron Man, but that'll be the next step. First thing we do is get this foundation good. Then we can let it know that these pages aren't going where they should and everything like that. But we're going to get this main page done first. All right. Fix the heroes and villains sorting. Okay. Added character type metadata. Okay. All right. Let me see. Implemented proper client side. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see the results though. Let's see what they actually gave us. All right, so check heroes. We check villains. All right, I wouldn't call the Avengers villains. So let's make sure that we can get this sorted out correctly. Copy that. Update. The method you are using to sort is not working correctly. Not working correctly. Use another method or increase the filtering. The filter requirements. Okay. And let me just let it know there's an error. All right. So should be able to get that updated for us. And a good thing with Replit, it usually tries to fix problems that you don't even actually call out yet if it notices them. So when I caught that screenshot, it may or may not notice that each of these characters are showing up with that same Spider-Man placeholder image, right? So ideally, it'll get that updated for us too. But if not, once we get this sorting problem done, we can move on to that next. And once we get that sorting done and we have these right images showing, we're going to add the AI integration so we can speak to these different heroes like we did yesterday with the DC comics. And once this 30-day challenge is done, definitely want to go back and add the DC and Marvel pages together into one page. But yeah, you can see Abomination and Apocalypse are incorrectly placed. Okay, so it's even calling out specifics. All right, so we'll let it know it needs to search through all of these as well. But let's get this one done first. This is going to be so crazy at the end. All right, let me add the move villains. Okay, cool. And this is just the first app today, right? We're building 10 today. We're building 10 of these. Because it just seemed like one app isn't enough yet. So let's do 10 of them. Let's do 10. All right, Deadpool. All right, so it's still not sorting out the way we need it to yet. But it's rolling. It's rolling. Okay. Let me take a different approach. I'll work around this by simply checking the current state. Okay, cool. See, it's going with a different method. So we should get better results this time. All right, so let's check it out. Yeah, it's still not giving us that correct sorting yet. So what we can do is, let's keep it simple for now, right? So I want to try this one more time, but if this doesn't work, I'm going to ask it to list out all the heroes and villains. We're going to move that over to ChatGPT, tell ChatGPT to sort out the list, and then give it back the correct list that we can use to sort it. So we don't actually still have to, I'm not manually sorting this out because the whole goal is use AI for everything. All right. So it's trying. Still no dice though. Still not doing the job. All right. So this is a good chance to use the assistant, right? We have an assistant that we can just ask cool questions whenever we need to. So let's ask it, list the 100 heroes and villains that were added to the app. All right, so now we can get that list of 100 villains, and we can just take that right over to ChatGPT. All right. Okay. So we got Captain America, Captain Marvel, Colossus. Yeah, these are not sorting right. It might be cached also. This is what I want to do. I want to make sure that this page isn't just being saved. So let's catch that URL, right? Private browser. Boom. Paste that in, and let's check it out on a fresh page. All right. So we got heroes here, villains here. Nah, it's still showing us the same thing. Okay. That's cool. All right. Some characters. All right, cool. So it looks like it has them listed out for us. Okay. So we got 78 heroes. Nice. And we got these villains. Okay. All right. So like I said, we're not going to sit here and try and interpret or manually do any of this. All we're going to do is post that list of heroes and villains that they gave us and say, sort these names to make two lists. heroes and villains. Boom. So let's let ChatGPT do that work for us. And while that's loading, we're going to try and see if this can get updated for us as well. So we're going to try and do both at the same time, because why not, right? All right. So this is the assistant. Let's go to the agent. The lists are not being sorted correctly. Okay. So let that load up while we have this list populating. Okay. So these are the heroes and these are the villains. All right. So already noticing Apocalypse was on that list before, so they didn't even give us all the. All right, that's fine. This will be enough to get the ball rolling. And let me check if there's any other heroes or villains that we missed on that. Copy and paste. Nope. All right, cool. So this is loading up that request that we made. So it's trying one more time to sort things out. If this doesn't work out, then we can just give it that list that ChatGPT just gave us and say, use this as a reference to make that correct sorting. All right, still loading up. All right. So yeah, still not sorting things the way it should be. All right. So added a debug logging to understand the filtering isn't working properly. The backend shows 55 heroes, 23 villains. Okay. So I just posted in those heroes and villains list that ChatGPT gave us. Use this list as a guide to sort out the heroes / villains. All right, cool. Made that request. Should be able to get that updated pretty soon. Perfect. Now I have the exact hero villains categories. Okay. So I said use it as a guide, right? Because I noticed some heroes and villains missing from the list. So it should be able to use this at least to get a good foundation and build off of it on its own, right? That's the benefit of this program. Replit is smart, so it should be able to read between the lines as needed. So this would at least let us know if the sorting just isn't working the way it's supposed to work, or if the list that it's trying to use to sort is just wrong. All right, let's see though. All right, it's testing that update. Okay. So it's saying it's testing that update for us. Okay, let's see what we get back. Okay, so we got heroes, villains. So yeah, so far it looks like the actual problem is the list sorting mechanics are just not functional right now. So the list being correct or incorrect isn't really the thing. It's just that they're not actually able to, the sorting mechanics are not working. So what I'm going to do is, all right, we're in the heroes section. Copy this, right? Paste that in, go right back, go to the villains. I want ChatGPT, or I want Replit to understand exactly what we're seeing so that it can make the right solution. Error. The filter function is not working correctly. All right, so I'm not even going to explain what the problem is, right? I'm just saying the basics, the filter is not working. And these screenshots should let Replit actually process that information and see, hey, this should be that should be this, etc., because the filter is just not functioning right now. These are showing the exact same people. The only reason that change is happening is because it's reloading those same images. But we can get this updated though, for sure. All right. I can see the API response for the characters are getting the correct character type. Right. So the back end is working great. It's the front end that's having some problems. Okay. Like I just mentioned, I can see the back end is working correctly. All right. So it just needs to make sure that the front end is working right. Can you open the browser, click heroes and villains buttons? Okay. Console will show exactly what's happening with each character. All right. So now let's refresh this page. F12. Okay. So this is the console log. These are the issues that the browser is reporting when we press these buttons. Okay, so there is an error showing up. All right. All right, nice. Let's copy these. Let Replit see exactly what the problem is. All right. And we got that hero button up there at the top so it knows what page we're trying to hit. Same for villains. Okay. This should help out a lot and get things working right. Every issue that we solve on this page will help us out, make the next page faster. By the end, we're just going to be knocking this out in no time. This is the error message shown by the console log. All right, let's get that updated. Processing that request. All right, perfect. I see the console log clearly now. Debug output shows that all characters have character type villain. All right. All right. So it looks like every character shown is the same group. Villain group. Not good. All right, testing the corrected characterization. All right. Let's see what we can get back. Let's see what we can get back. All right. Now it looks like the categorization is working. Allegedly. Let's test that, though. Let's actually see what's happening, though. All right. Reload that. All right. It's refreshing that page. Refreshing the page. Okay. So it's showing us different people now. No, it's still not. Still not. It's actually adding in more Avengers, it looks like, every time we click over. So yeah, this search functionality is just not working the way it's supposed to yet. Not sure what is going on here. Usually the search function is like the easiest thing to add in. We've done this every day so far. So let me copy this over and let it know. Use an entirely different method. Okay. The search function is still incorrect. Try a different method to solve this issue. Okay. Yeah, let me just keep that simple. So it looks like the database is like replicating the different heroes for some reason, but only some of them though. It's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. Let's see what we get back though. At least by now, Replit should be able to understand what the issue is, and we should get things at least better functional. Okay, so it's going with a completely different method now, which is what we want. Get rid of that old method. Okay, character data has duplicates and the characterization logic isn't working properly. All right, so at least it's understanding what the issue is. Okay, let's get a solution though. Come on, Replit. It's the first app of the day, man. We need more, a little bit better progress. All right. Heroes, villains. All right, so is it showing us less? Yeah, it's showing us less villains than heroes. Okay. So at least it's trying to segment. We got Loki, Magneto, Green Goblin, Doctor Doom, Red Skull. A lot of these people are villains. But obviously the Avengers shouldn't be here. Drax is not a villain. Nightcrawler. So it's some people that, yeah, they're just incorrectly categorized so far. We'll get this updated though. All right. So I can see the API is only returning heroes. I need to add more villains to the data set to get proper 50-50. So now it's trying to add in more villains, but we need to make sure that sorting is working correct first. Yeah, let's see what it does though. Let's see what it does. I don't want to doubt it yet until we get this result. But if this result doesn't work, we're going to roll back to a previous point and we're going to start fresh for this portion. Need this categorization to work correctly for sure. This is a foundation. This is that same filtering that we're going to use for the movies and for the TV shows and everything like that. Everything after this will be a lot smoother, a lot cooler, but we need that baseline working correctly. You can see the issue now. There are multiple character arrays defined. Okay. So yeah, keep saying it's picking up the problem, but need that solution added in. Okay, find the exact beginning of the fallback data and completely replacing the entire section. Okay, so it's completely replacing everything, looks like. Okay. Now I need to remove all the remaining old data and complete the replacement with the clean data set. Okay. Okay, so it's pulling from the API again, trying to get a cleaner data set. All right. And we're using that Comic Vine API. And that has all of the accurate information in real time for all these different characters. So it should be able to get things updated for us. If not, we can just ask it to manually add in these people and just pull the images from Comic Vine instead, which may be what we go with, right? I can just ask ChatGPT to list out 50 heroes and 50 villains and tell it, use these 50 heroes for the hero section, use these 50 villains for the villain section, and pull from the database to get all their images and all the different details you need. So that might be a better option. But let's try this one now, see what it can do. It's always good to test out the AI and see what it can really actually accomplish for us, right? Try and push it to the limit. All right, so it looks like there's some typos in here, some syntax errors. Okay. Let me completely rewrite the API endpoint. Okay. So like I said, with the API, it was causing a problem. It was the API endpoints are where it's trying to pull the information from the database. And it looks like the API endpoints just weren't correct. So that's fine. All right. Still loading that up for us, considering those options. Okay. While that's loading, let's try and get some more details that we can add in next. All right. So, yeah, this is just HBO Max, though. I wish the DC Comics had a more streamlined page. I know we have Disney Plus that we can check out, though. So maybe we'll use Disney Plus for some ideas on how to make this page set up. I'm liking the design it's going with so far, though. It's just we can have so much more in here. All right, so Deadpool, I guess he could be considered a villain. But we got Ultron, Doctor Doom, Loki, Magneto, and Thanos. All right, so it looks like that fresh pull was able to get things working a lot better for us. So now I can see that the hero villain categories are working. 8 heroes, 6 villains. All right. And we're about to add AI for all of these, so we can talk to each one of them. We just needed to get more people added in so far. Okay. Let me see what it's doing. Okay. Filter should now work perfectly. When you click heroes, see only Iron Man, etc., etc. All right. So it looks like it understands who should be where. All right. I would consider Deadpool a hero, but that's something that we can worry about later, right? It's not really that big of a deal. And he could be arguably a villain. In the comics, he was more like a villain sometimes. But see, now when we're clicking these, right, it's saying character not found. So that's the next step. We need each one of these character pages to have a full page. And let's get these fundamentals for these characters, and then we can add in a ton more because we're automating the whole process. None of this is going to be manual. So Control V that. So basically, I copied that error message that we were seeing, and I'm going to copy this page so it knows where we got the error message from, what page we were on when we went over. Okay, so error, each character should have a functional character page. Character page. The page should list details about comic book entries, movie entries, TV show appearances, and have an AI function to allow the user to talk to the character. The character should have the personality from the comics. Okay. From the comic books, okay. Okay. Use OpenAI. All right, so now we're letting it know we need each of these characters to have their own character page with some details, and it should have an AI component where we can actually speak to these characters using AI, and it should act like the character that we're talking to. So we did this yesterday, and yeah, it should remember that and be pretty straightforward. You can see right here, let me check if we have the open API key. All right, so I already gave it the API key yesterday, so it already has that. Just got to click continue. You can see Replit always lets you know where you would get that API key if you needed it, but it already has mine, so it's loading up, and we should get this rolling pretty quick. All right. See what we get. See what we get. All right. Now I have the open API key. Let me implement functional character detail pages with comic book entries, movies, TV appearances, and AI chat. All right, so it's rolling. It's rolling. Getting all that added for us, and then we'll be able to talk to these heroes and villains, make sure that that's working nice, and then we can move on to the movies and the TV show components and get this website fully functional. Pretty smooth, pretty smooth. All right, so we are like 30 minutes in, something like that, to the build. Got our decent site so far. Let me see. All right, so this is the home page that we're working with. Definitely need these images updated. We need a carousel of a couple of the popular heroes and villains. All right, still loading these character pages. We got the hero and villains sectioned off. And once we make sure this works, we can add in more. I'll just let it know we need 50 and 50 total for each. But I just want to make sure that this works right from the very beginning. Ultron's picture needs to be updated. Just catching the little things that can be cleaned up. And we got the comic book page. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, we do have that comic book page we're adding in today. So that'll be cool. Be able to search what comic books, etc., etc. We can even have a sorting metric where whatever movie from the MCU, it'll let you know what comics are related to that. So if you're ever interested in that, it can let you know just different information from the comic books that we could think of while we go. All right, let me completely rebuild the character detail page. All right, cool, cool. So it's working on getting that done for us. All right, so we still see character not found here. Let's see what we get back soon, though. And I can tell each one of these images. So it's pulling these images in real time. Oh, okay, okay. So the images are not loading now. Black Widow specifically just isn't loading. Before it was kind of shifting because it kept trying to get them done in real time. All right. Okay, okay. Let's see if these character pages now still loading that up. All right, let's add in the AI chat function so we can actually speak to these people. Okay. Still refreshing that page. All right, missing API functions for TMB. All right, cool, cool. So it's going, it's rolling, it's rolling. Let's get back to that front so we make sure we can get to the page when we need to. Okay. All right, completely rebuild the character detail page with all the requested functionality. Let me recreate the character detail page. All right, cool, cool. So still loading up that request. Still loading that request for us. Should be done soon. Considering those options. And I mean, to add full AI functionality for each of these characters so we can talk to them, I mean, that's pretty straightforward, right? Just got to wait for it to load a little bit. But so far, it is giving us these ratings. I'm not sure where it's getting these ratings from, but we can verify that, make sure that information makes more sense. But it has the amount of comic books they were in. This should all be correct from the Comic Vine API. Well, nah, Spider-Man's, oh, that's Black Widow. Yeah, yeah. I mean, this looks like it's right. It's the correct information. Definitely want to double check, of course, but it looks good so far. These images are clean for a lot of them. All right, character not found. Okay. So at least that error message page is updated so you can tell it's still working. And it hasn't finished the request yet, so it's still rolling. Need to fix the character detail page routing. Okay. Okay. But it is doing work. It is doing work. All right. Okay, okay, okay. Let me expand the character data set to include the missing characters. Okay. Let me let it load. Let me let it do its thing. Man, really want to get some more features added in, but gotta wait for this to work correctly. The AI is, I mean, we did it yesterday, so I know it should be able to get things done, no issue. Need to add the character detail data that works with both character lists and data endpoints. Issue is the character detail API needs to have the same characters. Okay, so still getting those issues fixed for us in real time. It's nice though. I'd rather have it notice issues and get those solved for us without us having to point everything out step by step. As streamlined as possible. And like I said, this is only the first app we're making today. We're making 10 today. That's the goal. I don't know if I can do 10, but we're going to find out. So we are going to find out. Still loading up that character page. Okay. I need to add the character detail page. All right, cool. It's still loading up. Still loading up for us. All right. Testing out that API. Cool. So it looks like, all right. Looks like the test worked. Great, the character endpoint is working. Let me test the character detail page. See if all the functionality is working correctly. Okay. I'm gonna let it cook. See what we get back. All right. So what do we have? Let's just check it out. All right. So no comics available for that character. Oh, okay, this is the Avengers. All right, let's test out an actual correct person. So movies and TV shows. It's not pulling in the comic book information correctly yet, but you can see we have all the movies, right? These are all the Captain America movies. This is actually clean though. I didn't expect it to look like this. All right, so some basic details. So we need to make sure the comic book section is added in, but hey, Cap. Just start simple, okay? See if we can talk to him. Hey there, how can I help you? Remember, I'm always here to lend a hand, whether it's battling villains or just sharing some advice. What's on your mind? Okay. Who is stronger? The Hulk or Thor? All right. See if we can answer some questions. See what we get. All right. That's a tough question and one that sparked many debates among us Avengers and even a few battles. The Hulk has sheer raw strength. All right, let's see if we can reference some information though. Have they ever fought? I want to see if he can pull some accurate information for us. Cool. Oh, there's definitely been a share of clashes. You know how a strong personality. Okay. A notable one took place during the classic Avengers issue and even in some of our animated and cinematic adventures. Okay. So it looks like he's pulling in some correct information. That's cool. That's decent. That's decent so far. We need to make sure that these comics are showing up though. All right. So one step down. All right. Error. No comic books are showing. All right, so once this page, the reason why I want to make sure that this page is cleaned up and everything is working correctly, and it does have all these movies in here so far, it's working okay, but I want to make sure this page is correct because the next step after this, we're going to make sure that we can add in about like 50 heroes and 50 villains total. So I don't think Captain America was in Bikini Avengers or Masked Avengers, so we need to make sure that these are actually Marvel movies. Excuse me. Yeah, we don't want like random. Nah. Yeah, he wasn't in all of these. But we can clean that up. That's why we're going to focus on one page. Make sure that this page works correctly. So once this is working and everything's fine here, just let it know. Do the same thing for every other page. And then once it does the same thing for every other page, next step will be add in more characters. All right. Can see the issue, the comic API endpoint has fallen back. Okay. So it's loading up. Looks like the API, that database we're pulling all this information from needs to be a little bit updated. So the movies are coming from TMDB API, but the comics are coming from Comic Vine. So makes sense why the comic books wouldn't show up when the movies and TV shows would, because they're going from different places. All right. So it's loading up that comic vine. We can get this updated. It should be clean. All right. First app of the night. All right, let's see if we can search though. All right, nice. Search function works in real time. Really fast too. All right. It's decent. All right. All right, so no load time on that either. That's clean. That's clean. API response still shows 0 count, which means the comic data isn't being returned. So yeah, it's still working on getting that resolved for us. Whoa. All right. Looks like it reloaded that server. All right, so yeah, the character page. Once it's done, we can get that comics page, the movie page, and the TV show page in here. Let's ask Deadpool some questions though while we wait. All right, let's restart that application. Let's see what we get. All right. Would you beat Wolverine in a fight? All right. Let's see what we get. And we can hone in on the AI, right? We can have a lot more details in here, a lot more specifics, how they should answer. We can reference comic books. We can add in movie scripts in here and say, make sure the character talks like this. There's a lot of different functionality we can do to hone in on this AI. All right. As Rocky Raccoon, I'd never underestimate Wolverine. All right, so he thinks he's Rocky Raccoon. So looks like we can touch up the AI a little bit more, make sure everything's working cleaner. Captain America was acting like Captain America, but it looks like we can touch up a little bit of these other characters. But it's working decent so far. Let's see if that change is made. All right, so it looks like it thinks it added in the comic books. Let's see. Still not loading up yet. Movies are loading. Details are loading. Chat with Deadpool loads up. Just need that comic book section added in, man. So close. Let me see. Comic books still are not loading. All right, let me check if there's any messages or something that we're seeing on here. 12, okay. Oh, a little bit too big, okay. No errors showing up or nothing like that. All right, let me see. All right, so let me just let it know the comic book page is not loading. We need this loaded correctly for us. ASAP. I can see the issue. The comics are still showing no comics available for this character. All right. 304. All right, that means, all right, cache data, yeah. 300 errors usually mean you went in the wrong direction. So it might have the information for us. It's just going in the wrong direction. We need to get this updated though. The API is returning empty results for Deadpool's character. I need to add comic data for Deadpool and other missing characters. Cool. So looks like some characters might have comic book information. Let's check it out. See if Iron Man has it. All right, so Iron Man has some comics in here. These covers aren't loaded. All right, it's still processing. Let me let it do its thing. Okay. Yeah, so it's trying. It's working. All right, Incredible Hulk. So we're going to make sure all of the comics show up, and we're going to make sure that they show the correct cover and everything like that. Oh, I got a question for Thanos. Why didn't you just double the size of everything instead of destroying half of the life? I always wondered this, man. I've been waiting to ask him this question for real. Oh, it's still loading up. All right, cool. It's still loading those page changes for us. All right, I can't be mad at that. All right. Re-ask him this. Why didn't you just double the size of the universe instead of removing half the people? Oh my gosh. All right, it's still loading for us. It's still loading up. Let me let it wait a second. I'm gonna just all right. All right. Why didn't you just double the size of the universe? All right, so it's still loading. All right, saying I hit the limit. All right, cool. So every change you make on here costs a couple dollars, and let me make sure that budget is increased correctly for us so we can keep rolling. All right, so put that 100 and 200. All right, cool. Okay. Save that. All right, so yeah, I mean, again, we're 10 apps in though on the challenge, right? This is app 11, and we just hit $75 spent, so it's pretty cheap so far for what it is. All right. The notion of simply doubling the size of the universe, an intriguing thought indeed. Yet it is one born of a misunderstanding of the true nature of existence and balance. My bad. All right. To expand without limits is to invite chaos. Okay. The resources of any universe, regardless of its size, are finite, doubling. All right, cool. Hey, you know what? That's a great answer. I didn't expect that. So that's the benefits of this AI. This is a question people have been bringing up a lot, right? So things like this is just cool, right? You can actually get it from the source. All right. So it's still working on adding in those comic books. Looks like it has a lot of specifics that it's going for. Okay. Wants us to test the character page. Let's test it out. So we got a couple in here. Need to make sure we get a lot more though. Okay. Definitely need a lot more in here. All right, the comics should now display properly in the comics tab. So it's showing us something, but it's not giving us everything we need. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to let it know we can manually get these comic book titles from ChatGPT if we get a list of all of the people that have been added to the website so far. And that might be a little bit easier for us to just get a direct drop in. Once we know the comic book information that we need to pull, we can give that to Replit and it'll get the correct information from those comic books. So, but let me let this load up really quick. All right. So got Loki. So it's giving us like 3 per person. We also need to make sure the movie page is locking in the correct movies. Need to make sure that this is right. The details, comics available, 723. All right, so it's 700 comics. It knows how much comics we should be able to get. All right, let me see. Okay. Could you try visiting the character page again? Comic books should now display properly. All right, let's see if we got that update we need. I mean, yeah, it's showing us a couple, but we need all of them. All right. Still loading. Let me get this. Okay. So as always, we want to try, since we made a little bit of progress, we want to try and see if we can get this a little bit cleaned up. If not, we might need to just get ChatGPT to do a little bit of the legwork. Okay. Only 3 comics show so far. Add, let's say 50 comics per character. Make sure the correct comic book cover is showing. All right, cool. Definitely need this updated. But let me see if any changes were made so far. Nah, yeah. The movies, at least for Deadpool, yeah. For Deadpool, the movies are showing up cool. And we have a whole movie page that we're going to have worked on next. But this is nice because from here, we're going to have the comic book page next, right? And then the movies and then the TV show pages. So want to make sure each one of these are done right, because if we get the comic book showing up correctly here, that means that we have the right way to pull comic book information. So that means the comic book page will be Like, so easy to make. So easy to make. All right. Can see the comic books, but only 3 are showing per character. You want 50 per character with authentic Marvel covers. Cool. All right. So it's picking up what we're trying to do. It's picking up what we're trying to do. Just need this process done, though. We need this smooth. And this is that's the beauty of using Replit. Once you get that foundation done, we'll just be able to add so much more features in so fast. Like yesterday we added in the AI, so that's why today we were able to just get that dropped in like 2 seconds. Instead of yesterday, it took us a little second to get things done. Well, the first AI we did was with the Kai Sonat app that we built the other day. So when we added AI so we could speak to Kai, that was when we really got that foundation built. So it just gets easier every time. That's why we're making 10 apps today. This is only the first app we're making today. We got 9 more on the way. All right, now I need to add similar extensive comic collections for all the other characters. Okay. So let's check if Deadpool got updated. All right, it's still loading. It's still loading. It might not be showing us what they did yet. So, all right, still processing. It's working on Iron Man now. Okay. Let's get that ball rolling. Come on. Come on, what we got? All right, still loading up, pulling all that real-time information. Getting things right for us. Man. We can only show one app at a time, but I want to show what we did with that DC app yesterday because we got so much crazy stuff done yesterday. All right, now add similar extensive comic collections for the other characters. Add in 50. Okay, cool. Found the Iron Man comic data. All right, cool. So it's rolling. It's still processing. Things are working out. For sure. Man, I always wonder why they don't have, like, why can't I talk to Iron Man through the Marvel app, right? Why is Marvel not adding these features in yet, man? They need to catch up. I found Iron Man comic data. Now I'll expand it to 50 comics. Okay, cool. Ball is rolling. Ball is rolling. Love these APIs. All right, so you see in here a little bit of the technical side. These are all the different paths that we're using to get the data in. You can see this is how it pulls from the API. This is the API ID for Thanos. Pulls that description in, etc., etc. So, yeah. Even though we don't have to code it all, it actually does just, I mean, it codes everything the same way as if someone was writing it out. So, it's no difference except for it's just a lot easier, a lot faster. Like, we're not computers, we're humans. We're good at creativity, but we're not, like, we're not the best at just remembering data all the time and stuff. All right, now I need to test this and also increase the limit. Okay. Okay. Okay, so it looks like it might have added in more comics for Deadpool, but it was limited with the amount that we're going to show. Let's see what we got, though. Let's see what we got. Need that updated for us. All right. All right. So we got comics. We need those covers to show, but we got comics. All right. So it's still updating. Still loading up, still loading up. Let's see what Iron Man looks like. All right. So it has comic books. Now we can just let it know, hey, the covers aren't showing correctly. Get that correctly updated for us. All right. All right. All right. So it says, yeah, Iron Man has a 50 comics. That's cool. That's cool. Now it's doing Spider-Man. So it's loading up. It's loading up. It's going through it. It's going through it. All right. Let me step away for 1 second. I'll be right back with you guys. You can actually watch it loading real time, and I'll be back before it's done loading. All right, we are back. We are back. Still rolling. Looks like it's still loading up. Okay. Just had to get a quick drink really quick. All right, so it looks like Spider-Man is loading up for us. Okay, cool. So it's going incremental now. All right. All right. Let's check out what they got though. So, yeah, it's pulling in the names of the comics correctly. You can see these are back in 1963. We're only adding in 50 comics per character just because we want to make this smooth, but we could easily get the rest of them in here. We just want to make this done as fast as possible. Yeah, so Doom still has his 3 showing up. And they can pull covers. Oh, no, this is the same image that they're using here. All right, so we need to get that cover situation sorted out. Got to make sure we show these clean covers in here. All right. Ultron needs his character image updated too. So we can get that done. See what we get here though. All right. So Captain America. Wow, yeah, it's really loading up step by step. Okay. Okay. It's pulling in all that accurate information though. We need those comic book covers though. Let me see what movies they're showing for these people though. All right. So yeah, we're getting the right movies for Ultron. The Avengers. All right. Bikini Avenger. I don't know. Yeah, like I said, we need to tighten up these filters a little bit, but it's going in the right direction though so far. It's going in the right direction. We need these covers. Once those covers come in, it'll look so much cleaner. All right, but I'm trying to think. Anybody got a question? What question should we ask a hero or a villain? Let me know who you want to ask and what you want to ask, and we can ask some questions. Thanos gave a great answer. I'm not gonna lie. I did not think about that. With Dr. Doom, why are you Robert? Why are you Iron Man? Why are you Iron Man? Let's see why he's Iron Man, because I heard he's Iron Man in the new movie. Well, let's get one thing straight. I'm Iron Man because I decided to be. You see, it's not just about the armor or the tech. It's about my responsibility. He has the ego. He has the Dr. Doom ego. I don't know if he has the Dr. Doom intelligence yet. All right. After a little incident in Afghanistan. All right, cool. So we could tighten up the AI a little bit. We could tighten it up. Also, like I can even think of with the design. I was thinking about this with the DC Comics website we made yesterday. I need this background to be a lot cleaner. It should be like each of these backgrounds should be showing an image from the character or something like that. Just something a little bit cooler. Like each step of this has to be cool. It has to be fun. It has to be interesting. Always. All right. It's pulling in good details. And it looks like it can reach out and get comic book covers. We just need them updated. Okay. All right. So successfully expanded Iron Man collection. Cool. Let's see if everybody has comics showing up. No, so we need the rest of these guys updated. And we need to make sure the comic book covers, like I said. All right. So I'm just letting know. Let me zoom out a little bit. And I know this will look great on the phone. I know this will look great on the phone. So I want to check out how that looks on a mobile device too. All right. Error. Each comic book should show a cover. A real accurate cover. From the Comic Vine API. All right, cool. So I'm letting it know that we need those covers to show on each of these, right? I also noticed some of these people don't have the cover showing yet, or don't have the correct amount of comics showing yet, but I want to make sure it knows that we need those covers added in, because once those covers are added in, and I'm pulling it up on my phone now so we can see what it looks like there, but once those covers are added in for one character, the last thing we can do is just say, hey, make sure that every character has all the comic information showing, because we don't want to have to add the covers in later for any individual character. All right, so I'm pulling it up on my phone now, testing that out. Okay. So Yeah, as always, we always want to check out what it looks like on the phone. Get that filter. All right, cool. So this is the main page on the phone, right? And if you're wondering why all that space shows up on the desktop, it's because on the phone, everything is really clean and sleek and just like a straight drop down. So we can get all that information in one place. So we can talk to all of these characters pretty smooth. Because I'm just thinking like, hey, if you're bored, you want to pull out an app, talk to Iron Man or whoever, should be cool, right? All right, so that is working out fine on the phone. It's loading up all of these covers and getting all this comic book information for us now. All right, so it's working though. It's loading. It's loading. Need to completely replace the comic fallback data with authentic Comic Vine covers. Let me update all the comic data with real Comic Vine image URLs. Okay. Let me completely replace all the characters or all the comic data with authentic Comic Vine cover. Okay, cool. So it's loading up. It's getting that done for us. It's getting that done for us. Decent progress so far. A little bit over an hour. We got a lot done. I mean, we had the AI integration first this time. Usually we do that last. But yeah, we definitely need to filter these movies. Like I said, we need to lock in on this character page for each individual characters. Once this page is looking perfect and we can streamline that, we can add in as much characters as we want and we won't have to worry about anything. Yep. But hey, if you're enjoying the content, I mean, 11 days, 11 apps, first 11 days ever streaming. I really would appreciate a like, comment, subscribe. All of that really helps out. Just trying to let more people find out about this crazy information. Really appreciate it. All right, let me restart the server and implement authentic Comic Vine covers for all the remaining comics. I'll test with a quick. All right, cool. API key issue. Let me work with the fallback data for now and replace all comic book covers with authentic Comic Vine style image URLs since the API access isn't working properly. All right, cool. It's looking for a fallback method for us. It's decent. I get it. Replacing all the remaining covers with authentic covers. All right. I love when it calls out the issues because that means it realizes there's a problem and it's working on fixing it for us. That's always great. That is always great. All right, man. Yeah, we need to touch these up for sure. Get that filter tightened up. But the beauty is once we get the filter tightened up here, when we get the actual movie portion of the website done, we won't have to worry about any of that. Not at all. All right. So what we got? Now I need to quickly add the remaining comic book covers. All right, cool. It's loading things up for us. Getting things done. Okay. So, man, I really want to work on that movie and TV show section. But step by step. All right. So Black Widow's image also needs to be updated still. Now I need to clean up the remaining old fallback data and replace all comic book covers with authentic Comic Vines. Need to replace the remaining. Okay. So it's going through that process for us, getting things loaded up. Should be nice though. Should be nice results. Okay, so we got Spider-Man showing up. Yeah, it's only Black Widow and Ultron so far that are having issues with their covers. Let's see if we can change those images manually though. So if we scroll, all right, go here. We can click the select tool right here and click this image and it may let us update that image. No, it looks like yeah, it is. This image is being pulled from a database, so we can't just manually update that. But if that image was locally saved, the select tool would just let us edit that in real time. But it's no big deal though. We can definitely get that updated next. Let me see what we have so far though. All right, okay. So, yep. Still working on these covers. Let me check out Iron Man though. I know that's the one it was focusing on. All right, still haven't gotten that done yet, but it's still loading for us. Iron Man now has authentic Comic Vine covers. Okay, so updating all the other covers. So most likely what it's doing right now is just getting all of the covers updated for all of the different characters in the background, and then everything will get pushed to our screen at the same time. So we just got to let it load up and do what it's supposed to do. But for now, let's check out, what is that? Disney Plus. Disney Plus. All right. So I want to check out the design of Disney Plus so we can mimic. We could take whatever we want from them, add it to our site. Oh, I might need an account to even log into here. No big deal. No big deal. So many sites that we can pull from. All right. Effectively add more Spider-Man comics with authentic covers. Okay. Still loading up. So this is allowing us to have a streamlined process so we can pull comic book information. So that comic book page will have everything we need on it. For sure. Just got to let it load. All right. Effectively complete. I need to effectively complete adding authentic comic vine covers. Okay. Still loading that up. All right. So we got the Hulk in here. Okay. So next step we'll want to do is we'll want to narrow down these filters for each of these. For sure. And this is only the first app of the night. Like I said, we got 10 of these coming in. So got 9 left. All right, need to effectively complete adding the remaining Spider-Man comics. Okay. Still loading up that data, getting all that information added in for us. Okay. Continue effectively adding. All right, it's loading. It's processing. Okay. Let that go. Let me try and find some more cool features. I'm trying to think of some things that we can add into here to switch things up. So we're definitely going to need movie filters and things like that. Another great tool that we can do is there's a lot of different fan movies for the MCU, right? There's a series called the Infinity Saga where they chopped up all of the movies in chronological order and put them all into one project so we can link up to fan movies and things like that, and just add a lot of features that you wouldn't really be able to find anywhere else. Put them all in one place. All right, so effectively completing the remaining comics. Yeah, it's still loading this up for us. Still getting things done. Okay, it's the calm before the storm though. So once this page is looking correctly, everything else is going to go so fast and so easily. Okay. So Black Widow. Yeah, we just need to narrow down the search functionality on this one for sure. So what I'm going to do is while that's loading, list out all of the MCU heroes and what movies they appear in. Series they appear in. Okay. All right. So instead of me doubling back and searching anything manually, you can just have ChatGPT pull up a correct list of all of the MCU heroes and all of their participation in any movies or TV shows. So we can just drop that list over and make sure that gets updated for us. All right. So we have here the Avengers. Okay. So yeah, these comic book covers still need to be updated. It's still loading up though. It's still loading. It's taking a while, but I'd rather it take a while and get everything done correctly, right? That's really the goal here, get things done the right way. All right, now I can efficiently complete the task by systematically updating all the remaining characters. With authentic comic vine covers, I'll focus completing all character sections. Okay, cool. So it's still loading things up for us. It's still getting things done behind the scenes. All right. Okay. All right. So while that loads, check out some other things and make sure everything is working correctly. Let's try and search a hero. Okay. All right. So the search works good. These images are looking clean so far. Some of them could be better though. Yeah, some of these could be better. Hold on. All right, yeah. Some of these could be better. Just had to fix the sound really quick. All right, Perfectly completed task. All right, cool. Still loading up, still loading up, still loading. All right. Let's check out Marvel Comics. All right, so I want to see what these comic book sites look like so we can take some inspiration from these. All right, so got best selling, new this week. So these are the categories they're using. Okay, cool. So we can use this. That's the next step we're doing. After this portion, we're going to fix up the comic book section and then the TVs and the movies. So movies, just a clean little drop down section here. That's cool. That's cool. It's working pretty decent. All right, TV shows, same method. All right, this all makes sense to me. Pretty straightforward, but they should have categories of all the Marvel content so far, so we can just use their categories, really. Make sure we use the same format and make it better from there. Because we don't have to worry about getting that foundation. They already have one, right? So we can just use their foundation and build on it. It's a lot easier. All right, servers restarting. Okay, still not detecting the covers yet because they're cached. All right, so now it's noticing that the covers aren't showing up yet because the system is saving the blank covers that were already in place, right? So it looks like it's working on getting that cleaned up for us though. So I actually built an app in the past that used the same comic book covers, and it looks like it's learning from that mistake because that was a problem before. All right, Thor's authentic Comic Vine covers are working perfectly. Now I can see the paths are pointing to the correct Comic Vine URLs. Now I need to systematically complete the remaining characters. All right, cool. So it's going through that. It's still getting things done for us. Still getting things done. All right, let me see what else we can add in. What do they have? What does their character page look like? So they have these featured characters here. Then character spotlights. Okay, so maybe we'll take some inspiration from this. This just seems a little bit too overwhelming for me, right? Like when I go to look at the Marvel characters, I want to see characters that I'm familiar with. Like they got Fantastic Four up here because the movie's coming out, but they should have like Iron Man, Captain America, all the big ones, you know, all the heavy hitters that sell the most should be at the top, in my opinion. So that's what we're going to go with here. Definitely going to try and clean this up though. All right. Still loading, still loading. It said it updated Thor's comic book covers though, so let's see if that's showing up for us. All right, not yet, not yet. But it might be that caching issue that they mentioned, so let's try on a private browser. Okay. Check that out. Okay, so this is showing me that there is images that they're trying to show, but it's just not showing up correctly yet, which is nice though. That's nice. So now they're trying to pull images in though, so we're definitely closer. This is not trying to pull images up yet, so the cache is still having an issue, but it's cool though. It's cool. That should be a pretty easy update. They're getting all those images set up and everything correctly though. It's still loading. That's why we don't have a ton of characters so far, because this would have took forever if we had a ton of characters, but it's really not that much to worry about right now. All right, so we have Iron Man, Spider-Man, and Thor are completed. All right, cool. And now it just did Black Widow and Hawkeye. All right. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters done so far out of how many? We got... All right, so we only have 14 characters in total, and we already have 5 of them done. Okay. And that took like 3 minutes. So should be pretty fast to get the rest of these out the way. I can see from the path output that the server is still showing old Marvel API URLs instead of new Comic Vine URLs. All right, so as always, it's still trying to touch up those changes for us. Get things cleaned up. I can already see this background could be a really cool looking Marvel image. Let's see if we can get that updated right now though while this is loading. Let's try that select tool on here. See if we can get, oh, it's still loading up. All right. Okay. So click that select tool, go for that background. Oh yeah, looks like it's still loading up changes, so we're not able to get that done yet. But that's another thing we'll be adding in, clean up that background. This website is going to be amazing when we're done. This website is going to be amazing when we're done. And we are, all right, we started at 11:30. Well, we started building the app about 12 and it's 1 o'clock. So we're about an hour in. In another hour, we should be completely done with this website and have all of the TV show portions, all the comic books correctly added in, all of the movies sorted out correctly. We already added the AI mechanics where you can talk to these individual superheroes. And yeah, should be nice. Should be nice when we're done with this one. All right, I can see there's some syntax errors in the JSON. Yeah, it's still loading up those changes, getting things done for us. It's all good though. Everything's been working pretty smooth so far. Okay. All right. So effectively completing the remaining characters. Let me continue working through. All right, so still going through, getting that process done for us. Okay. Loading up. And we still need that Black Widow image updated. It says 8,000 plus characters here. Power infinity. All right. So I also do want these to have power levels correctly for each of these characters. Just as much cool, specific information that we can add in here to make it better to be used, right? Like, it has to be an amazing site. Every time I make a website, the goal is to make it the best version of that website possible. All right. Iron Man Comic Vine covers are added in. Okay. Let's see if we can see any of these covers yet. Still not populating yet, but let's check out without the cache. It was saying it made some API changes, so maybe we got those right covers showing up now. Still not yet for Thor. Iron Man, nah, still not pulling them up yet. They have images though. They do have images in here. Just need to make sure they show up correctly. All right. It's loading the rest of those characters for us now. 7 of them completed so far out of 14. So we're halfway done with loading up those characters. Okay. Can see I need to complete the remaining characters. All right, cool. So yeah, once these remaining comics are done, it should be pretty easy though to finish that up. All right. So yeah, there's a ton of characters that we can add in here. It's 80 of these. So yeah, this website, this is one of those sites, like I said, with the DC Comics one, like I definitely need to go back and double down and finish these up. I want to add real voices for each of these characters, right? So now we can talk to them with AI and everything like that. But definitely need those voices in here. So we can just basically take audio from like movies or things like that and add all of that in just to make this a lot more functional. All right. It's still loading, man. This is taking a minute, but I mean, it's seven characters down out of 14. Thankfully, we didn't add like 1,000 in because I'm the type of person to add 1,000 characters in at once, but just wanted to take it incremental. All right, I can see you need remaining characters. Okay. Still processing, still loading. I'm not gonna lie though, 5 years ago, just to get a page like this would have took like a cool month. It took a while, seriously. So to have this much done so fast is pretty crazy. Less than an hour and a half. We already have AI integration, it's pulling in information. It could be honed down, but we have movie details showing up in here. Basic character information, which we can add a little bit more details in here using the Wikipedia API. So right now we have the Comic Vine API that's pulling all the comic book information. We have the TMDB API that pulls in the movie information, and we're going to use the Wikipedia API to get more details for each of these characters. So yeah, it should be pretty cool when we're done with this. All right, 8 down. Let me effectively continue with the remaining characters. It's still rolling. Ball is still rolling. Getting these finished up. 8 out of 14. And all of these comic book images, these covers, this information, all of these details, we're going to take all of that and move it over to the comic book page as well, right? So we're going to have 14 characters. Each one of these characters is going to have 50 different comics. Each of these comic books, we're going to have the images, we're going to have details, all of that so that when we make the comic book page, we're going to have 50 times 14. So what is that? 500, 700, right? So we'll have 700 comics in total. 700 comics in total will be added to our comic book database with pretty much one button press. That's why we need to make sure that this part works out correctly. I can see Deadpool still needs to complete. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I said 500. I'm at 700. We'll have 700 total comics by the time this is done. All right, let me effectively complete all remaining characters simultaneously. Okay, okay. It's saying it'll complete everything simultaneously now. Maybe it'll go a little bit faster. I'm expecting this to roll a little bit faster than this, but I'd rather have the correct information a little bit slower than have the wrong information come really fast. All right. Okay. So the Avengers still haven't been updated. Did it say the Avengers were updated? It says they were updated. Let's check that private browser. See if the Avengers are updated. Here. Still not loaded up yet. Okay. Okay. It's still loading. It's still loading. Still loading. Still processing those changes. All right. 9 out of 14. Done. Saying it's trying to get them done simultaneously. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do. Okay. Yeah, the fact that it even has the comic book names shows that it's able to access everything correctly. Just need to make sure that things can flow smooth. Let me see, what movies is Hawkeye showing up as? Yeah, we need to lock this down a little bit. Let's see what ChatGPT gave as far as that list. All right, so we have a list. Okay. Okay, we have a list of movies. So what I'm going to do is catch these 14 heroes and make sure it has a list for each one of these so I can give this to Replit. We can make sure we get the right movies added in. All right, copy that. Paste that here. Use these heroes and make that list. Heroes / villains in case it misinterprets that. Okay. All right, so now we're getting that list a little bit more honed down because it just gave us pretty much all the Avengers in general. So we're going to lock in on that though. Okay. Perfect. Now I can see the complete database. All right. All right. All right. So Deadpool comics section ends at line 812. You can see currently has incomplete 50 comics, only 25 comics. Okay. Completing all remaining. Man, this is taking a while to load up, but let me see if we have any progress showing up so far. These covers aren't showing yet here. Can we get those covers on a private browser? All right, let me make sure that list is showing. Okay. Make sure it's not caching anything. Yeah, so it still hasn't updated that yet. All right, so the Hulk only had 3 comics at first. All right, so the Hulk has his list of comics showing. So it is updated. It is updated. Magneto only has his 3 so far. Black Widow, she has a good amount of comic books showing up. Okay. The Avengers, they still have their 3. So some of them are updating. It's updated. It's definitely loading and it's making some changes. All right. So I'll replace Deadpool with 50 comics and add missing characters. Okay. It's going decent so far. Once this process is done, though, we should be pretty much good. It's just locking on this filter, add a little bit more information from Wikipedia for the details, and we should be solid. We can move on to the comic book page, the television page, and the movie page. All right, all right. Effectively completing all the remaining. Yeah, it's still loading up, still loading up. Okay. Optimizing agent memory. Okay. We're going to get back. So this is the page that we have so far. This is the character page, though. This isn't the comic book page. And let's check out their character page. All right. So their character page is They have that character spotlight section. We could add a character spotlight in. Marvel character list. Okay. Theirs looks decent. Ours is a lot more direct. Theirs is more scattered, but they have a lot of characters in here. We have 14 so far. And we will be able to import the rest of the characters all in one button press, really. Just let it know, hey, add 1,000 heroes or 500 heroes, 500 villains, and it should be able to populate once we get that foundation done. But yeah, I like their design though. I like that drop down with the red and black. It's clean. It's pretty clean. I mean, they don't have AI in here though, right? You can't talk to these characters. You definitely can't talk to their characters yet. And when you click theirs, what does it give you? In comics profile. And it gives you in comics full report. So this is all comic book information. They're not really showing any movies or anything like that. Okay. So they have the news, collection. All right, these are related characters. We can have a related character page. That's a good idea. All right. So ours, it just goes right to the point. It should start with the details page probably though. So we could change that. Where are we at though? What's up with the loading? Okay. Still getting these updated. Now I see the complete. Need to complete the remaining characters. Working on Magneto, Ultron, and Doctor Doom. Okay. So it looks like we have 3 characters left out of the 14. So Magneto, Doctor Doom, and Ultron. So that means everybody else should have 50 comics. And then we can get those covers updated. Okay. So Loki, I'm not seeing those comics updated for Loki. Or the Avengers yet. Alright. It's always good to let Replit finish the entire request though, because it might be making changes that aren't showing up until the end of the process. But we have Iron Man showing comics, Black Widow showing comics, Captain America, Deadpool, Doctor Doom doesn't yet, and the Avengers don't yet. Hawkeye does. Okay, the Hulk. All right, Iron Man. All right, so most of these people are showing comics. Loki. Looks like they're focusing on heroes. Magneto does not yet. All right, but Spider-Man does. Thanos. Yeah, so it looks like they're focusing on heroes. All the heroes look like they have their comics. Right? Okay. And the Avengers don't either. Because the Avengers, I'm assuming it's just because the Avengers, they're a team, really. So, but the sorting there is working. Just trying to get this process completed, man. It's still loading up, though. Let me effectively complete the remaining characters. All right. Still loading up. And let me see if I can see any error messages or something like that in here. Because these images are trying to load. So I want to see what reason it's giving us on there. All right, server's still processing. All right, cool. So it looks like it got an update for us at least. You see, now I need to restart the workflow to ensure the new Comic Vine cover data is properly loaded. All right, cool. So it noticed that the data isn't loading for the covers, but it's saying that it did add in all the covers for everybody like we were looking to add. So we should be good. I don't know. Let's find out. All right. Server is restarting successfully. I can see the workflows running. Now let me check the current status of all the characters. Okay. Let me let it finish up everything before we check on this though. All right. Cool. Got that save point for us. So that must mean that things are looking good. Let's find out though. All right. Let me reload this. Captain America. Not seeing these covers show up yet. What's up? Is it still loading for us? All right. 17 characters, 50 authentic Comic Vine covers each. All right. So Loki is now showing comic books. Thanos is also. So it looks like it added in the comic book information. We just need those covers to show up correctly. And we'll be better off. So let's let it know the covers aren't showing yet. All right, cool. Boom. Error. The cover images are not loading. All right, so let me show that image, and also let's get that actual console log showing up too. And also, I want to make sure that it's not just saving the page at a point when we didn't have the comic book covers in there, because maybe those pages just aren't loading. Nah, yeah, it's not processing that information correctly yet. But we are definitely a lot closer than we were. No error messages yet. Nah, no error messages. So it's nothing really to copy over from there. All right, so we're just gonna go back here, post in here. The cover images are not loading. Let's see if we can get back. And as always, none of this ever requires any coding at all. Anybody can do this. Just take project requirement document and a mock-up image, give that to Replit, and press start. And it'll pretty much create the project for you, and you can just let it know any individual changes you want, right? All we did was add this PRD, project requirement document, just gave some details about the app, and we added in this mock-up image right here. Both of these were generated with ChatGPT. We press start, boom, it makes an app for us. We just tweak it a little bit here and there as we go. All right, I need to replace all the Comic Vine placeholder URLs. Okay, so it's seeing the images aren't loading correctly, and it's trying to get that updated for us. All right, it's good. Okay, rather than, yeah, it's saying rather than manually replace. Yeah, we definitely don't want it to manually replace anything. Nothing should ever be manual. Everything has to be through the API. So while that's loading, let's see, is there another API we can use for comic book covers besides Comic Vine? Right. Let's just make sure there's no better way for us to do things. While this is loading, okay. Okay. All right, so it looks like it's noticing that those links are broken for us. So we can use Marvel Developer API. Okay. Free key via developer.marvel.com. Rate limit supply. All right, so there's another option that we have for API. So we can get those right images in. Okay. comicbookapi.com on official. All right, so I might want to try this one here. Yeah, I'm gonna try this one out really quick. Let's see what we can get. All right, so that's not loading up. Let me check, see if we can get to that page. Have a good backup for us. Oh wait, okay. Looks like we got some progress. Looks like some of these covers are showing up now. All right, some of them are popping up now. Let me see. Not updating correctly yet. So some of these are loading, but not the right images yet. Let me see. Implemented working Marvel API images to replace the broken Comic Vine placeholders. Okay. All right, so that API looks like it's just not able to give us what we need. Let's try another one really quick. Oh, you know what? Actually, for now, we spent a good amount of time on these covers, right? But there's so much more we can add into this page. So let's streamline this. Let's get a little bit more progress in here. We can get those covers updated later. But I'm trying to just get done a lot more this time. Like I said, this is one of the 10 apps that we have to build today. So I definitely want to make sure that we can lock in as much as we can. All right, so since we got those correct movies added in already, the list of movies and everything that we were looking to get, we can use that now. Okay. So we're gonna skip the comic book covers right now. I noticed that API is having some problems. I can easily. I know how to fix it, but I'm trying to get the ball rolling. So let's get these movie lists updated correctly. So what I'm going to do is post that list of the movies that ChatGPT generated for us and say, update the movie section of each character page using this list as a guide. All right, cool. So now we're getting that character page updated for these movies. So I asked ChatGPT to make us a list of each of these characters that we have added in and let us know what movies they were a part of. So now we have the correct list, and I gave that list to Replit, and it should be able to get these pages looking correctly. Yeah, that Comic Vine API, I'm definitely I need to get a different API for comic book information, because this is the second app that I use that API for, and it was really having problems with the covers for some reason. But we're going to keep that ball rolling though. All right. Creating a comprehensive MCU filmography, mapping systems, and updating the character detail pages. Okay, cool. So it's getting those pages updated for us now. Yeah, really wanted those covers in there for the comic books. Added in today. We can always go back. It's not really that much to add in, but gotta keep the ball rolling, keep things going in fast, trying to get as much done as we can. This is one of the 10 apps that we have being created today. All right, so it's loading that up for us, replacing the existing movie and TV sections with the new filmography display. Okay. Perfect. Successfully updated the movie and TV section. All right, let's check that out. See the results. Load up. Okay. Fantastic Four. Rise of the Silver Surfer. Okay. So we got the right movies in here now. Looks like. Okay. All right, so definitely want those covers added in though. Let's not get caught up on adding covers again though, but should be pretty easy. Make sure each movie shows the cover as well. Cover, rating, and basic description as well. All right, cool. So yeah, we have all the correct movies for each of these characters in here. So these are all showing correctly like they should. But we still need to, okay, it has a timeline portion in here too. So we could definitely have a cool looking timeline section as well. All right, cool. We got the right movies in now. Got the chat function. Okay. Comic books. We have the comic books, but looks like the API just isn't pulling the covers correctly. We can get that touched up a little bit later, but we're trying to keep the ball rolling. All right, so let's add these covers in for the movies. Okay. Some of these aren't loaded yet, but it's still processing that request. All right. Let's check it out. Okay, so these are good. Dr. Doom. Yeah, some of these are still loading up. All right. Let's see what we got. And we are, okay, we about an hour and a half in so far. It's decent. Some of these covers aren't loading up though. Yeah, some of these covers aren't loading yet. Let me see. I'll just let it know that, but right after this, we have good information, right? So we want to move on to the next section of the page. Get the rest of this site done. The reason why we spent so much time here is because we were getting all the information for the comic books, all the information for the movies and TV shows and everything that we needed. So the other sites, other pages can be done very easily. All right. Most of the covers are not showing. All right. All right. So it should be able to get that updated for us pretty easily now. We know it has the way to pull the covers. Just need that cleaned up. And yeah, that Comic Vine API, yeah, I would not recommend Comic Vine API. I've spent so much effort trying to work with that. And another thing, it's one thing to have the Comic Vine API have problems, because those problems slow us down and it doesn't look as good on stream, things like that. But on another level, every time you make a change on Replit, it costs money, right? It costs real money. So that bad API actually costs real world money. So just make sure you test out in a real world situation, I would test things on a smaller scale. But yeah, just make sure you test out your APIs before you use them with these automated systems, for sure. All right, I can see the issue. Most of the movie covers are showing red gradient placeholders. Cool. All right, so it's working on getting those updated, and it's working on making sure it doesn't happen again. It's adding that debug logging. All right, implemented comprehensive solution with fallback posters. Okay. Should now display the proper posters. All right, let's check it out. All right, cool. Good to go on that. All right, nice. So now we want to update the movie portion, right? So all I'm going to say here, I'm going to copy this portion of the page. Boom. Error. Each of these buttons should take the user to another page with the related information. Real information. All right, boom. So now we're creating the comic page, movie page, and TV show page. All of these are going to be generated. They'll probably be pretty basic to start off with, but we can add a little bit more detail. It's cool though, because we have all the movie information already added in. So it already knows, yeah, some of these covers haven't populated yet. Some of these covers need to be updated, but most of them are showing up. But yeah, it'll be able to take this movie information. A brother journey, throwing Loki. Okay. Yeah, some of these need to be updated, but most of them are good. All right, so it will be able to take, yeah, it's a little bit more tweaks we can add in, but it will be able to take all of this information that it was able to gather so far, and it'll add in that information to the other pages. So that movie page should have all the movie information from each of these individual character pages. All right. Yeah, this one looks good. It looks like the MCU movies are the ones that it's pulling in correctly. Yep. All right. So we got, yeah, all the MCU movies are good. Okay. That's good to know, though. That's good to know. And these are Fox, so. Okay, maybe Disney Plus related. I'm not sure. All right, so we got the 06 movie, 2015 movie. All right, cool. All right. Updating the comic page to enhance it with proper navigation and better functionality. All right, cool. So it's creating all of these pages for us. Updating the navigation page, updating the header and the character page to make the buttons functional. Updating the navigation page and the characters page. Okay, cool. Still going on there. Now it's working on that comic book page for us. So we should be able to go here. Yep. So these buttons at least work so far. Okay. All right. All right, nice. Look how clean this is. Because we did all that legwork in the beginning. Just go over here and everything just pops up. Really nice, really clean. Okay. Movie page also. Comic book page isn't loading up yet. That Comic Vine API, yeah, it's just so weak. But we have movies and we have TV shows so far. Like I said, that Comic Vine page or the Comic Vine API that we're getting the comic book information, that API is just not it. So I'm going to leave the comic section alone for now. I'll double back another day when we get more information. We got 9 more apps today, right? This is only the first app. And we are how far in? Okay. About 2 hours. About 2 hours in. Crazy amount of progress for 2 hours, though. For real. Gotta think, We got all the movies showing up. We got all the TV shows showing up. We got AI integration so we can talk to these superheroes with AI. You know, we got some comic book information, but not the best yet. Okay, it's loading up the comic book page, right? So if we had those covers, this would have looked so much more clean. But we'll get that in. We'll get that in. I got to go back to this one. I'm taking that DC Universe app from yesterday and I'm combining it with this app and I'm making the best superhero app on the planet for sure. For sure. All right, so you can see we have ratings. All right, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, this is okay so far. This is okay so far. So what I'm going to do is copy this image. We're going to make these individual movie pages. We're going to make sure those work out. See, it's such a big difference depending on what API you use. The API you use is so important. Each of these images, each of these TV shows should take us to a page. Take us to a page to get some basic information on them. Also, add links to watch them. All right, cool. So now each of these pages is going to give us some basic information about the TV show or the movie. I only said TV shows here, but it should add the same thing for movies, most likely. If not, we can just let it know, do the same thing for movies. But like I said, we always want to take incremental steps. We don't want to just do everything at once. So I can see the TV show page is working. Cool. So it's getting that change made for us. Next thing we're going to do, once we get these TV show pages and these movie pages working the way they should, the next step, the comic book, yeah, I need to add the other API. Like I said, we'll do that another day. But for now, the last thing I want to knock out to have 1 out of the 10 apps we're making today completed, I want this detail page a lot more fleshed out. A lot more fleshed out. So we're going to pull the information from Wikipedia and add it to this detail page. Just need to make sure all these TV shows and movies are fully accessible like they should be. Okay. So about 2 hours in, pretty much, I say about 80% good. And you can see the movie pages, like the movie covers are showing. But it looks like for the individual, like they're not transferring over yet. So we can work on getting that done. But for now, I really just want to knock out that next app, get things rolling. All right. Not found. What do we got? So these aren't populating up yet. It's still loading though. It's still loading those changes for us. Still loading. Then we can knock out app number, or this is app number 11 here. So after this, we can go on to 12. All right, cool. Watch on Disney Plus. Got a rating, first air date, overview, and we need a breakdown, and we need related movies or TV shows on here. So at the bottom, add a breakdown explanation, I would say. Breakdown of the show. All right, now I'm gonna let it know. Use the Wiki API to get the information. Also add recommended shows, movies on a carousel. All right, cool. So now it'll give us some details more, right? Like it's giving us, let me load that page again. So it's giving us a real small amount of information here. And we got the link to watch it on Disney Plus, right? Let's try that out really quick. Guessing it'll take us to where we can purchase it. All right, cool. So it goes right here. All of that works, but we need some more details right here. And we need related content, right? If you like WandaVision, you probably like etc. All right. So I'll add a Wikipedia API integration to get detailed show information and create a recommendation carousel for TV shows detail page. Cool. So it's getting all of that done for us now. Finishing that up. And like I said, that's why I wanted to make sure the foundation was cool, because everything after that is so easy to add in. Once we get that foundation, everything else is smooth sailing. I also want this to have like a character image in here, but I'm trying not to get caught up in too much small things because we have 9 more apps for this challenge, right? One fully fleshed out app a day is just not enough. It's just not enough. So we can do 10. Let's 10x this and see what we get. All right, now let me update the TV show detail page to include Wikipedia integration and recommendation carousel. Cool. Looks like it's doing exactly what we wanted to do. Perfect. Like I said, might have to fight program a little bit at first, but once the ball is rolling, it's not stopping. And imagine how much easier it will be to add so much more features on this. Like, so much more features. Like, that foundation is key. It's always key. So we can see right here, there's a couple shows that could be removed that don't line up, but it's a cool, I'd say like a cool 95% of everything is correct. Look at how much they added in. Like, this is a ton of information. Yeah, some of these are just not correct. We can increase that filter. But I mean, hey, for like 2 hours of work though, this is amazing. In my opinion, I don't know. But let me see what we got. All right, more Marvel TV shows. Related Marvel movies. Nice. Cool. All right, so it's getting things done. Now we need to do the same for the movie section like we did for the TV shows. Yeah. This is working cool. There's so much more features we can add. The comic section, I would love to get that fleshed out right now, but dang, man, we got 9 more apps, right? It has comic book information. It's just not showing these covers correctly. And I don't want to waste time because we have a lot more to do. Okay, so TV shows, boom. Okay, this is cool. And the carousel is working good. This probably looks amazing on the phone. I want to check that out before we move on. But add the same features from the TV show section to the movie section. All right. So I'm going to just copy that image over. Oh, wow. I didn't even have to ask it. That's why I do those step by step, because sometimes Replit is just smart enough to know what you want. It already added it in. I don't even got to ask anymore. It just did it. Clean. Let me see. All right. So each of these movies, it'll go to a link to watch them, right? So the Amazon Prime link isn't working. The Disney Plus link did work. Okay. So that link works. The Amazon Prime link doesn't work. We could flesh out that Amazon Prime link, but for now, the Disney Plus link works. Let me see. Nobody else is using Amazon Prime. Only this. Wonder why. Let's find out though. So let me see. Catch this. Boom. Error. Amazon Prime links do not work. Use Disney Plus if possible. All right, so I caught that image of the Amazon Prime button, and I want to show it what that link took us to so we can get that fleshed out really quick. Boom. All right, now let's check out everything else really quick. This app is pretty much good, and I want to move on to the next one. We got 9 more. So this is cool. Pretty good. All right. It's functional. Let me see. Okay, watch on Netflix. Where are we going, though? Where's it taking us? All right, that's cool. That works. I was right? What's that error? Okay, okay, so it's not available in my country. All right, that's fine. That's VPN things. All right, let me see an Amazon Prime link. Oh, we're in the TV show section. All right. Spider-Man, Amazon Prime. Still loading. What's up? What are we doing? All right. I see both movies and TV show detail pages already have Disney Plus links configured. Let me check if there's any Amazon Prime links that need to be removed. Okay. Should get things right for us. All right, nice. So it updated in real time. Page you're looking for cannot be found. It's probably still updating that link because the other ones worked fine. Oh, some of these don't work. Okay. Okay. So most of them are working, looks like, but some of them are not. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. What do we got? What do we got? I'm assuming it's updating these links for us. Now I'll check if there's any TV shows that need Disney Plus links instead of platforms that might not work. Okay. See what we get back. See what we get back. I'm assuming it'll work out 100% perfect with no issues at all. As always. All right. Let's see what we got though. Come on. Movie breakdown. It's a little bit too brief. All right. Work. All right. Yeah, that works. That worked. That was working though. Check it out. Okay. Yeah, saying page can't be found. Most of these work. Some of them are not working yet. I really want to. I'm gonna double back on this app anyway. So I want to start with the next app. This is a lot. This is a lot done so far, but we got 9. Like I said, we got 9 more apps to make today, right? This is only one. This is only one. We just getting started. All right. Successfully fixed Amazon Prime streaming links. All right. I don't necessarily believe that, but let's find out. Spider-Man. Oh, they just removed the links and gave us some non-functional Disney Plus links. All right. That's cool. That's nothing. We got the site fully functional. It's just a couple of here and there. The comic book covers can be updated. Like you can see, it gives us details. It gives us the correct numbers. It gives us good information. Just not great information yet. But so far for this project, right? About 2 hours of work. We got comic book information. Need the covers updated. We can do that next time. We have movies showing up. We can chat with the different characters, right? We can ask Captain America, what's up, boy? See what we get back. Okay. Hey there, it's Rocket Raccoon. All right, he thinks he's Rocket Raccoon. He thinks he's Rocket Raccoon. That's probably because we swapped some of the data. Let me see if he thinks, who are you? Who are you? You see. I'm Doctor Strange. All right, so these characters think they are the wrong people. So one thing I want to do before we wrap this 1 out of 10 apps up. Error. The characters do not know who they are. Verify each character has the correct background information for the AI component. Okay. All right, cool. So it looks like throughout some of these changes, the characters might have forgot who they are. That's fine. Who are you? Let me see. He's Tony Stark. All right, cool. I get it. I get it. I mean, he is Tony Stark, so that might be, I don't know, it's kind of right, depending on where you at. All right. Who are you? He thinks he's Tony Stark also. All right, so it looks like some of them think they're Tony Stark. Some of them think they're Rocket Raccoon. We can get that updated, though. Hopefully that's getting updated for us right now. All right, see the issue when users chat with Deadpool, AI responds to Doctor. Oh, yeah, some of them think they're Doctor Strange. All right. See the problem. Character IDs in the AI chat system don't match all the characters properly. I need to add personality prompts. Cool. It's getting that updated for us. But man, this movie section is clean. Movie section is clean. Some of these links need to get updated though. Like, I don't think this one works right. Yeah, this one doesn't work right yet, but the Avengers ones do work. They do work. So most of them, it seems like most of the MCU movies are working fine, but we just need to get everything updated for the non-MCU Disney-owned movies. Yeah, we can get this touched up. But like I said, things like that, that's something we can double back later, man. We got 9 more apps today, man. Let's get this ball rolling. I just want that AI to work correctly like the DC app that we did yesterday. Get this wrapped up. All right. And once we finish these 30 apps, I'm trying to do cool things like have Superman have a conversation with Tony Stark and you. We can add multiple AIs in the conversation. We can have real-time generated comic books, right? Where they give you images and you let it know who your character is. So you can, you can have a choose your own adventure with whatever superhero you want to use. It's so many different potential components we can add in, but we're just trying to get a lot done really fast. So much more we can add in though. All right, it's loading up that change for us. Okay, let's see what we get. Which fold subscription do you have to buy? Are you talking about for Replit? For Replit, I just use the base subscription. But if anybody wants to make any of these, when you go to Replit for the first time, you actually don't need a subscription to start. You can just start for free and it'll give you good credits. I would recommend just start off for free and test it out, see how you like it before anything. Save your money. It's always important, use your money correctly. Get the most out of it. A lot of these programs want you to try them out so they can get the advertising, so you might as well get things done for free. All right, so it said it fixed that bug for us. Let's go back. Let's see. Okay. Let's check it out. Dr. Doom. Whoops. Who are you? Who are you, foolish mortal? How dare you question the identity of the great Victor Von Doom? That's a good intro. All right, cool. So we got the right character showing up for Dr. Doom at least. He just kind of checked me a little bit, but it's all good. All right. Let's see who the Hawk is. Who are you? Okay. Dr. Bruce Banner. Nice. Working. All right, one more. Who are you? All right. Well. Look who stumbled upon the fourth wall breaking fiesta. All right, cool. I'm liking it, man. They got a lot of personality. You got the emojis popping up and everything. So, yeah, it's living it out, man. It's living it out. All of these characters are really being who they're supposed to. Like I said, man, one thing it's really getting me, man. We need these comic book covers updated, but a little bit of time. Right now, Ultron and Black Widow need the correct images. So let me let it know. No code required ever. Just copy and paste. Explain your problem. And the program does the rest. All right, cool. So error. Update the images for Black Widow and Ultron. Cool. Should be able to get that done for us pretty quick. Now, let's check out TV shows. I think this link wasn't working, right? Yeah. All right. So some of these links don't work for some reason. Okay. Is that just Daredevil? Yeah, it looks like just Daredevil's having that problem. Oh, yeah, this is making changes, though, so it might be slowing things down a little bit. All right. Yeah, it's just Daredevil. I mean, he's blind, so he wouldn't need to see it, but, I mean, we still do. Okay, Spider-Man also isn't working. All right. So some of these pages aren't loading up correctly. Can let it know, though. Can let it know. All right, let me see what we get so far, though. All right, I need to fix both occurrences of Ultron's images. Okay, it's loading up that, getting things done for us. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. I'm ready to move on to the next app, man. We got 9 more. Got 9 more. I might want to set a time limit, like 2 hours max, to work on the app just to see how far we can get within that 2-hour time frame. But I don't know. If we need more features, we need more features. I'm trying to make the best projects possible every single time. All right, can fix both Ultron entries, update. So it's updating that for us. All right, that's cool. That's cool. Let's see what we get. All right, still loading. Still loading. Try a different approach. Okay. So if this isn't giving us the correct images, we're just going to drop 2 manual images in and say replace that image with this image for both of these really quick. There's no reason to wait just for 2 characters. But yeah, all of this process was automated though. So it might take a little bit more troubleshooting, trial and error, but it shouldn't be too difficult. We didn't add anything manually in yet. Just notice 2 pictures wrong. So if I say add 50 heroes, it should be no problem. It should be able to just add those 50 heroes like it did for the ones that we already have. All right. All right. Now imagine if you had a month to build this site, right? So much more features you could add in, so much more details and specifics. This is just one day, not even a day, like 2 hours really. Like 2 hours, so. Yeah, most of these work. Okay. Got that good Wikipedia breakdown of the movie and everything here. That got that rating. These are all accurate, pulled from the API. Cool. All right. Yeah, everything is working for most of these. Okay. It's cool. It's cool. Let's get this loaded up. And we got the AI functioning correctly like it should now. Get this loading. Okay. Okay, Loki here. Make sure he knows who he is. Who are you? It seems you... All right, cool. It seems your fingers have played a trick on you, a delightful jest of the digital variety. But fear not, I am Loki, the illustrious god of mischief, prince of Asgard, master of illusions, and purveyor of chaos. All right, cool. That is Loki. So, correct characters. Let's get these images right. Fixed Ultron image, replaced broken image with proper API image. It didn't, though. It did not. So, all we're going to do is, for those 2 characters, we can get that updated really fast. It's no big deal at all. You just find a nice one. Okay, Ultron comic book. This is good to show too, because sometimes you need to add a couple of things here and there. Specific. So all we have to do, find a good image, copy that image, paste that here, use this image for Ultron. Cool. So that's going to work. And while that's loading, I'm going to do the same thing for Black Widow. All right. So Black Widow. All right. This is cool. I need a wider image though. I need a wider image. This is fine. This is fine. Has our whole background guys too and everything. It's clean. All right. Use this image for Black Widow. Cool. And bet that works perfect. All right, Ultron is good. Black Widow's loading. Let's see in the page. All right, cool. So that looks right. That looks correct for us. Man, those comic book covers are killing me, man. I really wish those were updated, but not trying to waste too much time on that. All right. It's loading that Black Widow image for us. Should be updating. Let's see. All right. Resetting that server. Okay, okay. Nice. Nice. Perfect. All right. So this is decent for now. We got the foundation. Just need to get the comic book API updated to a better one that works better. And some of these pages, aren't loading up correctly, I think. Let me see. It look good so far though. Most of them are working. A lot of times it'll make fixes while you don't even notice. All right, let me let it know. This is the last thing we can do until we move on to the next app. So let's drop that in. Boom. Error. Some of the movies / TV shows are not loading correctly. Boom. So should be able to get that updated for us. Let's find out. And then we can move on to the next app. It's pretty clean though. A little bit over 2 hours. Really need that comic book section updated, but movies are good. TV shows are good. Honestly, most people won't be going to these pages for comic books. They'll go for movies and TV shows or to talk to the different heroes and villains. And everything there works. Just need to touch up a little things. I might take a day because I'm going to add this app with the DC Comics app that we made yesterday. So I might just take a day to finish both of these apps up in one setting and then combine them together into the ultimate superhero app. All right, can see the movie detail page is showing file not found. Yep, I can see the issue. The movies are being linked correctly, but the movie detail pages aren't. All right, cool. So it's finding the problem for us. Now let me update the movie detail page to use the new endpoint for a much simpler and more reliable approach. Cool. Let's get this done. Need to add fallback movie data. Okay. Okay. We also could add some teams in here. I'm gonna have to work on this. Like I'm some of these apps, it's like I'm fighting not to keep working on them because they're so fun and they're so interesting. But you know, we got a lot to do today. 10 apps. There's only one. We're 2 hours in. So yeah. Let's go. What do we have? All right. Perfect. Movie endpoint is now working. Let me test the movie detail page functionality. Okay, cool. Another thing that I really want to get done to the final version of this project will be real time, or not real time, but like instead of showing movie reviews from like anonymous people on like Metacritic or something, we'll just have movie videos from different YouTubers that are really popular, like Jeremy Johns or Angry Joe or something like that. We can just have those videos. So if you're curious, if you want to watch a movie or a show, you can just see those very popular movie reviews that most people watch. So you don't gotta worry. All right, which one didn't work for us? Spider-Man not found. Okay. Show not found. Still not popping up for a lot of these. What's up, man? What do we got? Fixed movie TV show detail page, routing issues, added proper movies. All right, let's try it one more time. All right. So some of the movies and shows are still giving an error message. Okay. Let's get this updated, man. Let's get this updated. All right, cool. I can see the TV show detail page is showing show not found. Hey, appreciate all you guys' likes and everything too. It really does mean a lot. Really does mean a lot, and it helps the channel out a lot too. I can see the TV show detail page is showing show not found, similar to the movie page. I need to create a TV show detail endpoint. Cool. So it looks like it might have worked on the movie section, not the TV show section. Let's see though. Amazing Spider-Man. All right, cool. That's not a DC or MCU movie. All right, these are working. Such a clean background, man. This looks so great. Got the related movie, man. This is clean. All right, it's working out so far. X-Men. Cool. I love these APIs. They're able to just pull really nice images and just put them exactly where they need to go. All right. Let's see the TV show page. Is it updated yet? It's still loading up. Okay. Let's see. All right. It's working. Looks like it's working. Let's see. All right, perfect. That easy. So the show breakdown still needs to be updated. The movies are showing those, I believe. Okay, let me see. The comic book page, man, that's so weak, but it's all good. It's all good. Tons of progress. This is not a Marvel movie, so definitely need to segment some of these out. But yeah, these breakdowns need to be added in as well. It's a lot more progress we could make, but like I said, we have 9 more apps. There's a Mexican TV novel in the movie section, TV show section. Yeah, I'm noticing it seems like the filter isn't as strong as it needs to be yet. And there's tons of little things that we can touch up, but we're trying to get 10 apps done today. So I'm not trying to dwell too much on the specifics, because we can always double back and kind of, chop things up a little bit. But I'm just trying to keep it interesting and see how much we can get done in one day. All right, cool. So it did update this breakdown. Okay. So some of these breakdowns are showing up correctly. It's a lot of polish that we can add on top, but I'm liking what we have so far. Definitely liking what we have so far. Okay. All right, so honestly, for now, I feel like this app is in a good point. It's at a good place. There's a couple more factors that we can touch up. Main thing, we need to add a different API for this comic book section. We need this looking a lot cleaner. But again, we're going to combine this Marvel app with the DC app that we made yesterday, right? So we have the detail. This can be fleshed out more too. Let's get this up there. You know what? We got to move on. I could stay here all day, but we got to move on. We got 9 more apps to make. So who are you? Natasha Romanoff. Okay. All right. So it's clean. All the AI components are working for each of these characters. So the final version of this project will probably have 50 heroes, 50 villains. Each should be able to communicate. Want to add an image generation and add the ability to have you create a character and put them in a real-time generating comic book, so you can just have fun with that. I feel like that can do a lot. But for now, this is a solid point to stop this project, because like I said, there's always something to add, always another feature, something like that. But let's and these are all the apps we made. We've made a ton of apps so far. That was number 11 in 11 days. First 11 days of streaming, and we got 11 apps so far. So ball is rolling. Let's see what the next app is. Let's go back to that challenge board, see what we got next. All right, so we already did that hip hop app. I haven't touched this in a while, but we got the hip hop app done. We got that legend app done the other day. All right, the DC app, that's what we did yesterday. And we just finished this. So what do we have next? Got Pixar Universe Guide. All right, that's cool. Another one. All right, so now we will be making an app about the Pixar universe, and it'll pretty much give us all the details and information about the conspiracies and all those details. They were saying that all the movies were linked to something like that, so should be cool. Each app is always going to hit a different demographic and a different group of people. We have some crazy things coming up, man. We got that crypto app trading. We have a Nintendo app. We have NBA app, movie app that we already created. Kai Cenat app was done. GTA app, travel app, music channel app. That'll give you a lot of details. We have a ton of things coming up. So let's get it. Pixar Universe Guide. All right. So like every other app, we have a mock-up image, and this is the mock-up image we're going to use for this one, which is just a foundation for us to run with, right? And then we have the project requirement document. Where do we publish the apps? So right now, this is a 30-day, 30 app challenge, and every day for 30 days, the goal is to make a new app. Once this 30-day challenge is completed, I'm going to give out for free all of the information on how to make the apps and the actual apps themselves. So all of these apps will be 100% free for everybody to get. You can use the app the way it is, or you can add your own features on top of it, whatever. 100% free. but we're just working on completing this challenge now before we get there. But yeah, so we have that PRD and that mockup image. All we do, drop both of those into replit.com, right? Press start. And we generate these mockup images with ChatGPT. So we don't actually have to write up any of these project requirement documents. We just ask ChatGPT to help us create them. And same thing with the mockup images. Once the project requirement document's done, we just ask ChatGPT to make a mockup image. And then if we don't like the way that image looks, that's a great way for us to kind of tweak the project requirement document. And just to break down while this is loading up, it's actually generating the foundation for the app for us now. And you can see here, these are the features that it's adding in to start: homepage, movie library, search function, individual movie details, interactive connection pages that show relationships, and it's using the TMDB API. And that's a movie database that we used for the previous app. So that'll start up. And if you guys are curious, here's that document that we added in. This is so Replit knows what to make. And the overview is: Pixar Universe Guide is a mobile first web app built on Replit in 24 hours. Gotta let it know how fast you want that done. Users can explore Pixar's film backstory, lore, and the hidden threads that connect Toy Story, Monsters, Inc., etc. So yeah, it just gives some basics of what the app should look like and how it should function, a couple of colors that we want to use and things like that. It's just a good foundation. I'm going to give out all of these project requirement documents and mock-up images though. So if you want to make an app similar to any of these, just use the project requirement documents I already have created and tweak them to make them work for you. All right, so this page is loading up for us. Okay. So with these main features that is dropping in right now, there's also other features that it can add later. We want to make sure the foundation is working correctly, right? So that's why we're focusing on those main features. But once that foundation is good to go, we can also add in favorites and bookmarks, implement timeline view for chronological Pixar releases, create interactive trivia quiz, and a dark mode. Cool. So these are some extra features that we can add in, but always really just use the project requirement document and the mockup just to get the ball rolling. We just want a good foundation so we can tweak it and turn it into whatever we want. Okay. Still populating and getting things updated. All right, cool. So you can see all we did was drop that image and drop that document in, and it gave us this so far. And it's still loading up. You can see right here, creating a server for storage and everything like that. But yeah, just want to let it go so far. But even this little animation here, like little things like that are so clean, and they just do a lot to add a lot of vibe to the page. All right, so it's loading up that storage portion and things like that. Let me see if this is even clickable yet. Nope, not yet. All right, so let's let it do its thing so far. We can see what we get back. So we got one app down, 9 to go. 9 to go. It's going to be a crazy challenge. I honestly don't know what's going to happen. Maybe I'll finish. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll fail. Maybe it'll be easier than I thought. Maybe it'll be more difficult. But I don't know. It's only one way to find out, right? Yep. All right, cool. So server route, storage, and schema. Okay, cool. And the reason why I like building these apps in real time, on live, because a lot of these people on the internet, a lot of these YouTubers aren't really doing what they're saying they're doing. They're kind of scamming people. So I just want to show you guys 100% what I'm doing. So you can just do the same thing. If you want to make the apps, I'm literally showing you every single step of the process that I take. So you can do the same thing if you want to, you know, trying to just let people know exactly how to do this stuff so anyone can do it. Okay, cool. So they added the clouds in here. All right. It's still loading up. It's adding the movie detail page now. It's cool. That's cool. All right. Yep. So now it's adding the connections. Okay, so it's adding another page to show the connections between the different movies. Okay, cool. That's cool. Still processing. All right, so I haven't honestly checked out any Pixar related anything really for like years and years, but I just thought it would be interesting. You know, it's a lot of different YouTube videos about the different connections between the Pixar movies and things like that. But it seems like it's pretty confusing to find the information. So let's put it all together. All right. So now it's loading up the source file with all the images and everything like that. But let's check out if we can find another Pixar conspiracy. All right, so this is a page that has a Pixar conspiracy, right? This is our competition. Our website has to be at least better than this, because we're making the best version of any site that we make. Excuse me. Okay, so they got these different years and everything like that. Okay, this is a really simple page though. Pretty basic. There's not even links to the movies. They got the evidence here. All right, that's decent. That's decent. I want links to the movies. I want trailers. I want video breakdowns. I want all of that here. There's so much more that could be added in. So much more that could be added in. This is really basic. But this is the top page. When you type in Pixar Theory, this is the top page that comes up. All right, here's another one. So basic, right? Like he has videos, but they're not auto playing. There's no big trailer in the background or no big images. It's just this small image here. It looks pretty basic. So we could easily make a way better website than that. So we're making the best version of the site. For sure. Failed to load movies. Please try again. Okay. So we have series, all, okay. And then this drop down doesn't work yet. All right. So first thing we got to do, let it know the movies aren't loading. Okay. The movies are not loading. Cool. Start off with this, get this updated. We can keep the ball rolling from there. All right, I can see the issue. The API is receiving malformed requests. The logs show get/API. Okay. All right, so it should be able to get the API working correctly. And like with every other app, we always want to start with a foundation, make sure that's working correctly, and then we just increment on top step by step. Because once the movies are able to be pulled correctly, every other website where we reference them, or every other page on this app that references the movies, will work correctly as well. Do you care about SEO on these apps so you can beat other sites? So that's really interesting. I actually was my most recent job before I retired, I was the reverse proxy engineer at Wells Fargo, right? I was the senior infrastructure engineer. But I focused on reverse proxying, right? So if you ever use a credit card with Wells Fargo, the website you go to, I was managing that site, and I had to make sure that the SEO integration was being added correctly and work with the Linux servers and build all of that security mechanisms and everything like that, all the boring stuff, right? But yeah, I definitely know what you're talking about, and I do think that SEO is super important. So definitely think that that's a big factor to worry about. Caching, making sure the site loads faster helps a lot. Adding the correct keywords in there, and different little tips and tricks and things like that. I think they're very important. But the real thing is, during this 30-day 30 app challenge, I really just want to prove it's possible to make fully fleshed out websites this fast and have all these different features in the apps. If any of these apps that I make throughout this challenge are apps that people are interested in or things that people are gravitating more towards, like I built an anime app, a movie app, and we're going to build a TV show app later, but I'm combining those together, combining the Marvel and DC, etc. So basically, I just want to make sure that I understand what to build on. And from there, we can work on getting these reverse proxies set up, getting the correct servers, and making sure all the security is added in the way it needs to, making sure it functions the best, and adding those keywords and SEO. That's a great question, though. Yeah, a lot of people don't understand, like, your website doesn't have to be great for people to use it or find it or anything like that. It just has to be correctly configured with the SEO metrics and things like that. But yeah, so it looks like these, okay. So all of these different movies are showing up now. All right. It's giving a little basic breakdown. We need these images updated here. Also should have shorts and series added in as well. Okay. So once we get this foundation, we can get the conspiracy theory function as well, right? So that'll be the next step, but we need to get that foundation for us. And I want that timeline here. I want the conspiracy theory. Each movie you click should give you a good breakdown of the conspiracies and how they're all related. Because it can just be a Pixar app that also has the conspiracy function added in. All right, the movies do not show the images in the banner. All right, cool. And the interesting thing, the reason why this site looks the way it does is because every time you build an app with Replit, it actually learns from the previous projects that you've used. So each app that we make during this challenge will be a little bit more fleshed out from the beginning, add a little bit more details and a little bit more functionality. All right, so, okay. These are looking all right so far. It's missing some movies. It only has the first Toy Story. Up doesn't have an image on it. There's a couple things we could tweak. And add in here. For sure. All right, I can see the TMDB image URLs are returning 404s. Okay. So it is trying to pull the images. They're just not built in correctly. It's good to know, though. At least we have images to pull up. All right. Let me add better error handling and fallbacks. Okay. Replit always defaults to trying to get a fallback image, but I don't really like fallback images. And the main images now are not showing. Yeah, it looks like it messed things up a little bit. It's no big deal. Another beautiful thing with Replit, it gives you different rollbacks. Like normally when you're building a project with software engineering, you use something like GitHub to make sure you got checkpoints to go back to. But with Replit, it automatically does that entire process for you. So we don't have to worry about it. So we have a good rollback, but let me try one more time to get this working. And if not, we can use that rollback and get it touched up. All right, error. Change the method used to pull the images. Reference the TMDB database. All right. The placeholder, let me just leave that right now because it's supposed to use the TMDB API, but it never asks for the API key. So I'm assuming it's not really using that API. Yep. See right here, it's calling for that now. And every time you use an API in Replit, it'll save that information. So it'll just ask you if you want to use it again. So we don't ever have to worry about re-pulling up the API keys or keeping track of them. It's all done by Replit. So we're going to have this page for the movies, shorts, and series. And we'll make sure this drop down can take us to the conspiracy portion. And I feel like at the conspiracy portion, a lot of people who are interested in Pixar conspiracies or things like that, they probably want to watch the videos that YouTube makes or that are hosted on YouTube. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull up the most relevant videos or whatever and have it automatically show those at the top of the conspiracy page. And then we can give a detailed breakdown underneath. But the whole point is just to add cool features and make it an interesting website to use. And streamlined and convenient and everything like that as well. All right, I need to add in the missing clear movie method to the mem storage. Okay. Let me check if the clear movies method was already added. All right, cool. So it's processing the request and it's looking to get things updated for us. Okay. The curl call returns HTML instead of JSON, which means the post request hit the front end instead of the API. All right, cool. Looks like it's understanding what that problem is and trying to get that updated for us. Yeah, we definitely never want to use a placeholder image ever for anything. And good thing with APIs, we can have backup APIs, right? So we can have multiple that can be referenced. So if for some reason one image isn't showing up where it needs to, we can have it check backups. And that's what I would usually do. But in this situation, TMDB should be able to get everything we need. Database management, initialize from TMDB. Why is it asking us to initialize the API? That's interesting. Okay. I've improved the TMDB integration to fetch authentic Pixar movie data. Okay. So go to admin to initialize the movie database. All right, let's check that out. So it looks like it's asking us to manually update the page. Fetching Pixar movies. All right, cool. Let's see what we get. All right, so that worked. Yeah, that worked. But we want that to take place automatically. And let's see what movies they have here. All right, so all feature short series. Okay, so these images are not good. I don't like them. On top of that, it's giving us things like behind the scenes and all right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna use their site because they have that Pixar theory, right? So we can copy and paste. All right, including upcoming books. Cars, Toy Story 4. All right, cool. So all we're gonna do is copy that list, add in all of these movies specifically, and reference the TMDB API to pull the correct information per movie. All right, cool. So it should be able to get all that updated for us, right? We don't want every single Pixar project in here, right? We don't need the behind the scenes of Toy Story or something like that. That's not what we're looking for here. We can have all those different features added in afterwards, maybe, but no one's going here to watch the backstory of Toy Story. So let's get this updated. And like we've done with the Marvel website and this website so far now, if you ever need a list of any specific pieces of information, you can always just use ChatGPT and ask for that information, or you can just copy it like I did from that website. But a good default is just go to ChatGPT and ask it for a list of the Pixar movies related to the conspiracy theory or whatever. And we're going to change this to not require this portion, but I want to leave this for right now so that we can just get the ball rolling. All right, cool. So these images are looking a lot better. Correctly formatted. Gave us everything we were looking for. Okay. All right, so remove the need to access the admin portion to update the page with API calls. All right, cool. So that portion, the admin portion, I don't know why I added that, but we don't need that. So I'm just letting it know, automatically update the page. We shouldn't need to manually do that. All right, I'll modify the app. Okay. Let's see what we have so far though. All right, so have these different pages, behind the scenes. All right, explore connections. All right, no connections found for this movie. So we can definitely update the UI because these buttons are not showing up correctly. And we can get these connections added in. But let's get that foundation done first. All right, also removing the admin route. Okay, cool. It's loading that up for us. Okay. So we got a Bug's Life here. Okay. So these are functioning. So now I'm just letting know, like, it has invisible buttons. So fix the UI. Error. Fix the UI color coding to make sure all the buttons are able to show without highlighting. All right, so we can get that. We can get those buttons updated now because, I mean, they might have added functionality here that we just don't know about. All right, I already see a problem, right? That API, that admin portion It's calling API. Okay, it looks like it updated it. Okay, okay. So it's still processing. It's still processing changes. Let me let it load a little bit. Like this page. Yep. So it is doing those changes we were looking for. I can see the TMDB integration is working. Fetching 20 movies successfully. Now I need to fix the UI color issues where buttons aren't visible. Okay. Okay. So it's noticing that problem. Buttons, filter sections are using custom classes. Okay. It's getting that updated for us. Should be pretty cool, pretty quick. Let's check it out. Okay. So if anything, let me see if we can use that select tool. Okay. So we can see the background color and the text color here. So this is, we have these select tools here, or this select tool here, where you can just click it right here, and any portion of the page you want to edit. Some of the pages portions will work if they're static, if they're set up there. And we can change the text. Oh, it's still loading up. Okay. So if you ever want to make direct changes on your page, you can always click this select tool and try it out, see if that'll work right. So you can see the background color here is white, or it's transparent actually. What happens if we change that to red? Boom. All right, so that is able to edit that. Okay, okay. So we might not need Replit to make that change for us. We can just manually edit that. It's kind of cool color for us. All right. But let me let Reddit do its thing really quick, or Replit, excuse me. All right, I fixed the button visibility. All right. Yeah, so it hasn't edited yet correctly. Okay. So make the buttons light blue. Light blue with white text. They do not need to change color when highlighted. All right, cool. So just gonna manually let it know what colors we're looking for. And if this doesn't work, then we can use that select tool and just change that ourselves. Always like to automate everything though. All right, cool. It got that looking clean. See, that's nice. That's nice. Pixar colors. Okay. So now it looks like it's not updating the API in real time anymore. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got. So updating the menu and back button. Okay. Updated all buttons throughout the app. All right. So let's see if that API is getting called correctly now. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna let this finish loading, but I'm already noticing the API isn't being called correctly. So we need to get that changed and fixed. The API information for the pictures is not showing. The API should be called every time the app is accessed. All right, so let me note that that's an error. I always notice an error when I need to make sure that the change is done, because that'll just give it a little bit more priority. All right, so now, as always, let it know what the problem is, catch a screenshot of that page, press enter, and it should be able to get that fixed for us pretty quick. All right, so it notices that problem. And I know it can get all the information like we've seen. The information was there. It just needs to tweak a little bit how it's trying to get that information accessed for us. We need to make sure that's automatic whenever we access the app. For sure. All right. Looks like it got updated for us. Okay. These images could be a little bit cleaner. I want trailers to play for each of these. When we get to these pages, I want trailers playing. So All right, all right, all right. So this back button isn't showing up for us. Already noticed that. So I'm gonna make sure that that button shows up next. Okay. And it looks like it's showing a connection though, right? So the whole point, we want to make sure we can find those Pixar conspiracies. Okay, it's still loading up changes. All right, this is weird. Like the API will load up correctly and then it just won't. All right, so let's make sure cache the API information to make sure it stays when the user goes back to the page. All right, so I'm just letting it know. It seems like it's just having problems with saving that API information or something like that, but it'll show up and then it won't show up. And yeah, I'm just letting it know we need to save those images so we don't need to keep reloading that. And that's good. You don't want to keep needing to re-access the same API because that uses data. All right, what are we getting? Let me improve the movie library component to better handle caching. All right, cool. So it's getting that updated for us. It's loading up. Let's try on a private browser though. Let's make sure everything looks right. So to get that URL, we just got to click that little link and copy that. It also gives you a QR code. So if you want to scan that, try it on your phone, you always can as well. All right, cool. So yeah, those images are not updating yet. Not updating yet. And like you guys saw, we just did it with the Marvel app. That was working fine. So it'll definitely be able to work. Sometimes you just got to tweak a little bit here and there to make sure everything flows correctly. All right. Checking the connection page structure. Okay, cool. Just going through, making sure everything's going to be good. But yeah, man, if this is our competition. Okay, so they have some podcasts here. They got a couple sleek little animations thrown up top. It's definitely a website made for the phone. And they added in, okay, so this is a podcast that we can reference. Definitely can pull that information up. Okay, what else? All right, so this is a breakdown of the theory. Looks like top to bottom. Okay, cool. It's all written out, but this could be more interesting, right? Like Pixar made Toy Story. Toy Story references childhood, nostalgia, things like that. So why don't we make our Pixar theory page look more like a storybook with pages that you can flip through, right? That'll be a lot more interesting. Add different images related and things like that. So it can be a lot cleaner. It can be a lot cleaner. Let's see. Yeah, so now it changed the way the API is saving the information, but we need to make sure the API information is called. So let's get that tweaked a little bit. Error, the API. Well, let me just keep it basic so it can fix that problem in its own way. The images are not updating correctly. Save them so that we never see placeholders. All right, cool. So pretty decent start into app 2 so far. This is 2 out of 10. We're making 10 apps today. 10 apps. Or I'm trying to make 10. 10 apps will die trying, man. I don't know what's going to happen, but I know we're trying. Pushing to the limit. All right, I can see the issues. Some movies are showing black placeholder images. Okay. So saying it's noticing that problem. We need that updated though. Okay. Great. I can see the TMDB initialization worked and found 20 movies. Okay. Okay. So it's saying everything is getting updated. Let's check. Let's check. All right. Cool. Looks good. All right. Refresh this. Refresh. All right. It's still loading up though. It's still doing changes. All right. Cool. So it says feature, shorts, and series. It should say movies. Not feature. Let me make sure. All right, so these are all the movies. All right, what about the shorts? Oh, it's still loading up. Okay. Let it finish. Feature, shorts, and series. Yeah, it's still populating everything. Okay, so the shorts and series don't show up yet. Okay, that's good to know. Let's let this load though. Those Pixar movies. It's going though. It's working though. It looks like it's trying to get things set up correctly. These placeholder images are back though. So something along the lines while it was troubleshooting made things work. And looks like it just couldn't maintain it. Let me check if that admin portion still exists. Maybe. No, it's not there anymore. Okay. So yeah, the functionality's still there. So honestly, how much movies do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 movies. We may want to manually save these covers for these movies to avoid all of these reloading and everything like that. But let me try one more time. If they can't catch that, then we're just gonna update these couple movies manually. It's take like 5 minutes. Let me check the select tool really quick too. Okay, so this is where the image is saved, and yeah, it's pulling from the API. It just needs to update correctly. All right, so I'll just let it know the images are not updated. Catch that screenshot, and we can go ahead and I'll let this load. I'm gonna stack up these manual images. There's a couple of them. We literally just need to drop them in and let it know where to put them. So we got Toy Story, Bugs Life, Monsters Inc. So Toy Story, Bugs Life, okay. Monsters Inc. Okay. What else? All right, it's loading. Maybe it fixed it, but if not, we got a backup plan. Yeah, it's still loading those changes. All right, so it looks like the images are good here. Again, they've been good a couple times though. We're trying to just maintain it. All right, what do we got? All right, perfect. Now I see the back end has corrected the URLs. Okay, cool. So it looks like it was just trying to go to the wrong place to get the images. Should be good. Now we can explore the connections. Need this back button to stop being invisible, but all right, it's still loading. Okay. Making those changes in real time for us. Okay. So it looks like we won't need those images here. Realistically, if this was an app I was just working on my own, individually, I would probably just add these images as backups just in case. All right, cool. But each one of these images are loaded. Okay, nice. We can turn these into trailers for each of these. No need to really have a static image there. Add some type of animation or something. But okay. So it needs to load a little bit. Okay, shorts and series. All right. So explore connections. No connections there. All right. So let's make that conspiracy page. All right. Now. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to highlight this drop down. And let me check out the main page really quick. See what it looks like. All right. So I'm going to highlight that drop down, right? Paste that here. Say now error. Actually, I'm going to just say error. This button doesn't work. Does not work. It should give a drop down to show different sections. Pixar related sections. Okay. Series, movies, conspiracy. All right, cool. So we can get that drop down. We can get that conspiracy page added in as well. Each one of these individual pages will have to give links to go watch the movies though, and give way better background details. And that explore connection button shouldn't even be here. It should just show the connection underneath. So there's a couple of different tweaks we can make for sure. Couple of different tweaks we can add in. But for now, it's rolling good. It's rolling pretty good. I think it's been like what, 30 minutes, something like that. Nothing too crazy. It's decent progress so far. And like you guys might have seen with our Marvel app, we always start off a little bit slower because we need that foundation. But once we get that foundation, the ball just keeps rolling faster and faster. All right, so now we got that drop down. Okay, cool. I like how even like Replit is so cool. It adds things like this little these images next to the different portions. All right, so now we want that conspiracy page to function and go to a page that can give us a good little breakdown of the conspiracy, and we can tweak that and make it a lot cleaner. Get into this Pixar conspiracy. App 2 of the day. Okay. I need to remove the duplicate content that wasn't replaced. Okay. Cool. Just getting things updated for us. Should be done pretty fast. All right. Removing the remaining duplicate content. Cool. 10 apps in one setting, man. Never seen it done before. Let's see if we can knock it out. I honestly don't know if I'll be able to do it, to be real. Don't know. Never tried it. But we're going to find out. All right. Still loading that change. All right. So, basic pages. Okay. Got that basic conspiracy theory in here too. Some fundamentals for us. Okay. I implemented a drop down function. Okay, cool. So, let's check out that theory page, right? So, theory page has the original Pixar theory, Pixar timeline, Inside Out, Good Dinosaur, Cars 2 or Cars 3, and Planes. Okay. So we need all of that. All right. So Control N. All right. So I'm just catching a screenshot of that Pixar theory portion. Add these Pixar theories that are listed in the image to the conspiracy page. Right. Now, we don't have to worry about adding any details or anything specific. All we need to do is say, use the Wiki API to pull information about each theory and show them in a stylized storybook style, complete with animations for page turn. All right, cool. So, yeah. Usually we like to go step by step and just make sure everything is incremental, but sometimes I like to see how far we can push it, right? So now we're adding in the Pixar theory page. I showed them the image, so it should be able to understand exactly which theories we need. It's going to search Wikipedia to get that information, add each of them to their own section, and hopefully we can get that looking like storybook animation style. So that's the goal. Let's find out if we can get this done. I'm gonna step away for 2 seconds. I'll be right back with you guys. Before the page loads, I'll be back. So you can watch that load while I step away for a quick second. All right, back in it, and looks like it's still processing. Okay, you can see the drop down menu image. Okay, so it's going for that. You can see it's using oh, okay, so it's searching the web for this information. These are the results that it got from the internet. That's the beauty of Replit. You can see everything it did. Every single step that was taken, you can check it all out. All right. So it's pulling from these 20 sources to update the page. Let's check what we have so far though. So got that home page loading up for us. It's pulling from the API. You see. Okay, so the all page for some reason doesn't load up. It's a little something we can check out. We still need to add series and shorts in here, but these are all clean. It changed the edit a little bit. Can clean up these images a little bit nicer. Okay. There's a couple of tweaks we can make for sure. All right, everything's loading fast. The connections, definitely want to edit this page a little bit, but I just want to dive into the conspiracy page because that's going to be the fundamental. So this is what it looks like now. Compared to what it's about to look like once this is done loading, it's going to be night and day. All right, so it's creating a comprehensive storybook style interface for the conspiracy theories. It's first creating a dedicated page component. Okay. So it's working. While that's loading, we can check out other changes we need to make and we can compare to other websites. Okay, so these are some basic fundamentals they got here. This design is okay. It probably looks amazing on the phone, but I'm the type of person, I need the website to look perfect on the website, on the desktop, and on your phone. So we can't just have one look good. Need both. All right, so none of these connections are showing up here either, it looks like. Okay. So a couple more things we can add in here for sure. Okay, let me see. All right, this page is still processing. See what they have now. I'm adding custom CSS animations. Okay, so it's adding those animations, that storybook style animation that we were looking for. It's being put in here. It's cool. That is cool. All right. Still making those changes. Okay, I need to fix the robot icon. Okay, so it's updating some error message. Okay. Let's check out these actual theories though. I have no idea any of these theories really. I think it's something to do with the future. I don't know. All right, so okay, so theories cover every feature-length movie made by Pixar. So all of these movies should be included. Okay. All right, so they have links to different theory sections. All right. Okay, Brave first movie. All right, so it's breaking down from start to finish, it looks like. How long is this page? Yeah, this page is way too long to be on one screen. Yeah, there should be a drop down for these reviews and all these comments too. All right, some things we could add in. Okay, and they got some images. Okay. So it's looking straight, but it's like, I'm already looking at this page like, man, this is overwhelming. This is way too much information all in one place. Like, all right. Okay, so here's a timeline. Okay, this is interesting. Looks like that home page is kind of older, and this is like a newer version, it looks like, or something. Okay, so we can use this. We can use this for sure. We can add that in ours. We're taking the good portions and leaving out everything else. All right, nice. This is what it gave us back. So let's get back to the main page just to make sure we can actually even access this page the right way. All right, so we click enter, get to the home page. Okay, cool. So looks like it did something with the API. Okay, no, I just needed to load. Okay. And then we go to conspiracy page and we get here. So I already noticed that we need that button added back. But what do we have? Every Pixar movie exists in the same universe. This is a story of how toys, monster cars, and emotions all connect across time. Welcome to the most ambitious conspiracy theory in animation history. Okay. This is decent so far. This is decent. So we got, what are these down here? Looks like these are different movies or something. The Original Theory, Pixar Timeline, Inside Out Theory, Good Dinosaur, Cars Theory. Okay, so it's working. It's working. It's building. This is pretty clean. Could be a lot better. But yes, it's a decent thing to work with. For now, first thing we need to do is make sure we can travel through these different pages the right way, right? So we need to add that button up here. So let me catch a screenshot of that. Okay. Catch this. Say the navigation button is missing from the upper right corner of the, let me see the URL. Okay. I'm gonna copy that actual URL in there just to make sure. Page. And the reason why I'm copying that URL, I want to catch a screenshot of this one too, so we can see where it should be. All right, boom. Get that in, get that loaded up. Should get that updated for us pretty quick. I'm already thinking each one of these, the background could be images from the different movies related. The conspiracy theory that they have here with that timeline image looked really nice. I want to have that. I want to use that for sure. So this timeline image should be incremented into our storybook for sure. That's something we got to add in. It's looking very bare bones, but it's cool so far. It's cool so far. All right. So it looks like it added that button in. All right, cool. That was added in. Nice. Something here. So another thing, the bottom images are not readable. Okay. Couple quick fixes. The bottom of the conspiracy page has buttons that are not readable. Okay, cool. So let me see what it has here, because this looks like just barely any information compared to what we need. So it has a time period for each of these. It's a start. So it starts today. And is it going backwards in time? No. These are all different conspiracy theories. Yeah, these are all different conspiracy theories, right? So maybe we should add a page for each one of these or something like that. Or we can just have it so you can scroll down and have it be a lot nicer and smoother. So we can get that working though. But first thing, we need to get these buttons. The inside the cars. No, like. So I'm already thinking we can remove these or something like that. But right now, I want to catch up on these individual theories, make sure they can be fleshed out nicely so you can get all the information you're looking for. Okay, so the original theory. All right, so I'm going to say copy that, paste that here, right? Use this link to add the information for the original theory, right? Yeah. Yep, the original theory. Pixar theory. All right, cool. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to catch a screenshot of this image and a screenshot of the image it should reference. So it should be able to just pull good details from that page and add it to our page because it has the URL. So Replit's not just going to look at the picture. It's actually going to go to the page, check things out, and add a lot of detail and all of that. So our page should be a lot cleaner, or at least this section is going to be a lot cleaner as soon as it gets this information added in. And once we do that incremental thing, get that page looking correctly, we can just do that for the other pages. This bottom portion is something we can get caught up in and go pretty deep on, but just want to make sure that we get the fundamentals right. Make sure the page is actually functional for people to check things out. Okay, Let me update the conspiracy book with the real information from this theory. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Cool. Also would like to add actual page turning animations and things like that, but it's no big deal right now. Okay, so it's adding information. We gotta have images added in here too though. Images also do a lot, and we need a video. So this is the this is the video. So we're gonna copy the video URL at current. No, just copy video URL. Okay, so we're gonna copy that video URL. Let this load up, but add this video to the Pixar timeline page. Yeah. Original theory. Okay. So I'm letting it know what URL to add in. See, I'm not even going to waste my time checking out exactly what that video has in it and all the details. I know it's got to be good. I know it's what we're looking for, so you can get that added in automatically. All right, let's see what we get back, though. Also, I think it might have added in that information to the wrong page. And if it did, that sucks. So we might have to go back to another save point. I'll add this YouTube video to the original theory page. Okay. Okay. So Pixar timeline, Pixar theory timeline. Okay. So it looks like it did pull from the wrong page. Let's check it out though. Dark Ages. Okay. No, this is the timeline. Okay. All right. So, I mean, it's relatively fleshed out. The timeline, I think it would be nice to have this scroll down able. All of these different pages, I just want to be able to scroll down on each individual one and have this kind of be, well, this has to be better designed, of course. But yeah, I want each of these to just be endlessly scrollable down. We can just have these sectioned off. All right. A couple edits and tweaks I can see adding in already. All right, cool. So let's see what we got. So it says it added in the video link. Let's see where that is. Pixar timeline. Not seeing that here. Maybe I got to refresh the page. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing that movie added in or that video link. All right, let's see. The video link integrated into the authentic context of the John Negroni. Okay. Maintains the authenticity of the content while providing users with a direct reference. All right, so maybe that's a different section of the theory that it tried to add things in. Let me see. Not seeing it at all. So it should be on the Pixar original theory page here, and that page is here. Okay, so all I'm gonna do is copy a screenshot of that page, paste that here, let it know error, that video is not showing. All right, so we can get that updated. Now I want to look at this timeline. I want this image added in. So let me see. Open image in new tab. I just want to make sure this is the correct image. All right, cool. All right. So we can save this image. Save an image as timeline. Okay. So we're going to add that image to the timeline page at the very top, I guess, or maybe it could be to the left. Yeah, because I want it to be readable at the same time, so we can add that to the left. All right, that's cool. Let's see what we got though so far. I see the issue. The video link is there as text. Okay, so it didn't embed the video like it should have. Okay. Now I can see the correct video structure. Let me update the content section to include video support. Okay, cool. So it's getting that updated for us. Nice, nice. All right, should be this page. Boom, right here. Nice, perfect, sleek, simple, direct, to the point. That works. All right, let's get that timeline page updated really quick. So we're going to get all these pages functional, and we're going to double back, see what we want to add in, clean things up, etc., etc. So what I'm going to do now, take that image that we just got, drop that here, add this image to the right of the timeline page. Okay. So I'm going to try a new method this time. Copied that image, right? But now I'm going to try and circle that portion. It's very ugly, but hopefully that works. Timeline page where the black oval is. Make it look nice and expensive. All right, cool. So little keywords like expensive, high quality, things like that, really just let the program know that it should be really nice design. All right, so I'll add the timeline image to the timeline page in an elegant way. All right, cool. So saving that image in and it's getting that added in for us. So that should be right here so we can read all of these things and also have that timeline image at the same time. That should be updated pretty quick. Let's see. Let's see. Not yet. But I'm liking this one. No, this is clean. This is clean. So we got to sign in first. Obviously, it's that new YouTube feature, but it would work there. Let's get this image though. Okay, nice, nice, nice. So this is looking cool. This is looking cool. Also want to be able to click it. All right. Allow users to click the timeline image that was added so that it can be zoomed in and scrolled through. All right, cool. So the image is there over here. So I just want to be able to click this image so people can actually read it and scroll down as well. All right. So we have dark age, 50s. All right. So we got a timeline here with details, right? We have the image of the timeline and we just want to be able to click that image to check that out a little bit more detailed, a little bit closer. All right. Let's get this loaded up. All right. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. So now we can click this and we can actually see it, right? And you can see it was even smart enough to know the correct sizing to make it make sense for us. This is cool. It's cool. Definitely works. It's a lot better, right? Compared to this is what they have here. This is what we got. Let's zoom in on that. Got all this detail right here on the side as well if you want to check that out. Let's see what we have next. Okay. So the AI revolution. All of these are going to need some type of cool images though. All of these are going to need to look nice and interesting. The AI revolution. I'm not even seeing that here. I don't even see that up here. I don't know where it got that from. But all right, what do they even say here? Okay. Syndrome from The Incredibles reveals the key to conscious 0-point energy. His AI Omnidroid, excuse me, became, okay. All right, cool. So this is some detailed information here. But what we can do is add some pictures in here to make it a little bit more fun. And I want a video for each of these too, so you don't have to read through all this information if you don't want to. All right, so AI revolution, okay. AI revolution Pixar theory. All right, check that out. Not seeing any images related to it. Really. Let me see. Images, all got some details on it or something. What's up? Why would AI want to just randomly attack? So AI. Yeah, so it doesn't even mention that on here. Not sure where it got that from. Okay. So now we got to coordinate this a little bit better. Animal intelligence war from Ratatouille to Up. It does a decent breakdown. Seems like everything makes sense too. All right. So here's the foundation. All right, we got the Pixar timeline with this image that we can click and get more details. Okay. What else? AI revolution. So this is the portion that not sure where that came from. Animal intelligence war as well. All right. It's a couple things we can add in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make sure that we can add in some cool looking clean pictures that are related to what it's referencing to make sure that we can keep everything on track and more interesting. Would add videos, but I'm not sure where it's pulling this information from yet. So no reason to really dwell on that part. We can also add these podcast information in here, the books, all of that can be referenced as well. But for now, we need to catch some images. Okay, so Google. All right. Pixar AI revolution. Okay. Oh man. No. Pixar theory. They're just showing us AI images. All right, cool. So they mentioned him in that AI revolution portion. So we can just add an image of him because he's the one that started the AI revolution for Pixar. So let's drop that in really quick. Let's knock this out fast. Add this image into the AI revolution portion. All right, so catch that page really quick. Okay, cool. Boom. Let's get it going. Okay, animal intelligence war. Let's see what's up with that. Okay. So the information is there. It looks accurate. It's logical. It makes sense. Okay, from Ratatouille to Up. Ratatouille discovers animals can transcend their instincts and perform duties better than humans. Okay. This stage just sets up for war between humans, increasing intelligent animals, and rising AI machines. Okay. So it looks like Cars, Up. Oh, Ratatouille and Up. Okay. Up. Okay. These two. These are the guys that they're talking about here. So Animal Revolution. Nah, that first image made more sense. Okay. All right, cool. So that's what they were referencing. Let's catch that really quick. That AI Animal Revolution. All right. Add this image to the... All right. Copy this over. Okay. And let me catch a screenshot of that. Get this done really fast. Let's knock this out. Okay. But it should have updated that previous page. Let's check it out. All right, so this is here. And we can zoom in on that as well. Should be added on top. I would like this right up on top like a banner, pretty much. These pages need to be a lot cleaner too. But once we get this foundation here, we can add a little bit more tweaks here and there as well. All right. So I'm going to just say, resize the images to be above the text. The page text. All right. Boom. let's catch that screenshot and let it know where to put the image. All right, cool. So we're going to use that same method because it seemed to work out before. So all we're going to do is highlight here. Okay. Where the black oval is. All right, cool. So it should be able to update that for us. Get this done pretty quick. Okay. So this is clean. All right. So still loading up that change for us. See what we get. Definitely need that home page to be a lot cleaner as well. And yeah, we need these images static so they don't need to constantly load for us. It's a couple of changes we can make here and there. It's working out really nice so far though. Working out really nice so far. Really liking what we have. Okay. So we got this image up here. This doesn't need to be listed twice. So, all right. So now just do a little manual tweaking here and there. So first thing I'm going to do is say, oh, wait. Okay, so it looks like it was still changing the page. All right. So this goes here. This works. Okay. All right. So I'm saying we can remove the black border on the top and the bottom. We don't need that here. All right. All right. So all I'm going to do is say, change back the Pixar timeline page. All right, Pixar timeline page, but keep the others how they are. All right. The image is on the right. All right, cool. So I'm just letting it know, change the Pixar timeline page back, right? I like this on the side. That made a lot more sense here. But the other images, I like these on top. It's clean enough so far. All right, so cars theory. All right, cool. So we can add an image for cars really quick. Cars theory. Okay. Cars are alive. It's hilarious. That's hilarious. All right, cool. So, all right. Some nightmare fuel. See. All right, cool. So we're going to use this for the cars theory image. Okay. Update the cars theory page with this image. All right. So catch a screenshot of that page so it knows exactly what page we're talking about. Let's double check that those other changes worked out cool. All right, so that's still good. All right, put that back where we needed it. Cool. So we can just roll with the next change while we see what we want to edit next. All right. There's no point in waiting on Replit to finish that change once we got that confidence, right? So, all right, cool. Planes connection. What do we have? None of these are conspiracy theory enough. Evil. Get some more cool designs. All right, I guess. What is the planes theory? Let me see. Planes exist in the same post-human world as cars. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's catch a cool plane image. Need these looking sleek. All right, cool. Planes exist in the same world as cars. It makes sense. Okay. This image makes sense for that. Can get that in here. Boom. All right. Catch the page. Boom. Post that. update this page. So now at this point, Replit is smart enough to understand what we're going for, right? So I'm gonna just say update this page. And let's see what we get back. Boom. So this is good. Very creepy. All right, nice. So once these images are added, I'm gonna make sure we clean up. We don't need this on the top and bottom. That's just ugly. All right, and this is on the side as it should be. So we can read everything clearly. All we gotta do is click it, and then the information is here as well. So this is cool, streamlined. I mean, this is the most popular Pixar site here. So long as our website can be 100 times better than theirs, we should be good to go. All right, cool. So we got that main page, right? So if you just want to hear the theory, you can just go to this main page and click this video and it'll just pop up for you. You got to log into YouTube though. You got to be logged into YouTube. That's just how YouTube does it. But now we have this page here with the timeline. It gives you all the details. Timeline here is on the side because people probably just want to read it really or check out the image. All right, so now we got the AI revolution that was sparked by Syndrome. Okay. Animal intelligence war. The animals took over. Nice. Cars theory. The cars are actually, I don't know what that is, but planes connection. Cool. Makes sense. Logical. The boo connection. All right. Let's check it out. What is the boo connection? All right. So, okay. This is a perfect picture for what we're going for here. It's exactly what we need to see. So let's just catch that image. Boom. All right. Image. All right, I'm gonna just say add this image and I'm gonna just copy this page. The more we do changes that Replit understands, the easier we can talk to it. Same as an employee, right? If your employee's been doing the same job 50 times, you don't really gotta break it down every time, right? Just let it know what it needs to do. I'll add the boo connection image to the boo connection page. Boom. So it understood exactly what we wanted, and now it's making a change. Let's go. So we need an image for the main page as well. Okay. I like this. I like this. I haven't even read the image yet, but I like how it's designed, and I'm rocking with it. Where'd it go? Okay. So we can catch that. Put this on the main page. Each of these images are clickable and they're able to be zoomed in on. So we don't have to worry about them not being readable or anything like that. Definitely want to double check though. So now I'm not even going to say anything. I'm just posting 2 images. I love seeing how far I can push this because once you know how convenient it can be, you can start saving more time and more energy. So what'd it do? All right, looks like it didn't respond to this yet. Let me see. Yeah, it didn't respond yet. But this page is updated. Okay. All these pages are cruising through. Very smooth. Very easy. Very functional. All right. So I already noticed I want this to go back to start, right? I don't want to have to click all the way back over. I hate that. But we have these buttons here. These buttons need to be color coded as well. Instead of words, they should just be the different colors because each of these pages uses a different color already. I believe. Yeah. Yeah. All right, cool. So we're going to get that main page updated though. So let me just let it know. It was still loading that boo change. So it didn't even recognize this change that we were looking for. But it should be pretty easy. All right. Let's check it out. See what we get. All I want to see is, okay, I'll update that Pixar theory page. Okay, cool. I'll add this conspiracy theory overview image to the first page. Nice. It even understood what the image was. This is so great. All right, cool. Let's get this. Let me see that change. Next thing we're going to do is color code these buttons. instead of having just one word that doesn't really help us. All right, it's still loading up. Okay. And it's a pretty clean Pixar theory page so far. All right, that image was updated. So I'm gonna let it know remove the top and bottom black bars in words. Okay. Remove the black bars at the top / bottom of images. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna just ask it to remove the bars first. We might want to take the words off, but I think that might actually be a little bit cool. Have that in here. Yeah, see, it even understood what these images are, and it gives a detailed description of it. Cool. Scroll to explore the complete timeline. And it tells who did it. John Negroni. That's nice. So he's getting his credit and everything like that. That's cool. All right. Let's get this updated though, man. What's up? And then we need these buttons changing to colors. Okay. What do we have? All right. It's working on that. Let me get that next change prepared so we can just cruise right through this. Change the buttons from words to colors that match each page. Cool. So it's still working on that previous change, so I might have been a little bit too quick on that one. Let's see. Let's check it out. All right. So yeah, these black bars are still here. Still working on that edit. Okay. I'll change the navigation button from text labels to colored dots. Okay, so it looks like it's trying to get this next change done for us, but we still need that other change done, right? Like, need that other change done. Let me see. Good amount of progress though. How long has it been? It's been like an hour. I think like an hour. It's a decent amount of progress done for an hour. All right, cool. So it's still updating these colors here. Nice. And these are clickable too, but we need that quick jump that you can see anywhere. That'll look clean. That'll look really clean on the phone too. Some of these colors need to be caught up though. Let's check these images. That black bar is still there though. Try that one more time. The font is a little bit boring too. We can get that font updated. All right, error. Remove the black bar from the images when they are clicked. Also change the font to match this. And I see they updated the front page font. So I'm gonna just take that same font. Boom. This image of the home screen. Okay. All right, cool. So it should be able to get that updated for us pretty fast. All right. So it'll fix both of those issues for us. Cool. Let's go. And I think it might have just messed that up because we asked for too much things at the same time. I didn't wait for it to finish loading before I put in the next request. All right, let's see what we get. Yeah, this is a solid font right here. Let's check out the rest of the page really quick, see what else we can add in. So this home page always takes a little second to load. These need to be designed a lot cleaner. We're gonna just make this look like Netflix. Let's just go with Netflix on this because we already have the conspiracy page. And this isn't just a Pixar conspiracy app. This is just the ultimate Pixar app. Okay, so I want this to be see-through with a frost type of like shading. So you should be able to see behind this white portion, but not 100% through. It should be kind of like a shaded window, like a window pane in winter time when it's frozen over. Okay. but it's still loading right now. So it might be actually removing that. So let me just wait for it to load. Let me give it a little bit of time to load really quick. Okay, what do we have? I'll fix both issues, remove the black bar. Okay, okay. So we're well into our second app of the day. It's going pretty decent. All right, cool. So it's still using this white imaging. Not good at all. Not good at all. All right, cool. So post that image, error. Replace the white border with a frosted opacity. All right, cool. That should be enough to get that updated for us. And so these theories are solid so far. Now I want to see what else we can add in here. For sure. All right, so we have the foundation, but the Pixar Theory website, they have like podcasts in here, the connections and everything like that. So we definitely have more that we can add in here for sure. Yeah, this side section doesn't even do anything for them. Like this button's just broken. It's crazy. All right, so they have different theories for like the inside out theory and everything like that. Okay. So there is other theories we can add in that they didn't give us yet. All right, cool. So we can see that frosted portion is showing up for us. Still giving us this little faded border, but that's see-through. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, this is what I was looking for right here. Looks clean. And it'll look nice on our phone and every other device too. Simple. Straightforward. You can still see the words and everything like that. It might have updated the font, but I can't really tell. Might just be not big enough, or maybe it needs to be bolder. Whatever though. Let's see what else we can add in here. So we got these decent images. We can always add more images and things like that, but let's see what else we can add functionally though. So the boot connection. Okay. So Cars 3. Why are there no humans in Pixar cars? Okay. So let's add all of this to a page. Yep. And I want to keep John referenced in here too, not trying to make it seem like we wrote all of this up or anything like that. Add this data to another page of the Pixar Theory. Use your best judgment to determine where it should go. All right, cool. So I'm not even gonna, like, you can see, I haven't read any of these theories directly. I haven't gone through any of that. Even for this portion, I'm not gonna determine where to put it the best. I'm gonna assume the AI is gonna have a good idea and I'm gonna let it do its thing. Cause I'd rather teach the AI how to do what I want the right way instead of trying to just manually do any of this. I'm not manually doing anything. I caught a couple of images, but like that was as far as it goes. That's just because I got my preference on what to add in. All right, cool. Let me update the Cars Theory section with a comprehensive information from John Negroni's article. Cool. And we can actually add links. I'm not sure if I'll publish. I mean, all these apps will be accessible at the end of the 30-day 30 app challenge anyway. But if I end up posting or publishing any of these apps on my end, I'm going to 100% make sure that we reference all the data correctly because I want everybody to get their credit for sure. Just using this to show what we can do. All right. So where'd they put it? I'm wondering why some of these buttons are grayed out. That's not cool. Can edit that as well. But the update transforms the Cars Theory from a simple concept into a fully fleshed out explanation. Nice. So this is the page they're saying that updated. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Okay. Where's it at? Cars theory. Looks the same to me. All right. So, yeah, there's no more theories here either. Let's get that updated though. I don't know why it's telling me it updated when it didn't. So, all right. So error. The cars page was not updated with the new information. All right, cool. So I'm gonna just catch that screenshot again so it knows exactly what it didn't do. We can get that change updated. And we made a ton of progress on this one. I really want this movie page a lot cleaner. And the series page, it's a couple of different series they have in Pixar too. There's a lot more information we can add in here, but let's try and get these fleshed out fast. All right, let me check it out. Okay. See if that update was made. All right, it's still loading that change for us. Okay, successfully enhanced the Cars Theory page. Let's see what we got. I'm not seeing any updates here. So I don't know if it's cached or anything like that. Maybe it just needs to load. Let me check here. Maybe it updated the Cars movie or something like that. So let's check out Cars on here. Yeah, there's none of that. All right, cool. So we can make sure with the conspiracy theory page, each of these movies can link correctly to the proper theory and everything like that. And also we need links so people can watch these movies, right? And yeah. So updated the timeline. Okay. Added human energy theory. Okay. So it's saying it added all this information to the Cars Theory page. I'm going to try on a private browser so we can make sure it's not just saving the wrong settings on our local browser. All right, cool. Conspiracy theory. All right. Yeah, page is not updated. Page is not updated. Okay. Try that one more time and then we'll go with another method. Don't like to spend too much time trying to fix any individual problem without just changing exactly how we're trying to fix it. All right, page is still the same. Use a different method to update the page. All right, cool. So we can see though, right? Like this is more how the page will look on our phone. And that movie page is pretty ugly in full screen. But when you check out how it look on your phone, you can see what it's going for. So it looks clean this way. We need more information added here for sure. But I mean, we're just getting started really. Just getting started. All right, cool. So let me see if that page is updated. All right, let's check it out. Conspiracy theories, cars. It is not changing anything. All right, let me see what it thinks it did. Okay, so I can see how the content is updated in the browser. Cars Theory page now shows all the enhanced content. Okay, updated timeline. Okay, so it looks like it didn't actually just add in what we copied over. It made its own changes to the information that it had in there. So that's cool. Yeah, that's fine. What we can do is add this video in there. So embed this video into that page also. All right, cool. So we're going to get that video that's referencing the Cars Theory. All right, so inside out. Need that inside out theory. I didn't see nothing about inside out here. Okay. So all I'm going to do is copy all of this right? And we'll say add all of this information to one of the correct theory sections. Okay. I'm gonna let this load up first. Don't want to trip up the system. Okay. So it's embedding that video in. No big deal. Cars theory feature page has all this information, etc., etc. The video will display in the same responsive format. Cool. All right, cool. Add this information in also for the inside out theory page. All right, cool. So just letting it know extra information we could add in here. Okay. Trying to get this app fully fleshed out very fast. Okay. Dinosaur, whatever this is, can be added in as well. Okay. Then they have these links here. What are these? Okay. All right. So it's working on getting that populated. And yeah, this page is looking cool so far. Once we get a little bit more information in here, I want to make this more look like a storybook, look like you're turning pages in a book. I feel like that'll do a lot for the feeling. Because it's not just about having the information, right? Like, he has all the information here, but honestly, if I went to this page, I'd just be like, oh no, I need to find another place to find it because this is just too simple. It's like, it's overwhelming, to be real. There's way too much information on one page here. So I feel like a storybook would just be a cool way to read it, right? Kids probably checking for this information. So if they can just have like a storybook format, be cool. It'd be cool. All right, the image path looks correct. Let me check if there's an issue with the file format or restart the workflow to resolve the issues. All right, cool. So it looks like it made the changes we were looking for, and now it's just making sure there's no errors. All right. So let's check it out. All right. So we can see here that video was added in, right? Cool. That's good. All right. Inside out theory. And it added in this image here. That's from the first page. So we can get a better image in. And let me check out that page. Okay. So this is the image we should be using. All right. Copy that. Replace the inside out page image with this. All right, cool. So that should be updating for us. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. We can see that update in real time, actually. All right, cool. That did change right before my ADD. All right, cool. All right, so each of these pages is looking cool. Let's get that dinosaur page in here. And yep. Where's that dinosaur page? I think there was a dinosaur theory or something. Yep, good dinosaur theory. All right, so want to get the good dinosaur theory. We want to get the Dory theory in here. Every single Pixar theory will be here because these apps are not just for show. They are going to work. Okay, cool. Add in this information for the... Okay. See, how do we scroll there? Okay. Good dinosaur theory. Okay. Quotes around there. All right. Cool. So got the information. Now we know it's not going to pull up the image. So let's get an image for it too. All in one shot. All right, cool. So to get that page updated, once a couple of these pages are updated with some more information, gonna go for that storybook animation just to add a little bit more value to the page. And we should be good from there. all the conspiracies will have been added. We can make sure that there's no videos to be added in or populated to make it a little bit more functional for the user. But yeah, the conspiracy information should have been added at that point, and we can just stylize it a little bit better with that storybook format I was talking about. And we can work on making sure the movie page is cleaned up. And yeah, I want all the movies in the TV show series to be able to be reached. Each of the movies and TV shows should also have different links so people can see what conspiracy they're related to, right? So if you ever want to check out the conspiracy theories, you can watch all the Pixar movies and order based on when they take place in that conspiracy universe or whatever like that. But yeah. I feel like it would be really cool for the Pixar fans to have a method to check out the theories and everything and just have like maybe like a watch party or something like that in a really cool way. Update information for was there the Finding Dory theory? All right, cool. Finding Dory theory. Cool. Okay. All right, nice. So we got another theory added in. This homepage can be a lot cleaner. Can take a Pixar classic image and put that back here. Or maybe we can have it a rotation of different images from Pixar movies. That'd be cool. The animation on that one. But I'm trying to get that storybook animation in here. Because these are cool. These are cool, and this loads very well. So it's not just looking nice, it's like zero load time ever. And I love that. So, yep, these images, all this image isn't zoomed in as much anymore. Okay, so we need to make sure this image can zoom in correctly. All right. Processing. Cool. So we're making decent progress on the second app. Going for 10. Going for 10 apps during this stream. Not sure if we're going to make it. Just keeping it real. But that's the goal. That's what we're pushing towards. And I'm going to find out. So either I'm going to fall asleep, crash, something like that, or we're going to get 10 apps today. All right. Okay. So, all right, got the inside out there here. Nice. And now it's updating that new information for the Dory theory. Let's see where that is. Got the Boo theory, cars, Finding Dory theory. Nice. So they got that added in. Clean. Let me see if there's any different, like realistically, if this app gets posted publicly, different edits will be made. Like each of these images, I'll make sure they're all referenced correctly. Other video links and things like that. Different details. Got to reference the people who created the theory and everything like that. So it's a lot of factors that we can add in here, but we got a lot done so far. So now we want to update that movie page. So I'm going to just let it know this needs to be Netflix 2.0. Update the, is it called movies? Okay, yeah. Update the /movies page to be Netflix 2.0, but use the Pixar colors, not Netflix. All right, cool. Use the Pixar covers. All right, cool. So now that's all I really have to tell it, right? I've made a couple of different movie apps and things like that with Replit, so I believe it should remember what I like as far as the movie design pages, and it should be able to get this page cleaned up a lot nicer than it is now. All right, I'll completely redesign the movie library with the Netflix 2.0 style interface using Pixar colors. Let me create a modern streaming layout with hero sections, carousels, and improved visual design. Cool. That's why we wanted to make sure that we had access to that movie information, because this process will just go a lot easier now because of that. We don't have to worry about not being able to get everything we need. Just need to clean it up and polish it a little bit here and there, for sure. Yep. So everything's going smooth. Everything's going smooth, though. We're 2 apps in. And if you guys are enjoying the stream, I'd really appreciate a like, comment, subscribe, whatever you guys want to give. It's free. You know, it really helps out a lot. Just try and get this information out here so people can understand how crazy this platform is. It's really powerful. Okay. So these colors are not showing correctly still. Really would like these to show the correct colors, but try not to get too caught up in the weeds. All right, look at this loading screen. This is so nice already. It didn't load up yet, but yeah. Look at this. I asked for Netflix and we get Netflix. We got Netflix. Carousels, recent releases, Pixar classics. So clean. So fast, so clean. Yeah. So now, next step, clean up the individual pages to match the same quality. Okay, cool. Like I said, once we get that foundation, everything else is a lot easier. Make sure each movie's page has the same layout quality. Okay, so now that we got that main page configured correctly, which is super nice. Super nice. You can see the movies. It's grayed out because we're on the movie page. We got the theory page, and it takes you right here. So we're going to need to clean this theory page up too. And that series page should be added in here too. I think they have like TV shows or something like that. Those should be added in as well. But we have a search mechanic too. Let me see. Let me test this. All right. So we got, looks like that's working. Look at that. So clean. So clean. It's super fast too. Everything's animated. You know, you highlight the different movies and they gray out a little bit. You can get a little bit of size change. It's looking really nice. So we also want these to be, all of these apps need to be functional, right? So we need these watch now buttons to work. We want to actually be able to go where you can watch these movies. Discover how the movies connect to the greater Pixar universe and the conspiracy theories that links all the films together. Cool. Explore the theories. Nice. All right. Very functional, very functional. Okay. So looks like it's still loading up. Okay. I want to let it finish. Let's check it out. All right, cool. So yeah, these pages are working cool. Looking nice. Looking nice. It's so fast. I forgot that I even made this change request yet, and it's already done. Yeah. So I think the sides of these pages should have different references from different Pixar movies. So clean up. I'm gonna ask it to clean up the background of this page before we get that storybook style animation added in. I just wanted to clean up the page. Make the background of this page show different Pixar movie images, Pixar movies. Yeah, let me just keep it simple. Different Pixar movies. Let's see what we get back from here. See what we get back. Should be able to clean that up for us though. All right, I'll add a dynamic rotating background of different Pixar movie images for the conspiracy storyboard page. Cool. That's what we want. And this is only app 2. We got 8 more. 10 apps. 10 apps or crash out trying. All right, let me continue implementing the dynamic Pixar movie backgrounds. Okay, cool. So it's working. We got the movie page looking so clean. Even this loading screen is cool. I like this. All right, cool. All right. So yeah, we got each of these movies showing up. Nice. These background images are perfect. Sized up correctly, everything. It's looking clean. It's looking clean. You know, that theory section page looks a little bit mid now, to be honest. Could be a lot higher quality. All right. Let me modify the main container to include dynamic background systems. Okay. Let's get that updated. Let's get that updated. Come on. All right, it's loading up. Server's reloading. Okay, okay. Okay. See what we can get. All right, cool. I can see the file structure looks correct. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. So the app crashed, but it's just probably making some big changes. So the app can't be running right now while it's making them, but should be up pretty soon. And we can get those changes checked out. All right. Great. Workflow is running again. Let me check the current state of the conspiracy storybook page. Cool. Adjusting all of those adjustments, changing all of those changes. Everything looks like it's working out. Let's see what we get. All right. So yeah, it's still loading, but the server's back up. This should have an image of like something. I don't know. Let me know if you guys have any recommendation for that loading screen. Yeah, it's still processing these changes that we're making. Okay. Yeah, let me know what we should use for a loading screen or something. I'm thinking maybe, I don't know, Woody and Buzz or something like that, but I'm not sure. Yeah, so it didn't update these images or the background. Let me see. Pixar conspiracy theory. I'll just let it know what image to use. Pixar conspiracy theory. All right. This is a good image to reference, maybe. Check this out. This might be decent as a background. Nah, it's not showing a full image. Okay, let's find one really quick. All right, we can use this. Yeah, this is actually perfect. All right, let's get that loaded up really quick. Get that image in. All right, let's see. All right. Use this image to replace the purple background. All right, cool. So we can get that updated. This purple background is just too low quality. Like the movie page looks so nice, so clean, and that theories page is just not, it's not looking as nice anymore. But we're gonna add that animation in next, make it look like a storybook, something like that. All right, I'll replace the purple background with the beautiful Pixar theory image that shows all the beloved characters. Cool. All right, let's see what we have. All right, cool. It's nice. It's not necessarily clear to see, but it looks nice. Increase the opacity slightly to make the background image more clear. All right, cool. So I just want that background image to be slightly more clear to see. And next step, we're adding in that storybook animation style to make this page look 1,000,000 times more high quality. That's why we're doing that last though. We don't want too many different changes required on this page before we do this animation change, because we don't know if anything could possibly cause more issues. All right, cool. So made that change for us apparently. Let's check it out. All right, cool. That's a little bit easier to read. It adds more feeling to the page though. Page is a little bit too dark though. The page. The opacity more. The page appears too dark. Slightly too dark. All right, cool. And again, I'm not trying to get into the weeds too deep on these individual aspects as much. We're making 8 more apps after this. So gotta keep the ball rolling. Gotta keep the ball rolling. All right. I'll reduce the opacity. Okay, cool. Looks like it's picking up what we're putting down. Let's check out the results. Let me leave the page and come back, see if there's any changes. Okay. Yeah, it's still too faded. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Let's move forward. Okay. Change the theory page to use animation. Animation when changing between them. It should resemble a storybook aesthetic. And when you change between the theories, it should look like you are turning a page. Cool. Get that done. Let's get that done. Okay. So this is a bigger change, so it might take a little bit longer than the other changes I've been taking. But while this is loading, just going to theorize new ideas and new quality changes we can add to make the site just better. All right, so this more info button, already noticing the text on this is bad. It's unreadable. Oh, it's reloading the server. Okay, okay. Let's go. Come on. All right. So like I said, it's making a pretty big change. It's adding that storybook aesthetic, so might take a little bit longer than it's been taking. Let's check it out though. This is only app 2, man. We got 8 more. We already did that Marvel app earlier. Now we're completing this Pixar app, and I'm not sure what's next. So yeah, we can find out though. All right. Now add the page turning animation CSS. Okay. So it's adding those changes that we were looking for. I need to fix the JSX syntax error first, then implement the page turning animation. Cool. Cool. Looks like it's understanding what it needs to do to make that happen. The level that we want. Okay. Trying to load that up. All right, cool. I need to check the full file structure to fix the JSX error. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna let it do its thing. Load up a little bit. All right. But all I'm saying is this is the Pixar theory main website that most people use. Our website has lapped that. It's really, we've definitely made a better website than this site. And this site's been around for a pretty long time, I believe. I can't believe that this button doesn't even do anything. It doesn't even, I don't know why he added that. All right, let's see what else we can get done though. I can see the CSS for page turning animations is already there. Now I need to fix the JSX structure. Okay, cool, cool. Just getting things done. All right. Let's check it out, check it out. Okay, let me completely rebuild the conspiracy storybook file with a clean implementation and proper page turning animations. Cool. Let's get things done. All right. Loading up. Okay. Let me see if there's anything else on here that we can use. All right. So he wrote some books on this too. All right. We can link to his books and stuff like that, but that's something we can add into the final version if it gets released publicly. Definitely want to reference him. Honestly, I'm the type of guy, I'll give him this website so he can use it to update his, because his website is kind of trash, respectfully. All right. See, there's still a JSX structure issue. Okay. Let me completely rebuild a conspiracy storybook file with a clean implementation. All right, it's loading up. It's loading up. Loading. Okay. I'm going to step away for a quick second, but you'll see this loading up, and I'll definitely be back before it's done loading for sure. 100%. All right, we are back in action, and it looks like that page update has been completed. Let's check it out. All right, cool. So first thing I'm noticing is it removed the image we had here. The page is brighter though. Okay, okay, okay. So now we have these turning. All right. So not necessarily what we were looking for. Not what we were looking for so far. Is it still processing? Okay. So this is okay. Not good enough. So for right now, let's just roll back. It's always a good thing about Replit. We can always roll back to a previous state, so we don't have to worry about any of these changes causing issue. So I'm gonna just roll it back, and I think instead of adding that animation style, there's another way that we can make this look better. It's just not good enough. It's just not good enough so far. So it rolled back to that previous state. Let's check it out. All right, cool. So it's back to where it was. And this is better than what it gave us for sure. And maybe, I don't know, maybe the expectations are just a little bit too high. I just wanted more than this. Let me think. All right. So I'm going to ask it to maintain all of the information, because if you think about it, this is our main page and this is our theory page. These look like completely different websites. Both of these two look completely way too far apart. So I'm going to let it know. Keep all of the theory information. All right. Words, images. Okay. But update the design to match the style of the movies page. All right, cool. So it looks like it just wasn't able to add the animations in a way that are worth it. So all I wanted to do now is use that same art style that movies portion was using and give that to the theory page. We need this to feel like the same website. And while this is processing that request, I'm gonna check out what this looks like on the phone, so I can make sure that that's clean. Because honestly, this app probably looks a million times better on a phone than a big desktop. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Okay. So this is actually what it looks like on the phone so far. Reload that page. All right, so this is that main movies page, right? Each of these individual pages. So it looks super clean, super clean. All right, let's check out that theory page though. Let me check that out. Okay. Oh, it looks like the size is messed up. So I can't even see that. Okay. So we can get that updated. But here's that theory page that load up. So here's that theory page. And we should be able to swipe between them. We have these little buttons on the bottom, but I want to be able to swipe between them like with your finger. So there's a couple functionality additions we can make, but it's working pretty well so far. All right, I see a syntax error in the file. Let me check the current state and fix the structure properly. Okay, cool. Should be able to get that updated for us pretty fast. Okay, let me check the current state of the file and fix any remaining syntax issues. All right, cool. So it's just going through and updating everything as it should. And we should be able to see that change pretty soon. All right, I need to fix the JSX structure by properly closing, etc. All right, cool. So far, the site's looking pretty good on the phone. It's looking pretty good on the desktop for sure. And yeah, let this load up. All right, cool. Now let me check the status of the conspiracy storybook page. Okay. Yeah, it's getting everything updated for us, getting everything cleaned up. Okay, let me see what we get though. Need to fix the JSX structure issues by removing the old book structure and updating it to match Netflix 2.0. Cool. Let's see what we got though. Yeah, it's still loading that server up for us. I'm loving this site so far. I'm wondering what the next app is, to be real. We're rolling. We're 2 apps in. This one's, we're pretty much at the closing phase of this app. And yeah, we can get started with that next one pretty soon. Man, it's loading up though. It's still loading these changes for us. The application is now running. Let me check the current state of the conspiracy storybook page. Okay. I need to add the missing imports for the menu component. Okay, cool. Looks like it's processing all of this information. I'm not seeing any issues being reported or anything like that. I always like to check out what the page looks like in real time, but for now it's still loading those changes for us. Let me restart the workflow. Okay, cool. It's loading up. Okay, excellent. The application is now running successfully. Let me check the conspiracy storybook page. All right, cool. Yes, it's taking a while to load, but it is changing the whole design of that entire section. Completely rewrite the problematic section to fix the JSX structure. If I end up publishing this app, I will 100% need that storybook art style though. I need it to feel like you're reading a storybook because honestly, that can be more valuable than the actual information for real. All right. Considering the options. Okay. Still loading. All right. But so far we have all the conspiracy information. Oh, it has a photo gallery here. Oh, this is not the Pixar page. Okay. Here's that conspiracy page. So yeah, all of these different images could be added into pretty easily. All right. Yeah, it's a lot more we can add in here, but just trying to get that foundation pretty quick. And we got 8 more apps to go. So we got a lot more that we're doing. All right. Still loading up those changes. Cool. All right. Yeah, the plan was to do 1 app every day for 30 days, but it's not enough. So had to step it up. If 1 app isn't enough, how about 10 apps? How about 10 apps a day? All right. Now I'll replace the old broken file with the new clean implementation. Cool. Restart the workflow. Nice. All right. Looks like it was able to get things back up. Cool. All right. Cool. So this is what it's going with so far. The next chapter. This needs to be clickable. All right. So I already noticed the images are not clickable anymore. They need to be. All right, cool. This looks a lot better though. A lot better. And it has that start reading, and it'll take you right to the start. And this button, I'm not sure what this should be. View timeline. Oh, okay. That's a view timeline button. Okay, cool. So need to make sure this page or this image is zoomed in or can zoom in when you click it. All right. Error. Make sure the images are clickable and zoom in. Clickable like they were before. They were before. The timeline image specifically should be scrollable. All right, cool. So now it's just going to update all those images for us back how they were beforehand. And this image specifically, we got to be able to click it and scroll through it so we can see all this information clearly. So I like how this has a little breakdown. And then it has that image kind of taking the main focus. And it's nice how there's a view timeline button. Each of these work for sure. It's functional. I like the animation changes between them. It's so fast. So fast. And then we can jump to chapters, and it has all the chapters here. All right, it's still loading those changes for us. Okay, cool. And then obviously, if there's more information, yeah, nice. Look at this. So it shows us everything here. All right, cool. So we got to be able to scroll through the whole image though. All right. So that's a quick change. We can update that really quick. Okay. So me Control V. The timeline image is not allowing the user to scroll through the entire image. Okay. It is cut off. All right, cool. So let's get that timeline image updated correctly. But I like how it has this jump to chapter. That's really cool. Need way more information in here though. Looks like it removed some of the information, or maybe it sorted everything out a little bit better. Okay. All right. So it's looking decent so far though. All right. So got to center it and zoom in. It's still loading that change though. Yeah, it had it working before, but it's a small edit. All right, it's still loading up. Okay, let me see. What do we got? All right, timeline. Boom. Yeah. All right. The image, when clicked, should be centered and zoomed in. All right, boom. Get that updated. What else? What else do we need? All right, so yeah, that does all of this, and it shows you each of these. Okay, so the Finding Dory theory. Finding Dory takes place in '04. Shows blah, blah, blah. Dory's memory condition represents how emotional toxins affect marine life. Okay, so this is like a dark theory. Hank. All right. So they got different theories. Let me check out what he says about the Finding Dory theory, though. So it was a deal a few years ago. I proposed a theory. All right. Humans still terrible in the storyline. All right, so it looks like it didn't pull in the exact information from here like we were looking to, which is fine. It's fine so far. It's such an easy thing to update. All right, so it's saying that it got that updated for us. Okay, cool. Let's check it out. Timeline. Boom. Cool. Starts at the top, scrolls down correctly. All right. So now we got the complete timeline, Pixar theory, brief breakdown of the theory. Okay. Timeline gives you that, lets you scroll through it. Cool. You can check out each of those sections of the image. Incredibles AI revolution. Okay. All right. So looks like the embedded videos are no longer here anymore. So we need those back. Okay. And this should go back to the beginning. But again, I'm trying not to dive too deep on any of these specific apps because we have 10 of these to make, right? So this is working very well. I can definitely see going back and touching this up a little bit though, but let's get some basics done really quick. The timeline button is not readable. Change the font color. Okay, so we can get that updated really quick. All right, so let's check out these different movies. I do want the actual video embedded in. All right, so this video embedded needs to be embedded. So let's copy that video URL. Boom. Embed this into, all right, let's see. All right, he changed that. All right, so that's changed. Okay. So embed this into the main theory page like before. Okay, so we're getting that video updated again. All right, so that video will be embedded again here like it was before. Need to get this font fixed. Okay, so these buttons are not readable. Update the font to a different color. All right, so it's loading that change now. Let's check that out while we get this next change prepared. Okay, so we got that. We got this conspiracy theory video right here, right in the front, right when we log in. We can check out each of these individual portions. But since it made that change, let's get that updated. Okay. Okay. Each one of these images should be at the top. So that's the next thing we want to do really quick. Let's make a couple just changes. Just want to clean this up really quick before we move on. Okay. Move the images to the above the directly above the theory breakdown like before. Okay, so should have changed that font for us. Let's check that out. All right, cool. So the font's been updated. Now we're making that next change. Just want these images up top. I want the images right here. It shouldn't be all the way at the bottom. That's kind of ugly. All right, so that's good. This is so clean. This is so clean. I mean, this is our competition, right? This is the best Pixar theory site, and then this is our site. So our site's lapping it. We even have a whole movie section. And I'll just take the series section out. We don't need to. Oh, they already removed it. Okay, cool. So that's not even here anymore. We don't need that anyway. So yeah, super clean app. Next thing we need to do, we need to make sure all of these movies have links. Yeah, this more info button needs to be updated too though. Okay. Update the more info button. Like you did the timeline. All right, so we getting that button cleaned up a little bit. Just got to get that font good. But each one of these, when we click the play movie, it should take us where we can watch it for sure. And down here, Well, you have the explore theories button and it has all of this. So it's cool. It's cool. It's cool. Really nice looking Pixar app though. I'm liking this a lot. But we need that home page. Yeah, this is super basic. All right. Okay. Looks like it's making that update for us. Next step, links to all these movies. Making sure each one of these movies is linked so you can watch them. All right. Let's get that loaded up. Okay. This is second app for the night, though. Second app for the night. Cruising. All right, cool. Let me check it out. All right, more info. Update it. Cool. All right, so. Okay. The watch now and play movie buttons should go to links that allow the user to watch the movie. From Disney Plus. Yeah. These are hosted on Disney Plus. Okay. So what image do we add in? All right. So we got to add this image in as well. Just make sure it knows exactly where those changes should be made. Boom, boom. And we'll load that change and we can add these links so we can actually check out these movies on Disney Plus. All right. Not too bad. All right. So it's two apps down, 8 to go. 8 to go. 10 apps or crash out trying. All right. I really like this feature here. I think this is really nice for people to check things out. It gives you a really good breakdown of each section of the timeline of the theories. I didn't know there was so many Pixar theories, really. Like, it's crazy. But yeah, this website is looking nice so far. Let me see if it got that updated yet. Not yet. Still don't know what to use for this loading Pixar universe image. All right, page you're looking for cannot be found. Okay. Let's get that updated. All right. The link did not work. Okay. And obviously, if you really want to host this website, you're going to want to just check out a couple of these movies, make sure the links work, maybe manually add a link if you need to or something like that. No big deal. We're just trying to streamline this process really quick. Like I said, 10 apps. This is only 2. We already got that Marvel Universe app done earlier that allowed you to use AI to talk to the actual Marvel superheroes. So, yeah, we're cruising. We're cruising. All right. Looks like it noticed that link isn't working. All right, cool. Saw that update here in real time. Watch on Disney Plus. See what we get. All right, still loading that change. Let's check it out. Yeah, this image needs to be updated. Okay, what are we getting? All right, cool. So it looks like Disney Plus just ain't gonna let us link to the actual movies, but we do get to a point where we can check out the movie, right? And more info takes us here. All right, $100. Okay. All right, that's just an alert. That's cool. That's cool. All right. So we got the app working now. Fully functional. Second app of the day. It links to Disney Plus, but they're just not allowing you to link to the actual movie, which is fine. No big deal. Obviously, there's a tons of different ways you can get links to movies if you needed to. But yeah, proof of concept, 100% for sure. Check out that site. Okay. Make sure everything is working. Theories, movies. Okay. All right. So flushed out site. That's the second app of the night. We got 8 more. There's always going to be more details we can add in, more functions we can add in, but for now, it's pretty great. So let's check out what we have so far. Have that home page, and that's the last thing. We need to update this home page. I need to get that background image set up a lot better So check it out. Close out some of these extra tabs. Okay. Pixar movies. Okay. Image. All right. Just trying to get that image. All right. So we can use this as the background to the homepage. Okay. Image as the homepage background. All right, cool. And this is only app 2. We got 8 more. So let's get this homepage updated so we can roll into the next app. Got 8 more to create. I'll use the provided Pixar movie collage as the homepage background. Cool. Getting that updated for us. Let's check it out. All right. Still loading. Okay. I like it. Make it brighter though. It's always more we can do. It's always more we can do. But we got 8 more apps. Yeah, we gotta change the, make it brighter and fix the inner button. Make the inner button light blue. Okay. Make it brighter. Should feel happy. And make the enter button Pixar blue with white text. All right, cool. So yeah, because that looks like, this looks like dark, like not anywhere near the quality of the actual app. All right, all right, all right. I love this design. All right, cool, cool, cool. So if this isn't the ultimate Pixar theory app, I just don't know what is. All right, let's check out that homepage. We also need a link to the homepage. Or you don't really need to link to the homepage really, but okay. So brighten things up. It did brighten things up, but no, it's not. It's just not good enough quality. Update the enter button to be light blue. A lot more. All right, cool. This is a better image. And let me actually save the image this time so I can get better quality. All right. Use this image instead. All right, cool. All right. So we got that new image coming in, updating this. I'll update the homepage to use the new Pixar character collage background. Cool, cool, cool. Make it much brighter with the light blue inner button. Nice. It's picking up what we're trying to do. All right. It's kind of loud. Kind of loud. All right. Yeah, it's okay, I guess. It works. It works. Could be a lot cleaner though. I'm gonna be real. Could be a lot cleaner. But hey, it's good enough. It's good enough right now. Good enough right now. We got 8 more apps. I don't even know what we have to do next, so trying to keep the ball rolling. I'm just checking out what it looks like on the phone really quick. And as long as it looks good on the phone, we are all good. 2 for 2. 8 more or crash out trying. So yeah, like it might not be super clean on a desktop, but it looks fine on the desktop. And check it out on the phone. Like on the phone, it looks super nice. So get that closer for you guys. Yeah, so that homepage looks perfect on the phone. And at the end of the day, Replit is just designing this to look perfect on the phone. So you can see that movie page here. So yeah, fully functional, as you know. But yeah, it looks good on the phone, looks good on the desktop. We're cool, man. We're cool. It's 2 for 2. Let's get the ball rolling, man. What's next? What's next? All right, let's pull up that 30-day 30 app challenge project so we can see what we got next on the list. Trying to speed run as much apps as we can do tonight. The goal is 10, but I don't know if we'll make it. Just don't know. It's only one way to find out. So we got that Pixar app done, completed, and yeah. So we got a good amount of experience points so far. We've done all of these apps so far during this challenge. And next we have the Nintendo franchise app. All right, cool. So now we're doing the Nintendo app. Nice. So let me get that information pulled up for the Nintendo app and we can get started on it. All right, cool. So this is the mock-up image that we have. Okay. So we're going to use this mock-up image that was generated with ChatGPT, and we're going to use this project requirement document, right? So we could check out the overview really quick. Or let me drop these in a Replit, and then we can do a quick little rundown while we get started. I'm going to let Replit start creating the app for us, and I can give a little breakdown of what this app will be like. All right, so it started on that. And basically, let's check it out. So Nintendo franchise app is a mobile first web application built on Replit in 24 hours. Users can browse every major Nintendo IP, Mario, Legend of Zelda, Donkey Kong, Metroid, Pokemon, and more to explore each universe's history, signature characters, landmark titles, and the latest releases. The UI uses Nintendo signature red and white. Okay, cool. So basically it'll just give you details on Nintendo projects. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple, but it's the quality, right? It's that quality that we're able to give. All right. So looks like Replit is adding in, to start off, we're getting a splash page, IP library with scrollable grid, search functionality, sort options, IP detail pages, history timeline, synapses, and current info sections. All right, cool. So we're getting some good details added in here for sure. Let's let this process though. Let's get that started. And let's check out the Nintendo app and see what we're going against, right? Nintendo. Okay. So this is the official Nintendo website. All right, that's clean. I'm not gonna lie, that's clean. If Nintendo does anything, it definitely, they're good at designing. They're good at designing. You can see this Mario image in the front is different than the background, and the background moves opposite of the foreground image. It's really clean. It's simple, but it does a lot. Let's check it out, the Metroid page. Okay. We got some competition. Love a challenge. Love a challenge. All right. See, their page isn't even loading though. Their page doesn't even load up. It's broken. Man, their Metroid page is broken, man. All right, let's check out another page. Do these load? All right, the Pikmin page loads very well, actually. It's really clean. This is really nice. This is really good. All right. I didn't know. I didn't expect Nintendo to have such a nice looking website. So yeah, we got some competition. Animal Crossing. Okay. Yeah, this is a challenge. It's a challenge. Wow. Okay. Yeah, they have a lot of functionality here. They have a good amount of functionality here. All right, so it's loading up those changes. Let's get that foundation for us, though. Still loading those changes, getting things set up. It's app 3. App 3 of the night. Great progress so far. Great progress so far. All right. Let's check it out. It's creating that server and all that basic information that we need. As always, once it gets that foundation done for us, everything else will be a lot easier. And we're 3 in, you know, so great progress so far. 445. Okay. It's loading up that storage and everything like that. So yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie though, the Nintendo website is amazing. This is probably one of the greatest websites. This is easily one of the best websites I've ever seen. This is like an art project. All right, so they got the merchandise, games, exclusives, characters. Let's check out the character page. Huh. Okay. So they got them all sectioned off. I see what they're doing here. It's clean, but they're selling so much. It's like all this is about selling. No one cares about buying this stuff, man. Like people are trying to see stuff about the characters. So that's how we can focus on we can focus on implementing information that people like about the video games and the characters and the nostalgia and background information and lore, stories, everything like that. So we can definitely focus on adding interesting components and not just trying to sell people stuff, you know, because this is for fun. This is for the fans. All right. Let's see what other options that we have to add in later though. So we can add a favorite bookmarks system. We can implement a dark mode theme, character interactive quizzes, add video light boxes. That's cool. That's cool. So just like we did with the Marvel characters and the DC characters, I think we should add an AI implementation so you could speak to these Nintendo characters. That would be really cool. Like talk to Mario, ask him, like, what's up with Peach? What's up with Luigi? You know, like there's a lot of different capabilities that we have to add in here. But we just gotta let that foundation load for us so we can get things started. See what we get. Okay, it's processing that foundation. Okay. That Pixar app turned out really nice though. Really nice. It's always hard to stop working on the projects because each one of these are so fun and so creative. It's just really difficult to keep moving. But we got 10 to make today. So I don't know if we're going to hit 10, but that's the goal. That's the goal. I'm going to be real. I'm not promising I'm making 10 apps during this process. I don't even know if I can physically, but we're going to do everything we can to get that done. Seriously. All right, so it's loading up. That replit.md is usually one of the final files, and you can actually see these are the files that it's creating. So it's really making the project in real time. All these different files we can comb through, sources, all the images, everything. So it's all really here. But we don't have to worry about any of that. We don't have to code anything. Not at all. All right, it's reviewing the message. Okay. You can see right here, it cost us 52 cents to make this. Let's check out what we got. All right, it's looking nice so far. Platforms, RPG, action, puzzles. Okay. All right, so I already created a video game app earlier throughout this process. So it has an API to reference. So I'm going to say use the ROG, I believe that was the name of it, the ROG API to pull real information for the video games. Real information about Nintendo. All right, cool. All right, so we're going to be able to pull real information using the ROG API. Okay. And you're going to see it ask me for the API key. It already has my API key, but it just does that quick check. And it should be able to get the ball rolling and get all these images updated to correct images and everything like that. So we're going to get cool information about these different game characters and background stories and have everything cleaned up, looking really nice. And we're also going to add the AI component, right? So you can actually talk to Star Fox, Mario, Link, Zelda, whoever. All right, see here it's asking for that API, right? So whenever you need to use an API, it'll give you a guide on how to get that API key. But if you already have it, like I do, you can just press continue and it'll just go for you. Now it's loading up all that fresh information for us. I already like the home screen. It's pretty clean. It's going to be hard to beat the real Nintendo app, though. I'm not going to lie. Their app is really nice. Their app is really nice. So let's see if we can match that. All right, so it's testing out the API, getting everything updated for us. As always, with the last two apps that we did tonight and all the other apps we did during the challenge, starts off a little bit slower. Got to get everything set up. But once the ball is rolling, it doesn't stop. It just gets better and better. That Pixar app started off pretty simple, but ended up really nice. All right, the ROG API is working. I'll now create a comprehensive service to fetch the real Nintendo franchise data. Cool. It's loading everything up for us. Should be pretty quick, though. Okay. Getting those changes populated. Man. Yeah, so like always, we want to compare our site goals to another working site. See what we can do better. What might be a challenge to do. I see they have these images on rotation. We can add that in. That's not a big deal. It looks animated, but it's really just sliding left to right. So that's not a big deal. Okay. These character images are pretty simple. So usually I would probably, if I wanted something like this, I could just take a Nintendo image, go to Photoshop and edit out the background, drop it in. But for this situation, we don't want to take that time, right? We just want to go as fast as possible. So it's checking it out though. Seeing each one of these has a little slide down option. Okay. So games, we don't need to worry about merchandise. Hardware, I'm more concerned about the characters and having interesting information. All the games can be added in, but we don't need to dwell on like the hardware, what systems and everything like that. That's kind of not as interesting. All right, so still loading up that change for us, getting that API added in so we can have all of these correct information related for each of these characters. All right. Just making sure everything works correctly. Okay, getting those changes populated. Should be good though. Should be good. All right. We test the updated storage and ensure ROG integration is working correctly. Okay, so now it's testing that API. Usually the final step before we see those results. All right, let's see what we got. Loading franchises. Okay. Processing, loading. You can see it's pulling from that API. Real-time data. Okay. I can see ROG API integration is working. The logs show fetching Nintendo franchise data from ROG API, which means it's actively pulling real data. Let me wait a moment for the API calls to complete and then test the endpoints. Cool. Cool. So it's loading. Still making some changes. Still getting things updated for us. Okay. Okay. All right. All right, so it's saying it got that integrated correctly. So let's check it out. Refresh that page in case we needed to. Pull that up in another page as well. I'm already seeing an error message here. It looks like elements, network resource settings. Okay, console, info, warnings, error. It's not showing anything. Maybe that got fixed. It was given an alert though. All right. So it doesn't look like the page is loading so far. Doesn't look like the page is loading yet. It says loading franchises. All right, man. What's up? What's up? All right. Cool. Just need to refresh. Looks like it populated now. All right. And it's loading fast. So first thing I noticed, these are duplicated on both sides. Second thing, these are too small. And yeah, those are two things we can get fixed pretty quick. So say, Okay. If I can type. Okay. The images are too small and being duplicated. Okay. Boom. So let's get those images sized correctly and get all that fixed really quick. But it is using the API, right? It's pulling real information. These are real pictures from the real video game. All right. It's using that basic design that it was going with. Okay. So this is working out fine. It has that history timeline. Okay. It's new. So it has some information in here. Okay. It's looking decent. Pokemon has a timeline as well. So that's cool. That's cool. Some details in here. You can see where it's going. All right. Let me check if there's any duplications. So it's getting everything curated, get everything corrected. Okay, you can see. All right. So who's here though? We got Mario, Metroid, Pokemon, Splatoon, Star Fox, Zelda. All right, and Animal Crossing. So it has a decent amount of games so far. We can get a lot more, obviously, and get things cleaned up, but it's working though. It's working so far. All right. Let me let it make those changes we were looking to make and see the results. Still loading up. I mean, it's the third app of the night though, man. We're cruising. We are cruising. 7 more. 7 more. It's going to be crazy. All right. So it's saying it made those changes. Let me get this page loaded though. The page isn't loading for us yet. Might be taking longer than it usually should, but yeah, I'm going to assume that it's not going to load. All right. Yeah, let's just let it know the page isn't loading. Page is not loading. All right, so let me refresh that again before we say that, just in case. All right, so it did update, but it didn't really update though. It's still showing the same. 5 Animal Crossing. Are these different Animal Crossings? No, they're all the same. Okay. All right, the page design. Let me see. Yeah, it's still the same. Look more like the attached image. All right, cool. So as always, we want to find a clean looking site with the design that we want to go with. And for a Nintendo website, probably just want to pull that from Nintendo. All right, so I don't really like this page though, to be real. But it'll work for now. It'll work. It's cool. Okay. All right. So just letting it know the design isn't updated correctly, and it should change the design style to look more like the image, which is the Nintendo website. I think the Nintendo website is one of the most properly designed websites I've ever seen from a corporation. Like, you would think that this is just somebody working on a website in their free time or someone who really just has passion, but this is like a full corporate team. Like, this is really clean. All right. And you can see why Nintendo is so successful, right? I mean, they care about the little things. But look at how this is designed so far. Okay, so it's cleaning up a lot already. Got to remove the duplicates, but once this design is updated, we can get that changed. Yeah, so these are already too, they do that, right, where the images will be like super long because they'll look a lot better on your phone when it would be designed like this, but doesn't look good on desktop. We got to have it working nice for both. All right, so I can see the issue. The current design doesn't match the Nintendo website. Beautiful layout. Okay, cool. So I was working on getting that updated for us. Also check the splash page to have better Nintendo branding and update the overall app styling to match the official Nintendo website. Nice, nice, nice. Just making those changes for us. Man, third app of the night. Goal is to get 7 more done. Goal is to get 7 more apps done today. Let me remove the Explore Connections button from the main hero section. Okay. It's getting things updated for us. So they got platforms, RPGs, okay, action and puzzle. All right. Yeah, we got to get an updated list. Okay. So like we've been using before with the list, just going to go on ChatGPT and say, create a list of every Nintendo game. Cool. So it should be able to give us a full proper list. We can just give that to ChatGPT. Would you prefer to focus on major franchises? Okay. Every major Nintendo game separated by franchise. Do not include random non-important games. All right, cool. So it should be able to get that updated for us. Should be able to get that updated. Let's go. Let's get this popping. All right. So have ChatGPT generating that list of games for us while Replit is designing that website. Okay. It's loading. I mean, the real Nintendo page looks good, but I don't know. The more I'm on it, the more I'm like, man, this is ugly. This gray here is not good. These boxes could be, it's a couple things I see. We can make it better. We can make it better. See if our page can even load though. All right. Looks like it is stuck loading. All right, so we got that list now. Oh, it did load. It did load. It did load. Okay. It's just taking a while. Check it out. Okay. All right, so it did load. It's populating. All right, so now we got a list of all of the Nintendo games, and we're going to drop that list in and tell it to use this list to make those changes. All right. Use this list to replace the game list you have. Separate by franchise, not genre. All right, cool. So now we're separating it by the franchise, right? So we don't need the genres. We need the franchises. This is supposed to be a fun website for people who love Nintendo. That's our goal. Okay. Looks like things are still loading up. All right. Okay. All right, so we were using that API that I mentioned, and it looks like it's just deleting that list that it pulled from the API, and it's just using the list that we got. That's the benefit of using multiple different AIs, right? Let's see, do they have Pokemon? All right, they do have Pokemon in here. Okay, Pokemon, Metroid, Zelda, Mario Party, Mario Kart, Super Mario. And we got Splatoon in here, Super Smash Brothers, Donkey Kong. So we got a decent amount. Yeah, it looks like they got everything, really. Let's get this updated. Okay. Placing the raw API data with authentic Nintendo franchise information. Okay. Let me check the exact format in the storage file and fix the replacement. All right, cool. Looks like it's populating those changes for us. Getting that done. Okay. Now let me restart the server to load the new authentic Nintendo franchise data. Cool. Cool. All right, let's check it out. See what we got back. All right. All right, it's still loading, it looks like. Okay. So, yeah, we need to get these images updated correctly. But it is sorting by franchise. So, okay. All right. So, now we need to get these images updated. Okay. Paste that. Update the franchise. Or update the pictures from the ROG API. All right, cool. So now I'm telling it, pull from that API database that we added in the beginning and use that information to update the images. So each one of these images should be updated with the correct picture. And it's loading that up now. Okay. Okay, so we got that search function here. This drop down, both of these will need to be functional. All right, so. All right. So that probably is more useful on the phone. But we need to get these portions of the page updated. Also, this character portion needs to have a good image. Animal Crossing. These can be rotating. Okay, it's a lot of things that we can add in. But let's get that foundation set up first, right? Okay, I need to fix the method placement and type issues. Let me correct ROG service restructure, blah, blah, blah. So it's updating those changes for us. It's getting things done. Just takes a second to get things processed and we should be good to go. Okay, loading franchise. All right. It's restarting that server. Okay. So it has these images here now and let's check it out. So like I mentioned, looks like it was made for the phone. So it looks right when you zoom out for a phone, right? Gotta make sure it looks good on desktop though. So make sure the images look correct on desktop. All right. So let me just get this screenshot so we can see what the problem is. Oh, whoops. Okay. Boom. Okay. Paste that in and let's get this ball rolling. Let's go. So it should be able to update that to make those images sized correctly. Once we get this home page done, we can lock in on these individual pages. And just like the last two apps we did today or any other apps that we build during this process, once we get that foundation done, every single other step is so much easier. We just need to get that foundation. We need Replit to understand what we're going for. Yeah, these need to be bigger. All right, cool. So I'll resize everything, put it right in the middle. Nice. So we got Animal Crossing, Kirby. Let's check out what Kirby has. All right. So see all, explore connections. See, it's pulling that from our previous app that we worked on, that Pixar app. All right. Let me check it out. So Mario Kart has 4 games in it. Donkey Kong has 3. So we need to fill out these to make sure all the games are showing. Is it still loading those changes? Okay, it is still loading the changes. So that's the next step we can take. We can make sure each individual game page has all of the games that it should. It has 10 plus games here, but it's only showing us 4. So we just need to get that updated next. Get this background image changed. Let me get that done right now though. Okay. Nintendo franchise images. Image. All right, cool. Let's check out full Nintendo franchise image, right? Okay. Something clean, something simple. Needs a lot of characters from Nintendo. All right, this works. Yeah, this works. Well, this could be cool. Nah, I like this. I like this. It's simple, straightforward. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get this in. Save image. Okay. Boom. Drop that. All right, let's check out the change that it made so far. Still loading. Okay. Replace the all right, so we're gonna get that library background updated. All right, so we're getting that image updated. All right, so now it's showing us duplicates again. Okay, but this page looks pretty clean so far. Pretty clean. Has a see all button, but all of the games should show up here. We can get that updated though. Yeah. We got to make sure each one of these only show up once. Got to. Okay. Okay. All right. So Zelda, Mario, Splatoon, Pokemon. The franchises are here. They're just duplicated. So once that background image is updated, we can work on this next step. Still loading up that change. Error. Duplicates are still showing for the library. Okay. So, okay. So we need to get that background updated for the lower half, not the upper half. All right. But so it looks like it, yeah. I mean, you know what? That doesn't look too bad actually. That fits for the characters. So let's get those duplicates out the way. We can swap out Animal Crossing to a carousel, like Netflix style kind of with different characters. No reason to have Animal Crossing locked in here for real. All right, so we have all of these are all right, so it looks like it updated that actually. Each one of these only showing once now. All right, so we need to make sure these featured games are showing up correctly. Okay, get back to that main page. Okay, so yeah, that makes sense to add in for characters. These are duplicated again though. So let me let it know actually. Sometimes they are duplicated. Sometimes they are not. Make the franchises static. They should not need to change every time the page is loaded. All right, so I'm just changing up the format on how it's organizing these franchises showing up here. Because it seems like it's having a problem because it keeps trying to reload. But it doesn't need to reload them. It can just populate all this information once. It's not changing that much. So that's the thing with APIs. APIs let us update things in real time, but sometimes you don't need things updated. Sometimes things aren't going to change that much. So it's updating that for us. And next change we need to do, make sure this page has all the correct. All right, I like that image up here though. That's nice. So we need to make sure all the Animal Crossing games show up here. All of any of these games for any of these franchises should show up. And yeah, see now it's showing up twice. It's all good though. We can get that right. Okay, making these changes for us. All right. Loading up that API. So yeah, that official Nintendo site is pretty clean. I'm not gonna lie. So we need these. So you can see right here, right? Animal Crossing has a cool image. This is missing that image. So we need an image showing up here for each of these, and we need these rotating throughout the different franchises, like Netflix banners. Okay. All right. Loading up. Okay. Man, third app of the night, man. Third app of the night. Okay, what do we got? All right, it's reloading that server for us. Okay. All right, so now each of these are individual, only showing up once. The images are having problems, but it's not a big deal. We can get that changed. Okay, so we just gotta let it know. Okay. Images are not updating. Okay. So that should be a simple fix. It's the next step. We can get that fixed and we can move on to adding more features in here, get more details. We have a character section, and that character section, I want to add an AI component so we can speak to any of these Nintendo characters. So we're going to add a button right here, like this button's here. We're going to add one to the character section so you can talk to the different characters, ask some questions, things like that. And we can manually add a few characters. I'm thinking Mario, somebody from Pokemon, maybe Ash from Pokemon. Honestly, most Nintendo characters don't actually talk now that I'm thinking about it, but you know, we can get some cool characters, Mario, Luigi, Bowser, whoever. The top 10 most popular Nintendo characters, whoever they are. All right, so it's working on getting that updated for us. Let me also fix the Smash Brothers background image import. Okay, cool. So it's making those changes. It's updating things for us. Yeah, it's loading up these changes for us. Okay, cool. I'm gonna let it do its thing. All right, so images should now load consistently without any duplicates. Not seeing that. All right. So get that. All right. Not working. Okay. Use the. All right. Save the franchises used statically, but pull the information for the images from the API. All right, cool. So I just had to let it know we need to save what franchises exist for Nintendo, but the pictures can be updated in real time. So yeah, basically the frame for each where the data goes, it's not changing, but the data that we get is changing. That's why it's giving us these weird images, right? Like this is not a Donkey Kong image. I don't know what this is. But that should get these pictures fixed. Like this is like a space station or something. So it's just giving us whatever it thinks would make sense to add in, but it's not good enough. All right, want to keep the static franchise list, but fetch real images from the ROG API. Cool. It's getting that updated for us. Yep. All right, now let me restart the server and load the static franchises with ROG API images. Cool. Getting that updated. Nice. Let's see the results though. Okay, it's still loading up. Honestly, don't want to take too much time with this, and since there's only 10 images or something like that, might just want to drop these images in here to avoid that issue. But let me see what we get. Let me see what we get. It's loading up. Okay. Okay. Man. All right, now it's back to populating those and duplicating them. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll back. Okay. So I'm gonna roll back to where the images were having problems, and we can just manually add in those pictures really quick. There's only like 10 of them. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, 12 images. No problem. All right. Animal Crossing. Donkey Kong. Okay. Mario. All right. Pokemon. So let me let it know, replace these images. Okay. Replace Animal Crossing image with this. Okay. Cool. Donkey Kong image. All right. Get that Donkey Kong image updated. Okay. Cool. Let's check out the animal. All right, so that was good. Now Donkey Kong. Let's get these updated really quick. All right, Mario. Cool, cool, cool. Mario. Who else? Let that page load again really quick. Pokemon, okay. Okay, cool. Pokemon image. Something clean. All right. That works. Okay, replace Pokemon. All right, cool. So Donkey Kong is good. Now we need Fire Emblem, Kirby. Okay. Only reason I'm doing this manually is because this is only per franchise. Never like doing anything manually. But it's just saving time and energy and avoiding the extra charge of making all these different changes. All right, so we have Mario Kart, Metroid Prime, Pikmin. Couple more left. Mario Kart. Okay, Metroid Prime. All right. Pikmin. Let's catch these images really quick. Okay. All right. Mario Kart. Boom. That's a fire image right there. That looks really nice. Okay. So we got Mario Kart. We got Metroid Prime now. Metroid Prime and what else? Pikmin. Okay. Perfect. All right. Only a couple more left. All right. See what else we got. Let this load up really quick. Okay. Kirby, Splatoon, Zelda, Smash. All right. Kirby. Okay. Okay, cool. Got the ball rolling. Let's go. Let's go. Nah, it's wrong image. All right. Quick. Clean. Yeah, this is cool. All right. Kirby. Now we got Splatoon. That's cool. That's fun. Fun image there. Okay. All right. Splatoon and Zelda. Okay. Which one? I don't like that. Image. Let's get a clean one really quick. That works. Try not to be too picky, but it gotta look great. All right, cool. Zelda and Smash Bros. Okay. Easy. All right, that's the last one there. Now we got all these images updated. Okay. Smash Bros. Okay. Cool. Let's go. So we got these images manually updated. Nice. All right, so got to remove the price on here. And then we can make sure the individual pages look great. Okay. So let me just get that right now. Remove the $12 price tag. No price tag needed. Okay. Whoops. Okay. All right, cool. So we can get that price tag removed. Now with these games, it's still using that same image. So we just want to make sure for each game, it actually pulls in the correct information, right? So we manually added the pictures here, but that's just because it's only a couple of these. So we don't need to worry about getting that fixed. This page is working fine, so we can just get the images correctly updated from the API. Don't got to worry about anything. Okay. We just say update each individual game page with correct information. Pics, details, etc. Using the ROG API. All right, cool. So just because we had to, like I said, we manually updated these pictures, but we don't got to worry about that in the individual games. We just got to make sure that all of the games are showing up and they all look clean, and we can get some basic details and everything like that. But these pages are looking pretty clean so far. Pretty clean. All right. Mario Kart, Donkey Kong, Pokemon. Okay. Yeah, things are rolling so far. We can remove this Explore Connections button. Looks like it took that from the Pixar game or Pixar app that we made last. All right. Yeah, we can get these updated for sure. For sure. Let me see what we got though. All right. So this is that page so far though. It's looking pretty clean. It's a cool little Nintendo app so far. Just got to add some details and some cool information in here. For sure. Add some more functionality, as always. All right, so it does have these sectioned off. Okay. Action, puzzle, platformers. All right, that's decent. All right, let's load up that change. Make sure that this is populating correctly. Should be updating these with the correct covers, adding all of the different games from the franchise as well. See, it has dates here. It just needs to pull all the correct information. See how that works though. Adding new routes for the franchise games. Okay. It's loading up, making those changes. All right, so as always, we want to keep comparing. Here's that Nintendo page. Looks really nice. Our page, not there yet, but we've just really got started on this one. I mean, it's our third page of the day, or third app of the day. So yeah, we definitely are going to be able to knock this out of the park. I like that character section too. Didn't even mean to put this image here, but it really does work. So Animal Crossing, like I said, we're going to add a carousel through all of the major franchises. Each one will need their own image showing up on it. Everything like that. You can just jump in and go to each character page. All right. So it's working on getting those changes updated. What is it trying to do? Let's check it out. Added new API endpoint. Okay. Authentic game images, real release dates, Metacritic. All right, so it says it's adding some information. Let's see if it's showing up though. Not seeing it yet. This page is still the same. No, that's good. All right. So I'm just let it know the pages look the same. The pages did not change. As always, in these situations, when it oh wow, sorry about that. I didn't even realize I was not showing the screen to you guys. Sorry about that. I'm not 100% sure. Let me see how far back that was going. Oh yeah, so that's been a while. Wow. Yeah, sorry about that for sure. I got that updated though. So if you guys missed it, we've been building a Nintendo app the whole time. Got a lot of progress done. Have a really clean front page so far, still getting updated, but we have like each of these individual franchises for all the popular Nintendo franchises, right? Each one has its own individual page that breaks down all of the games in that franchise and gives you some cool little details, a rating right here, the year it was released, all of that information. You can see cool pages or cool images up top as well. Yeah, really sorry about that. Okay. But yeah, third app of the day. All right, so latest updates. Cool. So it's showing the more recent games down here, but we don't really need this design like this. This is really not cool. I need each of these games to be clickable, and they should each give you some more details. Also, we need to use the API to pull this information as well. All right, cool. So let's get that updated. Okay. All right, so use the API to pull images for the banner for each game. Banner of each game in the... All right, cool. The banner of each game. Also, every game should be listed per franchise. Okay. All right, cool. So yeah, wow, really sorry about that. Really sorry about that. Looks like, yeah, I had that screen change for a while, but got things updated now. If you guys are curious about all the changes we made so far, have that character page and that Animal Crossing page here. Next steps, or one of the next steps, will be updating this to rotate through all the popular games or all the popular franchises. Okay. So we have some games showing, but now we're working on getting every single game added in. So each of these franchises show every single game correctly. It's definitely a goal. Okay. Looks like this one's showing a good amount. We don't need that see all though. We really can just list all the games here. But yeah, a lot of progress so far. I mean, it's the third app of the day. Have these ratings showing up here too. That's really clean. Really, really clean so far. Have that start date. Look at these fire images. These images are amazing. These images they're pulling up are amazing. I really like that. All right, so still working on getting these updated with all the correct information. All right. So we got Splatoon here. All right, Pokemon's a good one, right? Because they have a lot of games. All right, still loading up those changes. Still loading up those changes for us. Okay. Okay. Yep, still getting that server populated. All right. API is failing because the Mario franchise might have a different slug. Okay. So it's working on getting that API to work correctly, so we can get all that correct information. Look at this. This is nice. Nice. All right, so this game is not correct. So we can get this updated. These images could be better, but it works. It works. I think they're still missing games though. Think they're still missing games. All right, let's check it out though. Let's check it out. All right. So that's the Pokemon section. What about Animal Crossing? Wait. So I see that, oh man. It changed the library page. Page back. How it was. Only update the individual game pages. Huh. All right. So I'm going to try, see, the API is having issues where it's doubling everything on the main page. And we had that fixed, but it looks like it made an issue, or it went back to the way it was working beforehand. Trying to get it to revert only that main page, but keep all of the individual pages like this, because this looks nice, but just messed up that main page. See if we can get that updated though. I'll revert the library page to show only the static franchise cards and keep the individual. Okay, cool. So it's working on getting that change fixed for us. Okay. All right, let's check it out. No, didn't do it. Didn't do it. All right, so refresh that one more time. No. So instead of trying to go back and forth with the app, I'm going to roll back to a previous image, right? A save state that we have that didn't have that problem. So make sure page did not change. All right, use the API to pull images for the banner. All right, cool. So looks like this is the point that was good. Let me try and get back to that point. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna roll back. Roll back to a previous save. Looks like it just got stubborn for a second, but we can bounce right back, get that updated. And I just gotta let it know, don't change the library page at all. All right, cool. So we're back. We're back. Okay. So now I'm gonna let it know, do not change the / library page. Update each individual games page with a banner image and all of the games in the franchise. Okay, using the API. Do not change the library page at all. All right, cool. So catch that screenshot. So it had this page looking correct, but it just messed up the other page. So this should be good to go though. All right, using this, it should be able to keep the main page correct while updating each of these individual pages to have the good information. We need that banner image updated, and we also need each of these games to be showing the correct information, and all of the games. I want to see every single game for each of these. Okay. It's loading up. All right. I understand I'll update the individual game pages. Okay. Without making any changes to the library page. Cool. 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 So it's easy fix. That's a good thing about Replit. There's all these checkpoints and these ways that you can just back up to a previous state, so you don't have to worry about any major issues. Usually if we're using our own, if we're making our own website, we got to worry about using GitHub and setting everything up correctly, making sure those files are saved, and we don't have to worry about any of that here. Not at all. All right, cool. So main page. Oh, they changed the main page. All right, so let's just let it know. All right. All right. Every library page franchise listed was doubled. All right. All right, so it looks like it might have caught that issue actually. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Yeah. I don't know why I can't just not change this page, but yeah, it's having struggles with that. It's weird though. It's specifically doubling everything. It's strange. Easy fix though. Easy fix. Easy fix. As always. Let's get that loaded up correctly and get things done. Nice. So we didn't even have to make any changes. It did it itself. Realized that problem and got that updated for us. Cool. All right. So now when we click these pages, everything populates with all that correct information, right? That's nice. That's nice. That's nice. All right. So now we need individual pages for each of these games. Okay. So. All right. But really quick, let me check. 'Cause Pokemon has a ton of games, so make sure everything's showing up. Okay. There's one game here that shouldn't be here, but overall it's working pretty cool. All right, cool. All right. Each of the games should have their own page with some details, facts, description, details, facts, descriptions, and links to purchase. Links to purchase them. All right, cool, cool, cool. All right, so now we're just making sure that each of these games has their own page fleshed out. These are looking clean so far. Okay. Okay. So I'm already noticing on the home page, we can have these separated by device. But this website's more about just like love for Nintendo, more so than just trying to add in, you know, specific details on playing games and stuff like that. It's more just about, it's pulling in the wrong games. Pulling in the wrong games. It's weird. Let me see. I'll create individual game pages. It might just be loading though, so I don't know necessarily if that's a real problem to worry about. Now I need to add the API endpoints. Okay. So Donkey Kong, yeah, these are not correct games. Conker's Bad Fur Day. Yeah. So it's adding in some of the wrong games. All right. Okay. Okay. So I'll just let it know it's showing us incorrect games, and it should be able to intelligently filter out the incorrect ones. All right. So let me actually let it finish loading because it's still creating these pages for each game. Let me let that finish loading before we keep going. Okay. All right, so we did get those individual pages. This button isn't working yet, but before we worry about getting that button updated, man, this home page is still doubling up everything. All right. So it looks like it's having this weird homepage problem. It keeps trying to double everything. Franchises are doubled. Each franchise should show once. All right. Get that updated. Okay. So yeah, this is a stubborn one. It looks like a little bit. It keeps, for some reason, doubling back on these same issues that we've seemingly fixed already, but hopefully now that we've called this out directly, it should notice that problem and get that solved for us. So once that's fixed, we need to make sure each of these individual game pages are showing the correct games. Like this game shouldn't be here. Crossing Souls. These 4 need to be removed from the Nintendo website. We're making. All right. So I can see the franchises are still duplicated. All right, cool. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I'm not even sure why it's trying to pull information on those. I already asked it to save those so that they never change. All right. So looks like that issue's been fixed from what I can tell. And these individual pages are still updating correctly. Okay. Next step, we need to let it know there's games added to these franchises that shouldn't be here. All right. Five Nights at Freddy. Yeah, these are not even, it's not even a Nintendo game. And it's still doubling again. Okay. Yeah. Still giving us that problem. Same issue. All right. So I'm letting it know the franchises do not change. So make this data static, and that'll let it know it doesn't need to update that part of the page over time. So whatever problem is causing this issue to show up, it's not even like, it's not adding anything at all. It looks like it's trying to use the API to get information for these franchises, but we don't need that. These images are the images that we brought over. So yeah, I'm not sure why it's doubling any of these. The individual pages look nice though. It's looking good so far. It's just a couple of issues. All right, storage is still running twice. Dynamic data loading is causing problems. All right, cool. So, all right, looks like it's updating that issue. I guess the storage is loading up twice. I guess. So everything's populating 2 times instead of once. Weird problem, but it happens. Let's get that resolved though really quick and keep that ball rolling. Making a lot of good progress. All right, cool. So looks like that was updated. All right. And these individual pages are still cool. And let's see if it's still good. All right. So mission accomplished with that. Now, boom. Catch this. Remove some of the games that are not actually related to the franchises from each of the game pages. Individual game pages. Okay, cool. So like I mentioned, some of these are just not supposed to be here. Animal Wall shouldn't be here. Chrono Cross. These are not Animal Crossing games. Crossing Souls. So it looks like it just searched the word crossing. So we can get those updated though. All right. Yeah. Yeah, these are just pulling in some of the bad information. Some of them looked good though. Kirby has all Kirby games. All right. Yeah, these are right. Kirby look good. I didn't see any wrong Pokemon games added. Yeah, these are all good. Okay. Except for this. Yeah, some of these are not supposed to be here. I guess I can just let it know. Make sure that these are Nintendo properties. Should be easy. All these problems are always pretty easy to fix. Honestly, it just got to explain the problem and Replit will do the rest. All right. So it's testing those improvements. So we probably won't see anything on our end yet until those changes are fully added in. Okay. So it's noticing Animal Well is not supposed to be there. Okay. All right. Cool. That looks good. Donkey Kong, what we got? Cool. All right, yeah, nice. So that I got the issue fixed. I got the issue fixed for us. Okay. Yeah, these are all looking good. Pokemon, what we got? All right, nice. Yeah, we good. We're good. It's just loading through. I guess it's just going through the rest of the different games and making sure everything looks right. But got that fundamental down. We need to update this portion so it rotates through all the popular games. All right. Let's check out Zelda, though. They only have 2 here. So we're missing games on Zelda's part. It's still loading, though. I'm going to let it do its thing. So far. See what we get back. Okay. Still loading those changes for us. Okay, so Zelda's missing games. Metroid has a ton of games. That looks good. Mario. Yeah, we solid here. Okay. Yeah, that's working. All right, Super Smash Bros. Only have 2. Okay. So we're missing some games. Looks like the filter might have been a little bit too strong. All right. So I'm just going to ask ChatGPT to list out all the different games for the different franchises. Oh, yeah, it already did. Okay. Okay. Red. All right, so these look correct. All right, cool. So I'll just drop this list over. Forgot we did this. I'll just drop this list over and let it know. Use this list to make sure all the games are showing up correctly. This list shows all of the correct games per franchise. Update each franchise page accordingly. Okay, cool. So let's make sure it didn't update that already. All right, cool. So it should be able to get that done for us pretty easily. All right. Yeah. Some of these pages were looking good though. I don't know everything about every Nintendo game, but some of them were looking really good. Some of them not so much, but this should be good though. It's comparing. This one show the franchise page only shows the correct games. All right, cool. Now I want to add this character component. Well, need to update this portion of the page. And then we're going to add a character component and add a couple of different characters from Nintendo. And we're going to add AI so you can talk to the different characters from the Nintendo franchises. Ask them some questions and things like that, whatever. And it'll be cool. You know, we can add a guide in. So if you're playing a Nintendo game, you need tips or tricks, anything like that, you can just ask the AI and it'll give you exact information. All right. So it's updating that request for us. Okay. So it's just going to go through each of the pages, make sure they're all good. You see, where was a big issue? Zelda was a big one. It only has 2 right here. And that's the Binding of Isaac up here. That is not a Zelda game. All right. But I like how these images are showing up right now, though. These are looking clean. Looking clean. Okay. All right. So Donkey Kong's looking dope. Okay. Where were the issues showing, though? I think it was, oh, man, the Mario Party artwork is gone. So we need to get that right. Oh, actually, Mario Party wasn't even added here, so it just added in the Mario Party for us. That's cool. We just need to get that image updated for it, though. Get that populated. Okay. So, okay. Great image for us to use. Whoa. All right, you can get that loaded up. Paste that here. Check out that page. Okay, so where's the U? Okay, update Mario Party image. All right, cool. So we'll get that Mario image updated for Mario Party. Let's check out Zelda. See if we got everything. Still not showing all the games. Need those games updated. All right. Should be pretty easy, though. Now, want to get that Mario Party image updated, though. All right. So let's let that load really quick. Once that's done, and we can see here, we'll probably see that Mario Party image update in real time. Mario Party image successfully copied. Now it's updating everything right way for us. And we should see that load up right here once that's done. Oh, it's actually restarting things. Okay, cool. Okay. Still not updated yet. You see. So it looked like it updated it at the wrong place. You see, let me see. All right, let's check it out. Try this really quick, actually. No, yeah. I'm not sure what it did, but I don't see that image showing up where it needs to. Okay. All right, so let's let her know Zelda's not showing everything correctly yet. We can go back and get that Mario image updated. It's not a big deal. The Zelda page is missing games. All right, so hopefully it can analyze that for us like it's been doing so far and add the rest of those games in here that it's missing. You can see from the screenshot, Zelda franchise page showing 2 games when it should have many more iconic Zelda games. Cool. Zelda filtering is too strict. All right. So it's working on getting that updated for us. And let me see that Mario Party image that we used. Yeah, so I don't know what it did with that image, but it's not where it needs to be. No problem. We can get that updated. Let's check out that Zelda page though. See how that's going. All right. So it's still trying to use, the way it's trying to find these games isn't necessarily correct. It's all good though. It's all good. See what we get back. All right. All right. So I'll just let it know. Use the list I provided to know what games to add. We'll just say that right now while it's still processing. I just wanted to use the list of games I gave it. Sometimes that's the problem with when you're using AI for these things. Sometimes it'll just be super stubborn in awkward ways. So you just got to evaluate things and try and get it updated. All right, cool. So I saw that the page was updated. So I'm going to just pause it, make sure it doesn't change anything. All right, cool. So now I'm going to post this image, right? And I'm going to catch a screenshot, all right, of the library page for Mario Party. Okay, so update the Mario Party image for the /library portion to the one I just provided. Do not change any other page. All right, cool. So usually when Replit starts having issues or little bugs here and there, I try and be a lot more specific and limit certain things. Like I'm telling it not to change other pages. You can see I use the /library here just so it knows exactly what page. You see I use /library on this one. Try and be as specific as possible, really. Make sure it knows exactly what to change. All right, cool. Updated image automatically appear. Okay, cool. Let's check it out. Not updated so far. Okay. Looks like this whole page is broken. Man, Replit's been pretty stubborn so far for now. And each one of these, man, what happened? It like removed all of those changes that it made so far. Oh, man. No. That's why we have these rollbacks, right? So let me roll back to a previous setup and get this back. I'm not sure what Replit's doing now. 3 apps in and it wants to start causing problems. So it's all good. Each one of these issues gives us an opportunity to learn how to fix them so that we don't have the same problem again later. So this Mario Party page is not right. Fire Emblem page, not right either. All right, so I got to roll back again. History. Okay. Improve game search to add titles for Zelda. Updated image for Mario Party. Ensure each franchise page reflects the correct list of available games. All right, let me roll back here. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up. I'm not sure what's up. For some reason, Replit seems like it's struggling, and when your app starts having problems like these smaller issues that seem to not have a direct root to where they're coming from, you got to be very delicate when you start making changes, because you want to make sure you can maintain everything that you've built in. All right, so now Mario Party's not here anymore. Okay. These pages are loading as they were. All right. Let's check it out. Cool. All right. So I'm going to let it know. All right, so it's asking, saying it finished. What should it do? Okay. reference this list specifically to know what games should be showing under the franchises. If you have not already added in the franchise, ignore them. Ignore those games. Do not add new franchises. Just make sure the games are showing for each franchise that are listed. And remove any games that are not listed. Cool. So you can see I'm being a lot more specific now. Letting it know, use this list as a reference. Make sure these specific games are showing up. Okay. Understand. I need to update the filtering logic to match the exact games listed in your reference. Okay, cool. So it's working on getting that updated for us. You can see this is the third app, and this is the first time we really had to do these rollbacks so much. So definitely want to just be delicate. That's another thing with challenges like this. Like, we're doing so many apps in a row. So it's always important to just maintain focus and make sure you're doing everything 100% correctly. Okay, unrelated games. Okay, so it's calling out the games that shouldn't be there, and it's fixing those lists for us. All right, filter is now working correctly. Cool, cool, cool. Let's check it out. So we got that home page. Still looks good. Okay. All right, nice. So these games are showing up correctly as they should. No Mario Kart games are populating yet. Donkey Kong has games. Okay. Fire Emblem games look good. Is it still updating? Yeah, it's still loading up things. All right. All right. All right, cool. So looks like everything's working correctly. Let's make sure there's no games that shouldn't be here. All right, cool, cool, cool. That's good. That's good. That's nice. It's working now. It's working. Okay. So now we need to get this Animal Crossing portion of the page updated. Okay. All right. So change the Animal Crossing portion of the page to have a auto rotation of the popular franchises. Nintendo. Each one. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Add in images. Add in fitting images as well that rotate with the franchises on a carousel. All right, cool. So we were able to get that game list updated. Now we're just updating the main page, make this look a lot cleaner. And then we're going to add that character portion so we can get that AI in here. Want to be able to talk to a couple of these characters. Not that many Nintendo characters that talk, but for the ones that do talk. All right. Give me a list of the 10 most popular Nintendo characters that can talk. Cool. All right. So we need to add that AI integration so we can actually communicate with these guys, but I need to find out which characters with Nintendo can actually talk so we can do that. Okay. It's getting that updated. Okay. Okay, so it's adding that. Looks like it's trying to add that to the main page, not the library page. Okay. That's interesting. Man, this program's having a lot of issues that it wasn't showing up at first. Like I highlighted that portion of the Animal Crossing page. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, I added in that screenshot. That's weird. Okay. Okay. Let's make sure we update the correct page. All right. Copy this. Update the circled portion of the library page with the request I made last. All right, cool. So yeah, like I said, I don't know, maybe we're pushing Replit kind of hard. I'm not sure what's causing these problems to show up, but it seems like it's giving us a lot more random issues than it was at first originally. I haven't seen it update the incorrect page after I gave it a whole screenshot and everything, so it's interesting. But hey, that's how we learn, right? That's how we learn. So testing the waters, pushing AI to the limits, we're seeing the results. All right. I can see the Animal Crossing section with the auto rotating carousel. Okay. Now I need to replace the featured franchise banner with an auto rotating carousel. Okay, cool. So it's seeing exactly where it needs to change the page and it's getting that updated for us. All right. So this is the third app of the day. Cruising. All right. So we got a list of characters. Next step is add that character page where we can list out these individual characters that they just gave us the list of and add some character information and add an AI portion where we can speak to them. Cool. All right. So these are looking nice. These are looking cool. All right. So we just want to make sure that these images actually fit with the franchise, not just some generic images. We can have this portion of the page updated. So I'll even circle that, right? All right. Okay. Use the circled portion of the / library page to have images show related to each game on the carousel. Use the API to pull the relevant images. All right, cool. So it's really the last step for this home page that we need to edit. Got a functional page here so far. Each of these games has their own individual sections and gives you some details and has a link where you can purchase the game, gives you the platforms, different game features here. It's reasonably fleshed out so far. It could be a little bit better designed. We're definitely going to double back on all of these. Well, I definitely will double back on a lot of these to flesh them out a little bit more. Let me see where we're at so far. Okay. So reasonable on the spending so far. A lot of apps. All right. So getting that change updated. We can get these images updated correctly too. It just gave us some generic placeholders. But it's loading up these images for us. And here, you can see that. Boom. Boom. Nice. All right, cool. So we can remove that black box. That doesn't need to be there at all. All right, so we're gonna remove this dark shading here, and we're also gonna remove this little icon that's showing up. Okay. Remove the black box shading and remove the small images showing next to the names of the franchises. Okay. All right, so that should be able to be updated pretty quick for us. Couple simple things, you know, we just want to get that design cleaned up a little bit before we move on to adding in the AI component so we can talk to these different people in the Nintendo franchise. All right, I'm liking these images pretty much. The character portion image could be cleaner too, but it works so well. It works so well. All right, so it got all that cleaned up for us. You see, this whole thing is just a little bit shading. That black box might have been doing more than I thought it was, but it's all good. Okay, so one more thing we need to do for now. Get this home screen updated. Okay. Update the home screen to reflect the quality of the library page. Also, add in the rotating images and other features to make it look high quality. There's no point in even really going into the details of exactly how the home page should look. I'm gonna just let Replit do its thing. This is so basic that I know it'll be able to add something better. Okay. All right, I'll enhance the splash page, match the quality. Library page, okay, cool. All right. Real images being updated, all of that. Really nice stuff. Let's see the results so far. If anything changed yet, not yet, still loading. Okay. Okay. Not too bad, not too bad. I'm not sure why this is. We can take off the shading on this. Like, this doesn't need to be shaded at all. And it can also be a little bit bigger. Yeah. But I don't know. It kind of fits. It could be better though. I'm not gonna lie. Could definitely be better. All right, let's see what we have though so far. All right, so it's loading up that main page for us. Okay. All right, that's cool. Yeah, that's looking a lot nicer. All right. Still making those changes. Yeah, this is cool. This is cool. This is cool. Really nice. All right, so all right, so I'm gonna just let it know. Clean this up, make it look nicer. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna just say make the design of this portion page look a lot nicer. Yeah, I'm not even sure exactly how I want this portion of the page to look, but I just know it's not working out the way it is. I think really the thing for me is like it's so dark. That shading is way too dark. I like the functionality because you could really just go to each individual page from here. That's really cool. And it gives you all of the different games. So it works, but it's just not looking nice enough yet. Super dark. All right, let's see though. Okay. Improve the background overlay, add some additional visual enhancements. Okay. All right. So it looks like it was able to get that updated for us, get things a lot cleaner. Let's check it out. All right, they made it bigger. I'm gonna just say lower the shading. Lower the shading by 75% on that section of the page. It looks too dark. All right. Now let me refresh the page, see if there's anything we missed. The edits, nah. All right, cool. Let's paste that image again. All right, let me also let it know exactly what page we're talking about. All right, cool. Yeah, we need this updated. This is just, everything else is so bright, and then this portion is so dark. So dark. All right, so this is that official Nintendo page. I see they have these lines right here, and the images are a lot smaller. So once we get that change done, we can let it know to reference the Nintendo page again. All right, cool, cool, cool. So it looks like it got some cool edits. Let's see. Looks better. Looks better. I like how each of these change. Yeah, this is all right. It's all right. It's rotating in real time. Yeah, it keeps going. Okay. Okay. Now we're going to add AI in here so we can actually talk to these different Nintendo characters. That's the next step. All right. So actually, no, let me get this image that we just copied over. And no, I'm gonna leave it. All right, cool. Add a character button that takes us to a page that lists these characters, each with their own page. Each with their own page that has some bio information, details, links to their franchise. All right. And most important, an AI section that uses OpenAI to allow users to talk to them with their personality from the games. Okay, cool. All right, so now let me get that list that ChatGPT gave us. Okay, let me just actually just give the character names. All right, I don't want to confuse the AI, so I'm gonna just make sure we just get the character names listed. All right, cool. We got those. Like some of the only characters that even talk in the Nintendo franchise. All right, so looks pretty decent so far. Couple of tweaks we could make. Of course, there's always going to be a change that we can make or an edit to make things a little bit cleaner. I already noticed this Mario red is just so bright and really ugly with this image. But yeah, it's going to be changes that we can make all the time. I just want to get that AI added in here so we can talk to these different characters. And you can see it's asking for the OpenAI key. I already have that added, so I just had to press enter. We got the ball rolling though, man. It's app 3. Third app of the night or day now. Sunlight outside. Okay, let's get it going. All right. Okay. These pages all function. We gotta make sure this button works so you can actually purchase the game if you want to. Yeah, these two we gotta make sure these work. All right, a couple of tweaks we can make, but all the correct games are showing up for each of these individual franchises. Gotta edit this, make sure this is cleaned up. It's a couple of tweaks we can make here and there, but overall, it's looking pretty good so far. All right, so it's loading in those changes, adding in that AI so we can talk to these different people. All right. It's updating the storage system to include characters. Okay. Ball is rolling. Let's see what we get. All right, it's still making those changes. Let's see what else we can add in or change. All right. Yeah, everything's sectioned off correctly. It's working pretty well. Okay. All right. So we can remove this whole bottom section right here of the page for sure. And we can add in just like details about the franchise, maybe some images or something like that. Something cool. Excuse me. But yeah, looking decent so far. But for now, for this app, we need to get that character component in, man. Need to. All right, so let's add in the character initialization to the storage system and okay. Implementing the character method. Okay, cool. Nice. All right. Now it's adding all the public character methods to the mem storage class. All right, cool. It's working out so far. Let's refresh that page, see what we got. All right, it hasn't added in. Yeah, we should see that button show up like right here so we can get to that character page. All right, still loading those changes for us. All right. Create the API routes for characters. Okay. So this is nice though. I'm reading through these different log messages that they're giving us, and it looks like the AI is understanding exactly what the request is, and it looks like everything is being added correctly. So should be good. Okay. Still loading. Adding the character API routes. Okay. Creating character detail page with the AI chat functionality. Cool. That's fire. So we just need that button. That's how we know it's loaded yet or loaded up. All right. Now create character page details. It's processing all of those requests. Okay. This looks really clean here. That's the whole thing. We're using this on this big desktop, but on a phone, it looks so nice. This page looks so nice on the phone. I already know. But let's see, man. It's loading up. All right. Adding the character detail routes. Fire. Okay. Adding the app component to import the UI components. Okay, cool. Creating the missing UIs. Okay, let's see what we get. Check. Okay. Creating the character section. Okay. Ball is rolling. Okay. Almost there. You see how this looks smaller. So it never shows less than 2. That's cool though. This is like as small as it would get on the phone. It's looking all right. It's looking pretty good. Okay. All right. So let me view the actual imports. IP library. Okay, cool. Looks like everything's processing. Not too bad for the third app of the day. So I'm still not seeing that button show up though. Let me see what it does. Okay. Still loading those changes. Good amount of changes though. It's adding in a whole AI component so we can talk to all these Nintendo characters. So it's doing a lot. Adding a toggle button after the search header and before the content search. Okay. All right, cool. So we'll just put everything up here. Okay. Button doesn't work yet, but it dropped that in. So I guess we'll stay on the same page, but the character portion will just change the bottom. I don't know. We'll find out though. Let me let it keep loading. Let me let it load up. All right. Modify the grid section to handle both view modes. I'll replace the section that shows franchises with conditional rendering. Okay. Doing a lot. Doing a lot. Okay. This is app 3 so far. Goal is 10 apps today. Goal is 10 apps or crash out trying. So, again, I have no idea if I'm going to make it to 10 apps at all, actually. I want the character button right here. Yeah. So that's definitely a tweak that we can make. Get that adjusted. Okay. Okay. Move the character button where the black circle is. Okay. We can get that updated. But let me check out these individual characters. All right, so we got Mario here, right? So I'm already noticing we need to get the images set up correctly. We need to get the background image cool. But let's chat to Mario, man. Mario. Failed to send message. Please try again. All right, so it's still loading. Let me let it load up fully. It's a cool homepage, though. I like this homepage a lot. This Super Mario image could be better, though. But I'm liking all the other ones, though. All right, let's check it out. All right, so it looks like it updated that for us. Let's see. All right, let me get back here. Okay, main page. Boom. Where's that button at? I don't see that button. Let's ask what that is. Okay. The character button is not here. Not showing. All right. Let's get this updated. Come on. Come on. Final stretch for real. Still got 7 more apps to make. Sheesh. All right. I can see from the screenshot that the character toggle buttons are not visible in the header. Okay. Looks like it's finding that problem for us. And should be an easy fix. Okay, so it put the toggle here. I want the button here though. I want the button here, just like this button is right here. All right. Because this portion of the page becomes useless if we can't get that updated. So let me see if we can get that updated. We don't need to move the character button. We can just add another one. Add another character button. The circle is on this image. All right, cool. So we should be able to get that populated. Let me test these characters again. Make sure this works. All right, yeah, so it's not loading yet. Once we get that button positioned correctly, we can just make sure that the AI works so we can talk to these guys. Okay. I'm not seeing it. Okay. So it looks like it's picking up the request. All right. So did it add it? Let's see. Yeah. Not seeing that. That's what I'm saying. Replit is being weird now. It's having a lot of very small specific issues that it never usually has. Okay. Well, okay, so they added it here. Okay, whatever. Not a big deal. Let's make sure the AI works. Mario, okay, failed to load. All right, all good. Let's just let it know. Get that updated. Okay. The AI is failing. All right, let it know that AI isn't working yet. Should be able to update that pretty quick for us. All right. So, yeah, I'm liking the design so far. I'm liking the design. It's pretty cool. Decent. Page is updating for us. That load, okay. Yeah, we're able to switch over from franchise to characters all on the same page. That's clean. I like that. I like that design choice a lot. So we need we need character images for each of these. All right, but let me see if it was able to get that AI fixed. It's still loading. It's still working on those changes for us. Okay. Might be the API request function error. Okay. Still updating those changes. Three apps down. 7 to go. 7 to go. 10 apps or crash out trying. See what happens. All right. Add some detail. Okay. All right. So on to the important part. Let's make sure this AI works. All right. Nice. Hello, it's me, Mario. How can I help you today? Let's go on an adventure together. All right, cool. So it's working. What is up with Peach? Why does she keep getting captured? All right, let's see how this goes. I like how they're throwing in the emojis, adding a lot of cool detail. Really feels like we're talking to Mario here. Mamma mia, Peach just has a way of getting into trouble, you know? Bowser's always a has. All right, cool. So it's working. We can clean up this background though, right? Let's stylize this page, make it look a lot cleaner. Okay. Stylize each character page to look a lot more high quality. Add in images that make sense for the franchise using the API. Okay. All right, cool. So we do got the AI mechanics. It works very well. Very well. I love how it's throwing in the emojis. He's talking like Mario. They're really going the extra mile there. So that's really cool. All right. So now we got all the games for each of these franchises. We got images showing up correctly. We have the franchises here. And we also have the character pages. We can get these images updated for sure. Definitely need to clean these up, but it's working on getting that loaded up right now. So the AI is updating the design. The AI is updating the AI. So yeah, that's working. Should be done pretty soon. Very little work. Just trial and error a little bit. It's the third app of this 10 app challenge, seeing if we can knock out 10 apps in one setting. I really don't know if I can do it, but gonna find out. All right. Cool. Got the home page here. All right, cool. So it's still loading up those changes for us. Still loading up those changes. That's nice though. That's nice, man. You know how much money Nintendo could make selling this app and letting kids talk to Mario and Luigi and Peach and Link and all of these different people? Like, they could make a ton of money just replicating what I'm doing here for sure. Anybody could really. You could do this for any franchise, any IP, anybody. We've already made the same aesthetic for Marvel and DC comics. All right. So making those changes, updating that design for us, making sure everything looks nice and clean, high quality, futuristic, kind of. Yep. A lot of progress. 3 apps in. 3 apps in so far. We're going to push it to the limit, man. Goal is 10, but we're going to find out how much we can get done. All right. Still loading these changes. Okay. All right. Looks like everything's working fine. So it found some issues, right? So it's getting those issues updated for us as well. Cool. All right. Nice. This is a lot better. Lot better looking design. Okay. Boom. Characters. Mario. Sleek design pretty much. All right, cool. I like this. All this space is here just because it still has to work well on our phone, right? Let's make sure we can still talk to him. It's me, Mario. All right, cool. It's working still. Need to make sure that we get some clean images though. Gotta add these character profile pictures and clean it up a little bit. All right, so we got Mario, Luigi, Peach, Bowser. Okay. Get these images updated so fast. Luigi, Peach. All right, let me let it know. Peach, Nintendo. Okay. So let's catch these images really quick. All right. Okay. Update Peach character picture. Oh, whoops. Okay. Update Peach character picture. All right, cool. So that'll be Peaches. So easy to get these images updated. So we can get this done in really no time. Well, let me actually click that first. Okay. All right. This is good for Mario here. All right. Mario character image. All right, so let's just make sure Peach's image was updated right. Oh, it's still loading. Okay. All right, so it looks like it just had a little problem with the way it was trying to get those images updated. It's cool. It's fixing itself. While that loads, let's get Luigi's images. Let's give Luigi a cool image for once. All right. So it's loading these fixes. Looks like it was just a little issue on the AI side of things, but it's updated. And not seeing Peach's image updated, but it looks like it tried. So that's good. And it's still working on getting things fixed for us. All right. So saying it got these images updated. Let's check it out. All right. So looks like it did not get those images updated correctly yet. So let's just let it know. Images did not update. Okay. So Can we manually change them? We could. We could. I don't want to though. Let's let the AI do its job. All right. Can see the images didn't update. Issue is that the character cards are showing placeholders. Okay. Okay. So it realizes that there's a problem, isolating the issue, and it's fixing it for us. Once these two images get updated, we can just drop in the rest of them really quick. So we got Zelda here, Ganondorf, Waluigi, Wario, Fox, and Captain Falcon. Cool. These are the 10 characters we're adding AI for, so we can talk to each of them. All right, so Mario's image is updated. Super ugly though. We need to make these images look better. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think that design choice is gonna work so far. Everything else is looking so much cleaner. Then we have these images. Okay. So let me say clean up the design. The image display. Add a circle around them that only shows the center of the image. I don't know, actually. I don't know if that's a good idea on how to do that. Let me see. Clean up the design of the image display. To look more high quality. Okay, cool. So yeah, we just need that design. This is like looking pretty janky. Pretty janky. But it should be able to get that updated though. Better visual presentation. All right, cool. It's understanding what we need. All right. Because we have all these images we imported. These look really nice. And then we go to the character portion and it's like, it's amateur hour. All right. See if we can get those updated though. Loading. All right. Still processing those changes. No worries. All right. Still making those updates. So who we have next? Luigi. Fox McCloud. Okay. Captain Falcon. All right. Wario. All right. So let's just get these images pre-staged. So once this is done loading, we can just drop those pictures in really quick. All right. Let me enhance the character portrait display and the details page. Make it look more professional. Cool. It's working. It's working. All right. Let me enhance the character cards and the IP library. All right, cool. It's making the changes we need. It's making those changes for us. Let's get things updated though. What are we looking at now? Man. No. Not liking it. All right, so replace the character images with images found using the Wiki API. All right, let's see if we can just find a database to pull these images from. I don't really like how it's displaying these images. They're looking pretty ugly. Like this is designed completely different than this. And when you compare it to the franchise section, we dropped these images in. These look really clean. All of them look nice. So let's see if we can get these updated automatically. I'll replace the static character images with authentic images from the Wikipedia API. All right, cool. So it's looking to find those images so it can update them for us. But all right. So not really sure what we would even ask most of these characters, man. Nintendo characters are pretty simple, right? So it's like, what do you even, let's ask him why he's evil. Why are you evil? All right. Evil, you say. I seek power, the kind that can shape destiny itself. To rule Hyrule and bend its will is not evil. It is the fulfillment of my ambition. In a world governed by power, only the strongest shall prevail. All right, that's cool. That's cool. It works. It works for sure. Sounds like Ganondorf. From what I know from Super Smash Bros., that's all I really know about him, but it sounds like him. Site's looking pretty clean so far, though. Let's see if we can get these images updated. But outside of that, like, let's check out that main page. Right when you come through. Looks really nice. Rotating through a couple of the different popular franchises. We get right here from that main page. Each one of these actually work. Loads up all of the games. Each one has a character page. You can buy the game from here if you want to. You can go to a place you can buy it. Gives you a good little breakdown. We have the AI component so we can talk to the different characters. Funny, we added all these functions to the website, but the hardest part is just getting these pictures to show up correctly. But shouldn't be a big deal. Still loading up those changes for us. It's importing those pictures. We don't have to do anything. Just grabbing them from the internet, putting them where they need to go. And we just need to check out the results. I love how sleek it looks when we highlight these images. That's really nice. And this will look great on the phone too, which is where most people will be using them. All right. So saying it's made that update for us. Let's check it out. Characters. Not seeing any change yet. It's still loading though. Need to be more specific. All right. So it's loading up these changes for us. And like I said, we could import images, but it's just not giving us the best versions of the display. So what's the point? All right. Is that done? All right. Looks like it's loading up. Update the specific character entries with the correct Amiibo API images. Okay. Still not seeing that change yet. All right. Okay. Yeah, it's saying it's getting things updated for us. Let's check it out. All right, loading up. Still loading. Okay. All right. Getting close. Just the third app of the day, though. We have 7 more fully fleshed out apps that we'll be making. Hopefully. I don't know if I can do it, but we'll try. See what we got, though. These images updated. All right, they updated. Some of them are missing, but these look a lot better. Kind of. I don't know. Nah, they're making wrong images. Yeah, they're giving us incorrect images. That's really nice. Captain Falcon. All right. So, Peach. Wrong. Ganondorf and Waluigi. Okay. All right. So, Ganondorf. Waluigi. All right. And Peach. Let's get these updated really quick. Okay. Use this to replace the Peach image. Remove the background. I want to see if the AI can take out the background. I think it might be able to. So we can get Peach updated, and then we can just update the other two guys, and we should be good to go. But we already added the hard part, right? The AI is in here, so we just need to get the image updated. I'll replace the Peach image with a high quality one that you provided and remove the background. Okay. All right, cool. So hopefully we can get that image for Peach without that background in here. All right. That don't look bad though. Doesn't look bad. Looks a lot better now. All right, so let's get Ganondorf. Ganondorf and Waluigi. So Waluigi's using this image. No, that works, yeah. All right, cool. Obviously, we could find way cleaner images for these guys, but, you know, 10 apps in one setting. All right. All right, cool. So we got those other two characters now, and the AI should be smart enough to understand who we want to change and get those updated. All right. Okay. Should see these images update in real time, actually. All right, loading. Okay, nice. So we have all of these different characters updated. Okay. A couple of them have the background images, but in reality, could have just easily went on Photoshop and removed the background if we really wanted to. But each of these work. You can talk to them. Gives you a biography, personality, and lets you chat with them. So it's pretty straightforward, but it works though. Does everything we needed to do. All right. So let's check it out. See what else to add in. We have each one of these individual pages. Okay. Takes you where you can buy it, the release date, the developer. Cool, cool, cool. All of this. This is the third app we made so far today. So decent progress. All right. So, I mean, we added all the functionality. We can always go back and add a little bit of details here and there if we want to, but that's a wrap, really. Let's get this one done and move on to the next one. Cool. All right. So let's check out what the next app is. Let's check out what the next app is. We have some pretty interesting apps in the chamber, so I don't know what's next. Let's check it out, though. I made this app specifically so that I wouldn't know what the next apps are, and we can just kind of randomly find out along the way. Close these extra tabs. All right. Back on the challenge page. Complete that. Cool. Got that experience. Nice. All right. So now we got a VR game app. All right. So this will be an app where we add a lot of information from VR games and everything like that. What else? We got to finish this app before we move on, man. All right. VR game app. Honestly, I said the goal was try and get 10 apps. I think we might have hit the limit for the day, man. We are 3 apps in, close to 8 hours of stream time. So honestly, at this point, I'm gonna call it. 3 apps though, 3 apps, success. I will call it a success. We were supposed to do 1 app every day. We got 3 apps done today, so it's a good accomplishment. But yeah, for now, let's go ahead and wrap it up. But overall, man, we knocked out a Nintendo app, a Pixar app, and a Marvel app today. So we got 3 really big apps done, and I might want to change that VR app. I'm not even sure if we really want to do a VR app. That's kind of basic. So we could probably find something else a lot cooler to do in replacement of that. But yeah, for now, that's pretty much the stream. My name is Adrian Glenn. This is Military Grade Automation. If you enjoyed the video, I really appreciate a like, comment, subscribe, all of that. But yeah, that's it for today. Appreciate you guys watching. Have a good one.